chapters that both of Marx's two aggregate equalities, total price of production equals total value price and total profit equals total surplus value, are always identically true by the nature of Marx's logical method. These equations are not conditional equalities, which may or may not be true, but rather follow from Marx's method of determination of the general rate of profit, the average profit, and prices of production. This conclusion is not affected by the consideration in this chapter of the nature of money and role of money in the distribution of surplus value across industries. Since the gold industry does not participate in the redistribution of surplus value, the prices of production of all other commodities cannot be affected by a non-existent redistribution of surplus value in and out of the gold industry. Hence the total price of production of all other commodities is also not affected by the transformation, and remains identically equal to the total value price of all commodities. In other words, because there is no redistribution of surplus value in or out of the gold industry, the exchange ratio of the total commodity product with gold does not change as a result of the transformation. This point will become clearer after the discussion of Bortkewicz's and Sweezy's interpretation of Marx's theory in the next section. Bortkiewicz and Sweezy argue that the equalization of the profit rate in the gold industry does involve the sharing of surplus value with other industries and thus also affects the prices of production of other commodities, such that the total price of production is not equal to the total value price, contrary to Marx's conclusion. We will see that this mistaken conclusion follows from their failure to understand the unique role of money in Marx's theory. 2. Bortkiewicz and Sweezy's misinterpretation of money in Marx's theory of prices of production. This section critically examines Bortkiewicz and Sweezy's interpretation of the role of money in the transformation problem in Marx theory. The first point to make is that Bortkiewicz and Sweezy do not discuss at all Marx's basic theory of money and price presented in Part 1 of Volume I of Capital. Sweezy explicitly acknowledges that his book does not include Marx's theory of money and price. Price, as Marx uses the term in Volume I of Capital, is merely the money expression of value. As such, its analysis belongs to the theory of money, which we shall not attempt to present in this work. Point 25. Without a clear understanding of Marx's basic theory of money, Bortkiewicz and Sweezy make fundamental mistakes in their interpretation of the role of money in Marx's theory of prices of production in Volume 3. And yet, money turns out to be crucial in their criticism of Marx's theory of prices of production. In general, Bortkiewicz and Sweezy do not understand the uniqueness of the money commodity in Marx's theory and treat the money commodity just like all other commodities. That is their fundamental mistake. It is assumed that the money commodity has both a value price and a price of production, just like all other commodities, contrary to Marx's theory. It is also assumed that the rate of profit is equalized in the gold industry in the same way as in all other industries, by a redistribution of surplus value in or out of the gold industry, depending on the composition of capital in the gold industry compared to the economy-wide average composition of capital. Finally, as a result of this redistribution of surplus value, it is concluded that the sum of prices of production of all commodities will be different from the sum of values of all commodities. In other words, the exchange ratio of the total commodity product with gold changes as a result of the transformation. For example, Bortkiewicz and Sweezy assume that the composition of capital in the gold industry is below the average composition of capital, similar in this respect to Marx's assumption, and they argue that the prices of production of all other commodities, with a higher average composition, would be increased as a result of the equalization of the profit rate in the gold industry, so that the total price of production of all commodities is greater than their total value price. The following subsections discuss each of these mistakes of the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation in turn. 2.1 Money has a value price and a price of production. Bortkiewicz and Sweezy treat gold as a commodity produced in department II, and they assume that gold has both a value price and a price of production that equalizes the rate of profit, just like all other commodities. Point 26 The unit of measurement of the value price of gold is a definite quantity of gold, example an ounce of gold, just like the value price of all other commodities. Thus, the value price of 20 ounces of gold is 20 ounces of gold. But from the point of view of Marx's theory, this makes no sense. The price of gold cannot be a quantity of gold, because, according to Marx's theory, price is the objective measure of the value of commodities, and gold cannot be the objective measure of its own value. The value of gold can only be objectively measured in terms of some other commodity. Therefore, the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation starts off with a fundamentally incorrect concept of the price of gold in terms of gold itself. Point 27. Similarly, in the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation, gold also has a price of production, whose unit of measurement is also a definite quantity of gold, but whose magnitude could be different from the value price of gold. But how is this possible? How is it possible for the price of production, in units of gold, of 20 ounces of gold to be different from 20 ounces of gold? According to Bortkiewicz and Sweezy, this trick is accomplished by changing the unit of measurement for the price of production of gold. For example, if the unit of measurement for prices of production were half ounce of gold, then the price of production of 20 ounces of gold would be 40.5 ounces of gold. The magnitudes of the value price and the price of production of 20 ounces of gold would be different, because the same 20 ounces of gold would be measured in different units of gold. 28. Such a conception of the price of production of gold is obviously totally foreign to Marx's theory of prices of production. In Marx's theory, the unit of measurement for both the value price and the price of production of commodity is same, at a finite, given quantity of gold, example 1 ounce of gold. Furthermore, the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy conception of the price of production of gold also has no significance in reality. Even though the magnitude of Bortkiewicz and Sweezy's price of production of gold could be different from the value price of gold, the value product of the gold industry, the quantity of gold produced, mg, remains exactly the same and cannot change, 20 Oz. Of gold, as Marx emphasized. This actual 20 Oz. Of gold is what matters in the real capitalist economy. This magnitude of actual gold output is compared with the initial actual money capital advanced in the gold industry, mg, in order to determine the actual surplus value and profit produced in the gold industry, which is a definite quantity of gold output, as we saw, Sg equals pi g equals delta mg. Bortkiewicz' invention of something called a price of production of gold, that could be measured in different units from the value price of gold, has no significance whatsoever for the determination of the actual surplus value produced nor for the actual profit received in the gold industry. This bizarre assumption, that the units of measurement are different for value prices and prices of production, is necessary, according to the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation, if one also assumes the total price of production to be equal to the total value price. However, these assumptions also lead to the conclusion, according to their logic, that total profit is not equal to total surplus value, because the given quantity of surplus gold produced, which represents surplus value, would now be measured in a different unit. On the other hand, if one assumes that the unit of measurement is the same for both value prices and prices of production, then, according to their logic, the opposite conclusions follow: total profit will equal total surplus value, but total value price will not equal total price of production. This latter case is the assumption made by Bortkiewicz and Sweezy. We will return to this point below. 2.2 Surplus value is redistributed between the gold industry and other industries. The second mistake in the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation of Marx's theory of money and the transformation problem is that they assume that the rate of profit is equalized in the gold industry in the same way as in all other industries, through the redistribution of surplus value between the gold industry and all other industries. As a result of this redistribution of surplus value, the profit received in the gold industry is, in general, not equal to the surplus value produced in the gold industry. More specifically, Bortkiewicz and Sweezy assume that the gold industry has a lower than average composition of capital, and thus has a higher than average value rate of profit. Hence, in the equalization of the profit rate, some of the surplus value produced in the gold industry is, supposedly, transferred to other industries with a higher composition of capital. The way in which there is supposed to be a redistribution of surplus value between the gold industry and other industries, according to the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation, is that the inputs of constant capital and variable capital change, i.e., these input prices are lower in the determination of prices of production than they are in the determination of value prices. Bortkiewicz and Sweezy assume that the price of production of gold is equal to the value price of gold, which implies that total profit is equal to total surplus value, and thus that surplus value cannot be shared between the gold industry and other industries through a change from the value price of gold to the price of production of gold. This sharing can only occur through a change in the inputs of constant capital in the gold industry and other industries. According to this interpretation, in the volume I theory of value and surplus value, constant capital and variable capital in the gold industry, and all other industries, are assumed to be equal to the value prices of the means of production and means of subsistence, respectively. Thus, according to this interpretation, constant capital and variable capital in volume are not equal to the actual equilibrium price of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, but are instead equal to these hypothetical equilibrium value prices of the means of production and means of subsistence, CG** and VG**, where the superscript * indicates these hypothetical quantities of money capital equal to value prices. Furthermore, since constant capital and variable capital in the gold industry are hypothetical quantities, so also is the surplus value in the gold industry that is determined by these hypothetical quantities of capital, according to this interpretation. Surplus value in the gold industry is determined by subtracting these hypothetical quantities of constant capital and variable capital from the value price of gold, which is equal to the actual quantity of gold produced, mg. Algebraically, 3, Sg* equals mg, mg*, where mg* equals Cg* plus Vg*. Thus we can see clearly that Sg* is a hypothetical quantity of surplus value because Mg* is a hypothetical quantity of initial money capital advanced. But, as we saw above, Marx emphasized that surplus value in the gold industry is the actual quantity of surplus gold produced, and the actual quantity of surplus gold cannot change in the transformation of values into prices of production. In the Volume 3 theory of prices of production, according to this interpretation, the inputs of constant capital and variable are predetermined as equal to the price of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, which are in general not equal to the value prices of these inputs, i.e. Cg is not equal to Cg** and Vg is not equal to Vg, or Mg is not equal to Mg. In Bortkiewicz and Sweezy's famous numerical example, Cg* equals 50 and Cg equals 64, and Vg* equals 90 and Vg equals 96. The profit received in the gold industry, according to this interpretation, is equal to the difference between the price of production of gold, which is equal to the actual quantity of gold produced, mg, and the actual quantities of constant capital and variable capital, mg equals Cg plus Vg, that are equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence. Algebraically, 4, pi g equals mg, mg. 212 Chapter 5. Since mg is not equal to mg, it follows from equations 3 and 4 that pi g is not equal to sg. In other words, the profit ratio in the gold industry is not equal to the surplus value produced in the gold industry, according to this interpretation. There is sharing of hypothetical quantities of surplus value between the gold industry and other industries, which happens because the inputs of constant capital and variable capital change in the transformation of values into prices of production. Bortkiewicz and Sweezy assume that the composition of capital in the gold industry is below the social average, and thus has a higher than average rate of profit. Therefore, in order to equalize the profit rate, some of the surplus value, supposedly, produced in the gold industry is transferred to other industries with a higher composition of capital. In Bortkiewicz and Sweezy's numerical example, SG asterisk equals 60 and pi g equals 40. I argue that all this is contrary to Marx's theory. We have seen above that, in Marx's theory, the inputs of constant capital and variable capital do not change in the transformation of values into prices of production, but are instead taken as given, as the actual quantities of money capital advanced, which are equal to the prices of production of the inputs, and the same quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in the determination of both the total surplus value in volume I and the industry prices of production in volume 3. This same logical method also applies to the gold industry. The actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power in the gold industry, mg equals cg plus vg, are taken as given, and the same quantities of money capital are taken as given in the determination of both the surplus value produced in the gold industry and the profit received in the gold industry. We have also seen above that the value product of the gold industry is also the same in the determination of both the surplus value produced in the gold industry and the profit received in the gold industry, the actual quantity of gold produced, mg. Therefore, it follows that the surplus value produced in the gold industry is always identically equal to the profit received in the gold industry, i.e., pi g sg equals mg, mg. According to Marx's theory, there is no sharing of the surplus value produced within a given period between the gold industry and other industries. The surplus value produced in the gold industry with an adjuvant period is a finite quantity of gold, the actual quantity of surplus gold produced, which cannot change into a different quantity through the sharing of surplus value with other industries. It is not a hypothetical quantity of surplus value, SG asterisk, which changes into the actual quantity of profit, pi g, as in the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation. 2.3 Total price of production not equal to total value price. We cannot understand why Bortkiewicz and Sweezy reach the erroneous conclusion that the total price of production of commodities is greater than the total value price of commodities. As we have seen, Bortkiewicz and Sweezy assume that the composition of capital in the gold industry is below average, and thus the value rate of profit in the gold industry is above average. According to their interpretation, in order to equalize the rate of profit in the gold industry, surplus value is transferred from the gold industry to other departments, with a higher composition of capital. This transfer of surplus value from the gold industries to other departments is accomplished by means of an increase in the prices of these other commodities. Therefore, the total price of production of commodities is greater than the total value price of commodities, because of this alleged transfer of surplus value from the gold industry to other industries. Bortkiewicz asserts, without paying the slightest regard to the conditions of production of the good serving to measure value and price, Marx simply asserts in general terms that total price equals total value. This assertion is not only unproven, it is false. Point 29. I would say in response, without paying the slightest regard to Marx's theory of money and to the uniqueness of money in Marx's theory, Bortkiewicz simply asserts that the money commodity, example gold, is like all other commodities, in that surplus value is shared between the gold industry and all other industries in order to equalize the rate of profit in the gold industry. However, this assertion is not only unproven, it is false. We have seen above that, according to Marx's theory, there is no sharing between the gold industry and all other industries. Surplus value in the gold industry is the definite quantity of actual surplus gold produced, which cannot be shared with other industries. Therefore, there can be no change in the prices of production of other commodities as a result of this non-existent transfer of surplus value from the gold industry. Consequently, the total price of production equals total value price, no matter what the composition of capital in the gold industry. In other words, because there is no redistribution of surplus value in or out of the gold industry, the exchange ratio of the total commodity product with gold does not change as a result of the transformation. Therefore, we can see that Bortkiewicz and Sweezy's conclusion, that the total price of production of commodities is greater than the total value price of commodities because the composition of capital in the gold industry is less than the average composition of capital, does not apply to Marx's theory, but instead applies only to Bortkevich's and Sweezy's misinterpretation of the role of money in Marx's theory. According to Marx's own logic, the composition of capital in the gold industry has no effect on the total price of production of all other commodities, because surplus value is not redistributed between the gold industry and all other industries, even if the composition of capital in the gold industry is not equal to the average composition of capital. There may be an equalization process toward the average rate of profit in the gold industry, but this equalization process involves the appropriation of surplus profit by the gold landlords as rent or an increase in the amount of surplus gold produced in the gold industry by shutting down the least productive mines. It does not involve a transfer of surplus value from the gold industry to other industries. Therefore, the total price of production of commodities is always identically equal to the total value price of commodities. This aggregate equality is not affected by the sharing of surplus value in the gold industry, because there is no sharing of surplus value in the gold industry. This aggregate equality is always true, by the nature of Marx's theory of money. It is not a conditional equality, which may or may not be true, depending on the composition of capital in the gold industry. 3. The melt and the transformation problem. We saw in Chapter 2 that the melt, the monetary expression of labor time, or the money value produced per hour of abstract labor, is a crucial variable in Marx's labor theory of value. It is the coefficient, designated by M, that converts a given quantity of abstract labor in all industries into a quantity of money new value produced by current labor, N equals ML. According to Marx's theory with commodity money, example gold, the magnitude of the melt is determined by the inverse of the value of a unit of gold, M equals 1/Lg. Or one could say that the melt is determined by the amount of gold produced per hour of abstract labor in the gold industry, GL. As discussed above, the product of gold labor is directly and immediately money value, a quantity of money value equal to its own physical amount. An hour of abstract labor in all other industries is assumed to produce the same quantity of money value as 1 hour of abstract labor in the gold industry. The difference between gold labor and all other labor is that 1 hour of abstract labor in the gold industry produces actual money value directly, as money itself, whereas 1 hour of abstract labor in all other industries produces the same amount of money value in the form of the prices of commodities, which still have to be converted into actual money value through sale. This magnitude of the melt is not affected by the transformation of value in topperchi-soft production. The transformation of value into price-soft production does not affect the labor time required to produce a unit of gold or the quantity of gold produced in an hour of abstract labor in the gold industry, and thus does not affect the melt in all other industries. The melt has to do with the production of value, not with the distribution of value and surplus value, and thus is not affected by the distribution of surplus value and prices of production. On the other hand, the magnitude of the melt, determined in this way, is one of the ultimate determinants of prices of production. As we have seen, price-soft production depend in part on the general rate of profit, which depends in part on the total surplus value produced in the economy as a whole, which in turn depends in part on the value price of the total commodity product, which depends in part of the melt. Schematically, total melt rightward arrow value price rightward arrow surplus value rightward arrow rate of profit rightward arrow prices of PD, such that total price of production equals total value price and total profit equals total surplus value. Therefore, the melt is one of the ultimate determinants of prices of production, but prices of production have no effect on the magnitude of the melt. For non-commodity money and the transformation problem. This chapter has assumed throughout that money is a commodity, example gold, in its function as measure of value, as did Marx and Bortkevich's Sweezy and the literature on the transformation problem. However, I argue that Marx's theory does not require that money be a commodity. Instead, what is required in Marx's theory is that there be some objective measure of quantities of abstract labor that is socially accepted by all commodity owners as a universal equivalent. In today's capitalism, in which money is no longer a commodity, i.e., no longer convertible into gold at a fixed exchange rate, Modern credit money meets this necessary requirement, and it performs the same function of measure of value as gold under the gold standard. It provides a socially accepted objective expression of quantity of abstract labor. This is a somewhat controversial subject, which would require a long discussion and is beyond the scope of this book, although a majority of Marxian scholars agree that money does not have to be a commodity in Marx's theory. Point 30. However, the abandonment of the gold standard has raised another important issue in Marx's theory: what determines the magnitude of the melt in the case of non-commodity money? I have argued that, in today's non-commodity money, the melt depends not only on GL, but also on the ratio, MP/mg, i.e., the ratio of the quantity of paper money in circulation to the quantity of gold money that would be required if prices were gold prices. 31. For example, if twice as much paper money were forced into circulation than is required for circulation on the basis of gold prices, example if MP/mg equals 2, then the melt would doubling densithe price so full commodities would also double. Marx argued that in this case, the paper money does not represent labor time directly, but rather indirectly through gold. In the above example, twice as much money would represent the same quantity of gold money required for circulation, and this quantity of gold money would continue to represent the same quantity of abstract labor time contained in all other commodities. This interpretation is based on Marx's analysis of inconvertible fiat money in Chapter 3 of Volume I of Capital, pages 221-6, in Chapter 2 of the Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy, pages 119-22, and in the Grundriss, pages 131-6, all of which are discussed in Mosel 2011b. But the most relevant point for this book about the transformation problem is that the abandonment of the gold standard eliminates even the possibility of the money problem discussed in this chapter, that the equalization of the profit rate together with a non-average composition of capital in the gold industry causes total prices of production to diverge from total value prices. With non-commodity money, prices are no longer exchange ratios with gold. Therefore, the equalization of the profit rate in the gold industry, due to a non-average composition of capital, does not affect the prices of commodities, and hence could not possibly affect the total price of commodities, which continues to be identically equal to the total value price of commodities. Money has no price. 217. 5. Conclusion. This chapter has discussed the unique role of the money commodity, example gold, in Marx's theory of value and surplus value, and especially in his theory of prices of production. It has emphasized two unique features of the money commodity. 1. The money commodity has neither a value price nor a price of production, because price in Marx's theory is an objective measure of the value of commodities, and gold cannot be an objective measure of its own value. Since the value price and price of production of gold do not exist, they cannot be two different magnitudes. 2. Surplus value in the industry that produces the money commodity is also a definite quantity of surplus output produced, that cannot change as a result of the transformation. Therefore, surplus value cannot be redistributed in or out of the industry that produces the money commodity. It follows from these unique features of the money commodity that the total price or production of all commodities is identical or equal to their total value price, as Marx claimed. We have also seen that the magnitude of the melt with commodity money is not affected at all by the transformation of value prices into prices of production. This chapter has also argued that the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation of Marx's theory of the role of money in the transformation from value prices into prices of production is a fundamental misinterpretation. Bortkiewicz and Sweezy fail to consider Marx's basic theory of money in Part 1 of Volume I, and thus they make fundamental errors. They assume that gold has both a value price and a price of production, and that surplus value is redistributed in or out of the gold industry, both of which contradict Marx's theory. These mistaken assumptions lead them to the erroneous conclusion that the total price of production of commodity is in general not equal to their total value prices, which also contradicts Marx's theory. Contrary to Bortkiewicz and Sweezy, the money commodity presents no problems in Marx's transformation from value prices into prices of production. and if some still insist that the money commodity does present problems in the transformation, these alleged problems would disappear with the elimination of commodity money. Part 2: Other interpretations of the transformation problem. Chapter 6. Standard interpretations. I have argued in Part I that the main characteristics of the macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory presented in this book are the following. 1. The determination of the total surplus value prior to its division into individual parts, i.e. the production of surplus value is theorized pre-ordo distribution of surplus value. 2. The subject of the theory throughout is a single system, the actual capitalist economy, which is first analyzed at the level of the total economy and is then subsequently analyzed at the level of individual industries. 3. The analytical framework of the theory is the circulation of money capital, M, C, P, M, C, and the initial money capital M is taken as given, as known data, both in the theory of the production of surplus value and in the theory of the distribution of surplus value. 4. The given initial M is eventually explained in two stages, first partially at the macro level and then more completely at the micro level, and 5. All the main variables are determined according to the logic of sequential determination, in the above senses. According to this logical method, the same quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given both in the theory of value and surplus value in volume I and in the theory of prices of production in volume 3. Therefore, Marx did not fail to transform the inputs in his theory of prices of production, and this theory is complete and logically consistent with his theory of value and surplus value. Marx succeeded in overcoming the chief stumbling block of Ricardo's theory. This chapter will discuss the two main versions of what I call the standard interpretations of Marx's theory, the older Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation and the more recent Sraffian interpretation. A section is devoted to each. This chapter will also discuss and respond to the main criticisms of Marx's theory of prices of production made by these standard interpretations. Production, both of these as equilibrium tendencies. They argue that Marx attempted to derive prices of production in the price system from the values in the value system, but that he failed to do so, because his theory of prices of production assumed that the inputs are purchased at their values. But it is obviously impossible for inputs to exchange at values and outputs to exchange at prices of production, because the inputs for some industries are at the same time outputs of other industries. Another related mistake that Marx allegedly made is that he used the value rate of profit to determine prices of production, rather than the price rate of profit. Bortkiewicz and Sweezy also argue that, because input prices are not equal to output prices, the equilibrium conditions of simple reproduction supply equals demand in each of the three departments will not be satisfied. For example, in Department I, that produces means of production, supply is equal to the price of the means of production, P1, and demand is equal to the sum of the constant capital components in all three departments, C1 plus C2 plus C3, which is supposedly equal to the value of the means of production. So the equilibrium condition for simple reproduction in Department I is, P1 equals C1 plus C2 plus C3. According to Bortkiewicz's well-known numerical example, also used by Sweezy, after the value of the output of Department I has been transformed into prices of production according to Marx's method, this condition will not be satisfied. Example 433 1/3 is not equal to 400. Therefore, Bortkiewicz and Sweezy conclude that Marx's theory of prices of production as he presented it is logically flawed and incoherent. According to Bortkiewicz, we have thus proved that we would involve ourselves in internal contradictions by deducing prices from values in Thuan, which thesis done by Marx. He made the mistake of carrying over certain magnitudes without alteration from the table of values into that of prices. In transforming values into prices, it is inadmissible to exclude from the recalculation the constant and variable capital invested in the various spheres of production. Point 2. However, I argue that this dual system interpretation is a misinterpretation of Marx's logical method. Marx's theory is a single system theory, i.e., it is a Betonzinga economic system from beginning to end, the actual capitalist economy, which is analyzed first at the total economy macro level and then at the individual industry micro level. The givens in Marx's theory of prices of production are not hypothetical values and a hypothetical value rate of profit determined in the hypothetical value system, but are instead the actual quantities of money capital advanced and consumed in each industry, the MEs, which are taken as given as initial data, and the actual price rate of profit as determined by the prior macro theory of the total surplus value. The given MEs in Marx's theory of prices of production are the same actual quantities as the total M, which are taken as given in the prior macro analysis of the total surplus value and general rate of profit. The only difference is that the MEs are disaggregated to industry levels. Therefore, Marx did not fail to transform the inputs from values to prices of production in his theory of prices of production. There is no such transformation of the inputs to be made. Furthermore, there is only one rate of profit in Marx's theory, the actual price rate of profit, which is determined in the macro theory of the total surplus value and presupposed in the micro theory of prices of production and the individual parts of surplus value. Furthermore, it can be shown that, according to my macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory, the equilibrium conditions of simple reproduction are indeed satisfied. The key point is that, as just discussed, Marx's theory is about single system, the actual capitalist economy, not two systems as in the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation. According to Bortkiewicz-Sweezy, the reproduction conditions are satisfied in the hypothetical value system, with exchange at values. However, after values have been transformed into prices of production, then the reproduction conditions are no longer satisfied in the price system. I argue that Marx's single system theory is the opposite of the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation in this respect. The reproduction conditions are satisfied for actual capitalist price system, but not satisfied for a hypothetical value system. If one wants to imagine a hypothetical value system, then one should not expect or assume the reproduction conditions to be satisfied. According to Marx's theory, their production conditions would not be satisfied for a hypothetical value system, but this is of no consequence because exchange in capitalism does not actually take place at values. Exchange in capitalism takes place at prices of production, as an equilibrium tendency, and the reproduction conditions are satisfied with exchange at prices of production. This conclusion can be illustrated by the following simple two-department reproduction tables. The first table assumes exchange at values and the second table assumes exchange at prices of production. In the value table, it is assumed that the rate of surplus value is the same in both sectors and is equal to 1.0, i.e. the surplus value produced in each sector is assumed to be equal to the variable capital advanced in that sector. However, the compositions of capital in the two sectors are not the same, from which it follows that the value rates of profit in the two sectors are also not equal. The equilibrium conditions of simpler production are not satisfied, e.g. C equals $480 is not equal to pi equals $430, but this is of no consequence because commodities do not actually exchange at their values. In the price of production table, constant capital and variable capital are the same as in the determination of values, as I have emphasized. The only difference between values and prices of production in the two sectors is the difference between surplus value and profit. The general rate of profit, R, is determined by the ratio of the total surplus value to the total capital advanced. R equals total surplus value / total capital equals 240 / 720 equals 0.33. The amount of profit, pi I, in each sector is then determined by the product of the general rate of profit and the capital invested in that sector. Pi I equals R, Ci plus 6. Then the price of production in each sector, PPI, is determined by the sum of the constant and variable capital consumed and the amount of profit in that sector. Standard Interpretations 225. PPI equals Ci plus 6 plus pi I. The equilibrium conditions of simple reproduction are satisfied, example C equals PPI equals $480. We can also see that the both of Marx's two aggregate equalities are satisfied, total pi equals total S equals $240, and total PP equals total P equals $960. Therefore, I conclude that none of the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy criticisms of Marx's theory of prices of production are valid. If Marx's theory is interpreted as a single system, macro-monetary theory, as presented in this book, then Marx's theory of prices of production is logically consistent and complete, and the reproduction conditions are satisfied for the actual capitalist economy. 1.1 Bortkiewicz's correction. ASIS well-known Bortkiewicz presented a correction of Marx's theory of prices of production. However, it is not always fully appreciated that this correction of Marx's theory is based on a completely different theory of prices of production than Marx's own theory. This is not just a minor correction of the inputs of constant capital and variable capital, but a different basic theory altogether. In the first place, the logical framework of the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation is simple reproduction, which is an entirely different framework from Marx's circuit of money capital. The purpose of Marx's analysis of simple reproduction in Part 3 of Volume 2 has nothing to do with the determination of value and surplus value, nor with the determination of prices of production. The theory of value and surplus value is presented in Volume I of Capital, and the theory of prices of production is presented in Volume 3, neither is presented in Volume 2. The main purpose of Marx's analysis of simple reproduction in Volume 2 is to criticize Smith's dogma, according to which the total price of commodities can be resolved into wages plus profit only, thereby eliminating constant capital. 3 The equilibrium conditions for the three departments of simple reproduction in Bortkiewicz's correction provide a system of simultaneous equations, with three equations and four unknowns, the three transformation coefficients, x, y, and z, which are the ratios of the price of production of each department to the labor value of each department, and the rate of profit, r. I, 1 plus r, C1x plus V1y, equals, C1 plus C2 plus C3, x. 2, 1 plus r, C2x plus V2y, equals, V1 plus V2 plus V3, y. 3, 1 plus r, C3x plus V3y, equals, S1 plus S2 plus S3, z. The values, the c's, v's, and s's, are taken as given and are transformed into prices of production by these transformation coefficients. This system of equations is to be solved simultaneously. Thus the replacement of Marx's circuit of capital with simple reproduction is accompanied by the replacement of Marx's logic of sequential determination with the logic of simultaneous determination. Unlike in Marx's theory, the rate of profit is no longer determined at the macro level by the aggregate ratio of the total surplus value to the total capital invested, before the determination of prices of production. Instead, Marx's macro theory of the rate of profit is abandoned altogether, and replaced with a micro theory of the rate of profit, based on the simultaneous determination of the rate of profit with input prices and output prices. An additional assumption is necessary in order to be able to solve the system of simultaneous equations, so that the number of equations equals the number of unknowns. Bortkiewicz-Sweezy additional assumption is that the transformation coefficient for Department 3, luxury goods and the gold industry, is 1 unit of gold per unit of labor time, i.e., the price of production of luxury goods is equal in magnitude to the value of luxury goods, which in turn implies that total profit equals total surplus value. Once the other transformation coefficients are determined, x equals 9/8 and y equals 3/4, they can be multiplied by the given values of their respective departments in order to determine the prices of production of the other two departments. Unfortunately for Marx, the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy correction of his theory leads to the following damaging conclusions. 1. Total price of production is not equal to total value, and 2. The price rate of profit is not equal to the value rate of profit. With respect to 1. It is concluded that Marx's two aggregate equalities cannot both be true at the same time in this interpretation, only one can be true at a time. In the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation, it is assumed that total profit equals total surplus value, so total price of production is not equal to total value. Point 4 with respect to 2. The value rate of profit plays no role whatsoever in the determination of the price rate of profit and prices of production in this interpretation. The value rate of profit is simply dropped as a useless part of the theory of prices of production and the price rate of profit. Sweezy our guest hat thesis conclusion Serenat hat damaging. Point 5 here guest hat Marx theory is primarily a macro theory, and is mainly about the total amount of profit in the economy as a whole, which provides a theory of class exploitation, and that Marx's theory of profit is much better than any other theory of profit. Marx's theory, and only Marx's theory, reveals the underlying reality of exploitation beneath the superficial appearances of prices and equal exchange. Compared to significant accomplishments of Marx's macro theory of profit, these minor problems in his micro theory of prices of production are insignificant. The inequality between total price of production and total value is merely a matter of the unit of account. The trend over time in the price rate of profit is likely to be very similar to the trend in the value rate of profit, so the difference in their magnitudes is not important. Overall, a correct conception of the transformation problem does not affect the laws of capitalist development derived by Marx's macro theory of profit. Point 6 on the other hand, Sweezy acknowledges that Marx's attempt to derive the rate of profit directly from value magnitudes was an error and cannot be done. But he argues that this error pales into insignificance compared to the profound original accomplishments of Marx's theory. Point 7. 1.2 Response to Sweezy I agree with Sweezy that Marx's theory is primarily a macro theory, and mainly a macro theory of profit, and that Marx's theory of profit is much better than any other theory of profit. Point 8 However, I don't agree that the problems with the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation are minor. The inequality between total price of production and total value is not just a matter of the unit of account. As discussed in Chapter 5, the relation between THIRD-WORLDISM aggregate price totals has to do with the fundamental role of money in a commodity economy, and how the rate of profit is equalized in the industry that produces the money commodity. I have already discussed Bortkiewicz and Sweezy's misinterpretation of the role of money in Marx's theory of prices of production at length in Chapter 5. Most importantly, it is not a small matter that Marx's theory of the rate of profit is erroneous and has to be abandoned. A theory of the total profit should also provide a consistent theory of the general rate of profit that is in turn a determinant of long-run equilibrium prices. If not, that would undermine confidence in the validity of the theory of the total profit. It is unlikely that the total amount of profit and the general rate of profit have different causes and determinants. And if Marx's theory of the rate of profit is erroneous and has to be abandoned, then the fact that the trends of the value rate of profit and the price rate of profit are similar is of no theoretical significance. This point will be discussed further in the next chapter on Schick's interpretation. I argue, to the contrary, that Marx's theory of the rate of profit does not have to be abandoned, because Marx did not make the alleged mistake in his theory of prices of production, i.e., he did not fail to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital. Instead, the same quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in his theory of prices of production as in his theory of value and surplus value. Therefore, this century-long theoretical detour created by Bortkiewicz and Sweezy is not necessary, and leads to erroneous conclusions about Marx's theory. Marx's theory of price of production in Volume 3 is complete, and is logically consistent with his theory of value and surplus value in Volume I. The total price of production is equal to the total value, and the total profit is equal to the total surplus value. And there is only one rate of profit, the price rate of profit, which is determined by the macro theory of the total surplus value in Volume A and taken as given in the macro theory of prices of production in Volume 3. Marx's theory of the rate of profit can be rigorously and consistently determined by the aggregate ratio of the predetermined total surplus value to the given total capital invested, which is taken as given, as the actual money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power in the real capitalist economy. Paul Samuelson made a famous criticism of the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation of the transformation problem in terms of transformation coefficients that transform values into prices of production. 9 Samuelson argued that, when one multiplies the transformation coefficients, the ratio of the price of production of each department to the value of each department, by the value magnitudes in each department, the labor values cancel out and thus play no role in the determination of prices of production. Pi/lambda I equals pi. Prices of production are instead determined by the physical quantities that are taken as given in the determination of both values and prices of production. Samuelson concluded with his famous eraser metaphor. In summary, transforming from values to prices can be described as the following procedure: 1. Write down the value relations, 2. Take an eraser and rub them out, 3. Finally write down the price relations, thus completing the so-called transformation process. 10. I agree with Samuelson's criticism of the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation. Although this interpretation ostensibly starts with values, values do in fact cancel out and play no role in the determination of prices of production in this interpretation. However, this criticism of the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation of Marx's theory does not apply to Marx's theory itself, because the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation is a misinterpretation of Marx's logical method. Marx's theory of price of production is not based on a framework of simple reproduction and a system of simultaneous equations in which prices of production and the rate of profit are determined simultaneously. Instead, Marx's theory of prices of production is based on the logical method of the prior determination of the total surplus value and the rate of profit, the circuit of monocapital and the sequential determination of the rate of profit and prices of production. It is true that individual values play no role in Marx's theory of prices of production, but the total new value produced by current labor in the economy as a whole plays a crucial role. The total new value determines, in part, the total surplus value produced, which in turn determines, in part, the general rate of profit and ultimately prices of production, as discussed in previous chapters, and summarized in the following equations, discussed in Chapter 2. S equals N, V equals ML, V equals ML, MLN equals MLS. R equals S/C plus V. PPI equals CI plus VI, plus R, CI plus VI. Describing this logical sequence in reverse, prices of production are not determined by multiplying transformation coefficients for each commodity by the individual values, as in the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation, but by adding the average profit to given money costs, and the average profit is determined by multiplying the general rate of profit by the given money capital invested in each industry. The general rate of profit is itself determined by dividing the total surplus value, determined in the prior macro analysis, by the total capital invested in the economy as a whole, and the total surplus value is determined as the difference between the total new value produced by workers and the total wages they are paid. Nothing cancels out in this logic of sequential determination. 2. Sraffian interpretation 11. The Sraffian interpretation and criticism of Marx's theory, example Steedman, is similar to the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation in the fundamental respect that it interprets Marx's theory in terms of a dual system, a value system and a price system, and that Marx failed to transform the inputs in the price system from values to prices of production, and Marx also mistakenly used the value rate of profit to determine prices of production in the price system. 12 Therefore, the Sraffian interpretation also concludes that Marx's theory of prices of production as he presented it is logically incoherent. I have disputed these criticisms in the previous section, and indeed in the entire book, and these rebuttals need not be repeated here. The Sraffian correction of Marx's theory is essentially Sraffa's theory, which disaggregates the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy reproduction schemes with 3 departments into an input-output matrix with n industries. The fundamental similarity of these two interpretations is that they are both in terms of a system of simultaneous equations, in which the rate of profit is determined simultaneously with input prices and output prices. The well-known Sraffian system of simultaneous equations, in matrix notation, is the following. Px equals, Pa plus PBL, 1 plus R. We can see that Marx circuit of monocapitalismus ingal together in this correction, and Marx's logic of sequential determination is replaced by the logic of simultaneous determination, as in the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation. This Raffian price system consists of n equations in, n plus 2, unknowns, the n price of production theory all wage, b, and third of profit, r. In order to solve this system of equations, two more assumptions are necessary. Usually the real wage is taken as given and the price of one commodity is set equals 1 as a normally Zaschen condition. This arbitrary commodity becomes the numerator in terms of which the prices of all other commodities are expressed. In this interpretation, there is no logical connection between the values determined in the value system and the prices of production determined in the price system. There are no transformation coefficients which ostensibly convert values into prices of production, as in the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation. Instead, prices of production are derived directly from the technical coefficients of production and the real wage. One does not need Samuelson's eraser to eliminate values from the determination of prices of production. In the Sraffian interpretation, values do not even appear to determine prices of production. The Sraffian correction also comes to the same damaging quantitative conclusions as the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation. Both of Marx's two aggregate equalities cannot be true simultaneously. One can choose which aggregate equality to assume, but the other one will generally be violated. And the price rate of profit will always be different from the value rate of profit. Similar to the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation, the value rate of profit plays no role in the determination of the price rate of profit and prices of production. 2.1 Value is not redundant since the value system is not necessary to determine the rate of profit and prices of production. Sraffians argue that the value system is redundant. 13 One can try to derive prices of production from values, but it is not necessary to do so. One can instead derive the same prices of production directly from the same physical quantities without reference to values. I certainly agree that Sraffian theory can derive prices of production and a rate of profit from physical quantities without reference to values, although with some very unrealistic assumptions, some of which will be discussed in the following paragraphs. However, that does not mean that Marx's theory of prices of production and the rate of profit is redundant. Instead, Marx's theory provides an alternative theory of price of production and the profit rate, which is entirely different from Sraffian theory, and which comes to different quantitative conclusions. In the first place, even the definition of the rate of profit is very different in the two theories. We have seen in part 1 that Marx's theory is about the actual annual rate of profit in the real capitalist economy, which reflects actual sales of commodities and actual profit on these actual sales. By contrast, the rate of profit in Sraffian theory is not the actual annual rate of profit, but is instead a hypothetical rate of profit, completely unique to Sraffian theory. The hypothetical nature of the Sraffian rate of profit is the result of attempts to solve two very difficult problems that arise in Sraffian theory, and in linear production theory in general, because it is based on the logical method of given physical quantities and simultaneous determination. 1. How to include fixed capital, a very important and prominent feature of capitalist economies, in a theory based on simultaneous determination. Sraffa called fixed capital an insuperable obstacle. Quoting Wicksell, and Sraffa struggled for decades to overcome this obstacle. 14 and 2. How to include unequal turnover periods across industries, another very important and ubiquitous feature of capitalist economies. In a theory based on simultaneous determination, Sraffa did not explicitly discuss this problem, and assumed instead that all industries have the same turnover period, and thus that all commodities are exchanged at the same time, which he called the annual harvest method. Point 15 The Sraffian solution to these insuperable problems is to make the following extremely unrealistic assumptions. 1. Fixed capital is assumed to be entirely consumed in every period, and the output of production in every period is assumed to include, in addition to regular products, hypothetical partialized machines as joint products. whose prices are determined simultaneously in every period along with the prices of actual commodities, i.e., fixed capital, is in effect treated as if it were circulating capital. 16. 2. All the different turnover periods in different industries are converted to multiples of a hypothetical unit time period, example Steedman's week. 17. And the result of production in every unit time period is assumed to include, in addition to regular products and partially used machines, hypothetical partially completed products as joint products, whose prices are also determined simultaneously in every unit time period. Along with the price of regular products and the price of the hypothetical partially used machines, lots of equations and lots of variables here. Point 18. Thus, the rate of profit that is determined in Sraffian theory is not the actual annual rate of profit, but is instead the rate of profit for this hypothetical unit time period, which includes imaginary profit on partially completed products and imaginary profit on partially used machines, even though these commodities are not actually sold on markets and profit is not actually received on these commodities. This fundamental difference by itself makes it worthwhile to consider Marx's alternative theory of the rate of profit, at least it is about the actual rate of profit. Marx's method of sequential determination, on the other hand, has no problem incorporating fixed capital and unequal turnover periods. Fixed capital is taken as given, as a component of the initial capital M, and depreciated over its expected lifetime, and thus there is no need to assume hypothetical partially used machines as joint products. Similarly with unequal turnover periods, since the initial capital is taken as given, there is no need to determine input prices and output prices at the same time, and thus there is no need to assume either hypothetical equal turnover times or hypothetical partially completed products in every unit time period, whose prices are determined simultaneously with the prices of actual commodities. Another difference between these two theories of the rate of profit is that, according to Sraffian theory, the rate of profit is determined by technology alone, whereas according to Marx's theory, the rate of profit is determined by the total surplus labor in relation to the given total capital invested, and the total surplus labor also depends on additional factors besides technology, including the number of workers employed, the length of the working day, and the intensity of labor. This fundamental difference between these two theories of the rate of profit is strikingly revealed by a consideration of a hypothetical economy based on full automation, only machines, no labor, which has been discussed in the literature. Point 19. According to Sraffian theory, if there is a physical surplus in this fully automated economy, then there will always be a positive rate of profit, even though there is no labor or surplus labor. According to Marx's theory, on the other hand, such an economy would have a zero rate of profit, even though there is a physical surplus. The only source of profit is surplus labor. This important conclusion is unique to Marx's theory, and it clearly demonstrates that Marx's theory of the rate of profit is not redundant, but is instead a different theory of the rate of profit compared to Sraffian theory. The key to the explanation of these different conclusions about a fully automated economy has to do with the different initial givens in the two theories of third of profit as emphasized in this book. The initial givens in Sraffa's theory are physical quantities without prices. Itis asifna capitalis advanced to purchase the means of production, and the means of production enter capitalist production, and the capitalist valorization process, as mere physical goods, without already existing prices. The prices of the means of production are unknowns or variables, which are determined simultaneously with the prices of outputs, and, if there is a physical surplus, these input prices can always be determined low enough by this method, compared to the output prices, so that there can be a positive rate of profit paid on these low input prices, even though there is no labor and no surplus labor. Since the physical inputs have no pre-existing prices, their prices can be as low as necessary in order to yield a positive profit. In Marx's theory, on the other hand, the initial givens are actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power in the beginning of the circuit of money capital. Commodities are analyzed as products of capital, and these pre-existing quantities of money capital advanced are not unknowns, but rather knowns that are used to determine the unknowns of M and delta M. These quantities of money capital advanced are a benchmark, or a break-even point which must be recovered before there can be any surplus value. The given pre-existing amount of money constant capital is transferred to the value of the output, i.e., it reappears as one component of the value of the output. The amount of value transferred is identically equal to the amount of value which existed previously as constant capital, no less and especially no more. Therefore, according to Marx's theory, this transfer of a given, pre-existing amount of value cannot be a source of surplus value. In the case of full automation, according to Marx's theory, a given amount of money constant capital would be advanced to purchase means of production, and this given pre-existing amount of money capital would be transferred as the first component of the value of the output. However, as we have seen, this transfer of a given, pre-existing amount of value cannot be a source of surplus value. If there is no labor, full automation, then there will be no new value component of the value of the output, and thus there will be no possibility of surplus value or profit, new value produced by labor variable capital. Metaphorically, in Sraffian theory, the input price spark an always beset low enough by simultaneous determination, so that the output prices can always get over that low bar, and there can always be a positive profit. In Marx's theory, on the other hand, the bar is set in advance, by the actual quantity of money capital advanced, and the only way for output prices to get over that actually existing bar is by surplus labor. If the input prices as determined by Sraffian theory and simultaneous determination are less than the actual initial money capital advanced, then capitalists would suffer a capital loss, and the positive profit determined by Sraffian theory would be offset by the capital loss, and there would be no actual positive profit, in spite of a Sraffian positive profit. Therefore, Marx's labor theory of value is not redundant with respect to his own theory of the rate of profit, but is instead essential, and provides an altogether different theory of THIRD of profit than Sraffian theory. The fact that Sraffian theory provides a theory of THIRD of profit independent of values does not make Marx's theory of the rate of profit redundant, because Marx's theory is a fundamentally different theory, based on the labor theory of value and surplus value. Steedman has argued elsewhere that this different conclusion of Marx's theory with respect to the test case of full automation proves that Marx's theory is false. 20 Steedman's argument of course presumes that Sraffian theory is true, and thus that the contrary conclusion of Marx's theory must be false. However, for the many reasons discussed throughout this book, I consider Marx's theory to be more correct than Sraffian theory. It seems to me that profit in capitalism is determined in relation to a pre-existing, given amount of money capital advanced, rather than in relation to an unknown amount, that is determined simultaneously with output prices, and in such a way that profit can always be positive, no matter what the actual amount of money capital advanced. In whatever way this clash of theories might be decided, the fact that there is a clash of different theories demonstrates that Marx's theory is not redundant. Rather, Marx's theory is a different theory from Sraffian theory, coming to different conclusions, and, for this reason, not redundant. Spencer Pack has also emphasized that the case of full automation dramatizes or highlights the differences between Marx's theory and Sraffian theory. 21 Pack states, they are two different theories of value which often yield different conclusions. 22 Pack does not go as far as Steedman, and claim that the case of full automation proves that Marx's theory is false. Rather, Pack says that this case casts doubt, but not definitive, on the labor theory of value. 23 He says that full automation is a paradox for the labor theory of value. 24 Pack attempts to reconstruct Marx's theory without the labor theory of value in terms of Sraffian theory. He calls it a commodity theory of value. In any case, Pack clearly recognizes the differences between these two theories, and thus recognizes that Marx's theory is not redundant. Marx's theory is redundant only for someone who thinks that Sraffian theory is the only possible theory of the rate of profit. 2.2 Value is not useless. Steedman argues further that, not only is the labor theory of value redundant, it is also useless, because it does not in fact provide a theory of the rate of profit. Adl. Point 25. This argument thastadouth choice of technique. Steedman argues that values depend on technical conditions, and the choice of technology depends on the rate of profit. Therefore, values depend on the rate of profit, rather than the other way around. The rate of profit is determined logically prior to the determination of values, and therefore the rate of profit cannot be determined by values. This impossibility of deriving the rate of profit from values is illustrated by Steedman's famous fork diagram. Both values and prices could be derived from the technical conditions, the two prongs of the fork, but, when theory is choice of technique, it is not possible to move logically from the value prong to the price and rate of profit prong. However, Steedman's criticism applies only to the Sraffian misinterpretation of Marx's theory. It does not apply to Marx's theory correctly interpreted. Steedman's argument that the current rate of profit is determined logically prior to values depends on the Sraffian theory of the rate of profit, but does not apply to Marx's theory of the rate of profit. The choice of technology before the current period depends on the expected rate of profit, not the actual rate of profit of the current period. The current rate of profit that results from the technology chosen is not known at the time the technology is chosen. However, according to Sraffian theory, the current rate of profit is determined by technology alone, and therefore the choice of technology also determines the current rate of profit, and the current rate of profit is always equal to the expected rate of profit. It is in this sense that Steedman argues that the rate of profit is determined prior to values. However, in Marx's theory, the current rate of profit is not determined by technology alone, so Steedman's argument does not apply to Marx's theory. Instead, after the choice of technology is made, the rate of profit in Marx's theory also depends on the total surplus labor, which in turn depends on the length of the working day, the intensity of labor, etc. Therefore, in Marx's theory, the choice of technology, which depends on the expected rate of profit, does not determine the actual current rate of profit, and the current rate of profit is not determined prior to values. Instead, after the choice of technology, the rate of profit remains to be determined by the labor theory of value and the surplus labor of the current period. The Sraffian interpretation of values may be useless in the Sraffian theory of the rate of profit, but Marx's labor theory of value and surplus value is essential in his different theory of the rate of profit. Steedman concludes his argument about the impossibility of deriving prices of production from values as follows. This conclusion, it should be emphasized, is the conclusion of an argument in logic. Should anyone wish to challenge it, they must do so either by finding a logical flaw in the argument or by rejecting explicitly and coherently one or more of the assumptions on which it is based. Point 26. My challenge to this conclusion is also an argument in logic. I am rejecting explicitly and I think coherently not just only assumption on which Steedman's argument is based, but the entire logical method on which it is based, with two systems, a hypothetical value system and the actual price system, and the only connection between them is the physical quantities of inputs and outputs that are taken as given in both systems. I argue instead that Marx's theory is based on an entirely different logical method, one that is based on a single system, the actual capitalist economy, which is analyzed first at the macro level and then at the micro level, and the initial givens at both the macro and the micro level are the actual quantities of money capital advanced at the beginning of the circuit. Using this logical method, there is a straightforward way to derive prices of production from values, as described in Part 1 of this book, and summarized algebraically in Chapter 2. 2.3 Joint products is not a problem. Another Sraffian criticism is that joint products of two or more commodities in the same process makes the labor theory of value impossible, because it is not possible to separate the labor time involved in the process into individual components for each commodity. This criticism is again based on a misunderstanding of Marx's theory and its logical method. As discussed in Part I, value in Marx's theory is first and foremost a macro theory about the total value of the total commodity product produced in the economy as a whole, which is used to determine the total surplus value produced in the economy as a whole. Secondarily, Marx's theory is about prices of production, which is an industry-wide concept, the gross annual industry revenue. If two commodities are produced in the same industry, they will both be included in the gross annual industry revenue. Therefore, joint products pose no problem whatsoever in Marx's theory of value and surplus value and prices of production. The division of a total industry revenue into individual parts for the joint products produced in that industry is an internal decision made by firms in the industry. This division of the total industry revenue is not regulated by values, but the total industry revenue prior to its division is regulated by values and the equalization of the rate of profit. 2.4 Interdependence of M and R and circular reasoning. Another Sraffian criticism of Marx's theory is this: the initial M cannot be taken as given and used to determine the rate of profit, because M itself depends on the rate of profit, that is, M is equal to the prices of production of the inputs, and prices of production depend in part on the rate of profit. Because of this interdependence, it is argued, M and R must be determined simultaneously, otherwise the reasoning would be circular. Point 27 Yerg to the contrary, that Marx's reasoning between men is not circular. M is taken as given, as a pre-existing known datum, without reference to R. No explanation of M is necessary in order to use the pre-existing M to explain the resulting delta M and R. Marx's theory proceeds from the known M, capital advanced and consumed, to the unknowns M, capital recovered, delta M, surplus capital recovered, the general rate of profit and price of production. This logic is sequential, not circular. As discussed in Chapter 1, many other economic theories throughout the history of economics, Smith, Mill, Keynes, etc., also took money costs as given in their theories of value. Therefore, the Sraffian critique, if it were valid, it is not, would also apply to all these other theories as well. All these other theories, which are also based on given money costs and sequential determination, would also be illegitimate. According to the Sraffians, the only legitimate economic theory is one based on simultaneous determination and with given physical input-output quantities, i.e., Sraffian theory. Such methodological dogmatism is inappropriate and unwarranted in the endlessly conflicted and controversial field of economics, especially since simultaneous determination requires such unrealistic assumptions, as discussed in the previous section. Different types of economic theory should be allowed, including those based on given money costs and sequential determination, and the relative validity of different theories should be evaluated on the basis of their relative explanatory power. See the last chapter of this book. Wicksell is celebrated by Sraffians for having recognized that the value of capital depends on the rate of interest, and thus that the value of capital cannot be used to determine the rate of interest. That would be arguing in a circle. However, Wicksell defined and determined the value of capital in an entirely different way from Marx. Rather than defining capital as the actual quantity of money capital advanced and recovered, Wicksell defined the value of capital as the discounted net present value of the expected future returns over the lifetime of the capital goods, i.e., the expected future delta MS, which are taken as given, with the prevailing rate of interest which is taken as given as the discount rate. With this different definition of capital, the value of capital obviously cannot be determined without knowledge of the rate of interest. However, in Marx's theory, the value of capital is not the discounted net present value of expected future profits, rather the value of the initial capital is instead the actual money capital advanced at the beginning of the circuit of capital, M, as a known quantity, independent of the prevailing rate of interest and the expected future delta MS. Therefore, Wicksell's criticism of circularity does not apply to Marx's theory. Furthermore, Wicksell himself took the initial capital invested as given, V0 in his algebraic model, the initial cost of the grapes in his winemaking example. Point 28 Although Wicksell did not call V0 capital, it was in fact the initial capital advanced to purchase the grapes. And he took this initial capital as given, along with the expected future earnings from this investment and the prevailing rate of interest, in order to determine what he called the value of capital. See equation 4 on p. 179. As we have seen, Marx also took the initial capital invested as given, but he used this given initial capital, along with the labor theory of value, for an entirely different purpose, to determine the total value and total surplus value of the total commodity product, total M and total delta M. If it is a legitimate logical method for Wicksel's theory to take the initial capital investment as given, then it is also a legitimate logical method for Marx's theory to do so. Conclusion. This chapter has discussed that main version soft standard interpretation of Marx's theory, the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation and the Serafian interpretation. Both of these theories come to largely negative conclusions, especially the latter, concerning the logical consistency of Marx's theory of prices of production, especially the failure to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital from values to prices of production. However, I argue that thesis standard interpretation Serimus interpretation of Marx's logical method, and that if Marx's method is correctly interpreted, prior determination of the total surplus value, single system, circuit of money capital, initial money capital taken as given, then Marx's theory of prices of production in Volume 3 is logically complete and consistent with his theory of value and surplus value in Volume I. Marx did not fail to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital because such a transformation is not supposed to be made in Marx's theory. Instead, the same quantities of constant and variable capital are taken as given in both the macro theory of the total surplus value and in the micro theory of prices of production, the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power at the beginning of the circuit of money capital. One does not need to correct Marx's theory, which is based on the sequential determination of total value, total surplus value, the general rate of profit, individual industry prices of production, in that order, and replace it with an entirely different theory based on simultaneous determination of input prices and output prices and the rate of profit. In this case, the cure very definitely kills the patient, even though the patient is not even sick. In recent decades, there have been a number of reinterpretations of Marx's theory of the transformation problem that have challenged to varying degrees these standard interpretations. The remaining chapters of Part 2 will discuss the most important of these recent reinterpretations of Marx's theory of prices of production and the transformation problem. Appendix. Comparison of interpretations of Marx's theory, Serafian and macromonetary. This short appendix presents the following table, which compares algebraically the macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory presented in this book and the Serafian interpretation. Point 29. We can see first of all the striking differences in the two interpretations of Volume I, especially the different variables to be determined, the total surplus value, i.e., total delta M, in the economy as a whole versus individual labor values. In addition, the initial givens are fundamentally different, quantities of money capital and socially necessary labor time, and the melt, versus physical quantities, input-output and labor coefficients. Finally, the method of determination, a sequence of logically connected equations versus a system of simultaneous equations. The differences with respect to Volume 3 are almost as striking. The initial givens are again fundamentally different, the total surplus value, the general rate of profit, and individual quantities of money capital advanced versus the same physical quantities as in Volume I plus the real wage. The variables determined appear to be more similar, both interpretations determine prices of production, but there is a significant difference which was discussed in Chapter 2, in the macromonetary interpretation. Prices of production are defined as gross. Macromonetary interpretation Serafian interpretation. Volume 1 Total Economy Individual Value System. Givens total money capital, M equals C plus V, input-output coefficients, Aij, total current labor, L, labor coefficients, Li, money value produced per hour, M. Variables total value price, P, unit labor values, lambda I, determine total surplus value, S, delta M, general rate of profit, R. Equations of P equals C plus N equals C plus ML lambda I equals lambda JAIJ plus Li determination S equals N, V equals ML, V, system of simultaneous R equals S/M equations. Volume 3 Individual Industries Individual Price System. Givens total surplus value, S, input-output coefficients, AIJ, rate of profit, R, real wage, BJ, industry money capitals, ME equals CI plus 6, labor coefficients, LI. Variables industry prices of production, PPI, unit prices, PI, determined price rate of profit, R. Equations of PPI equals CI plus 6 plus R, ME, pi equals PJAIJ plus PJBJ Li, 1 plus R, determination, system of simultaneous equations. Method of sequential simultaneous determination. Annual industry revenue, the sum of total annual industry costs plus the average annual profit, whereas in the Sraffian interpretation prices of production are defined as unit prices, i.e., price per unit of output. And the equations are again completely different, an independent equation for each industry, which are connected by the predetermined general rate of profit versus a system of simultaneous equations, in which the rate of profit is determined simultaneously with input and output prices. One can also see that the Sraffian reinterpretation of Marx's theory eliminates labor values altogether. There are no price-value transformation coefficients, as in the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation, and turns Marx's theory into Sraffian theory, which determines unit prices of production and the rate of profit simultaneously and from the given physical quantities. Overall, all these differences can be summarized succinctly in the bottom line: the logical method of sequential determination, macro to micro and known M to unknowns M and delta M, versus the logical method of simultaneous determination. Schick's iterative interpretation. One of the first authors to defend Marx's theory against the standard criticisms discussed in the previous chapter was Anwar Sheikh Nasriasov Papers. 1. Schick's interpretation is similar to the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation discussed in the previous chapter, a dual system interpretation, value system and price system, with a three-department reproduction scheme as the analytical framework and the same system of simultaneous equations, three equations in four unknowns, although these equations are not explicitly presented by Schick. All the labor value magnitudes at the beginning of the transformation process are the same as Sweezy's magnitudes. Schick also includes the corresponding variables in price terms on the assumption that 1 hour equals 2.2 pounds. Schick argues that Marx's presentation of his theory of prices of production in Part 2 of Volume 3 of Capital is not incorrect, but is instead only incomplete. It is only the first step of a multi-step iterative process, which needs to be completed, and which Schick proceeds to do, and the end results of this iterative process are long-run prices of production and the associated rate of profit. Schick argues that his iterative method is not an alternative to Marx's method, but is instead a repeated application of Marx's method. Schick agrees that Marx did not transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital, but he argues that these inputs can be transformed by an extension of what Marx did do. There are two main differences between Schick's interpretation and the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation, which unfortunately turn out to be not very significant. In the first place, Schick assumes a different invariance postulate, that total price of production equals total value, rather than total profit equals total surplus value. However, this difference affects only the absolute magnitudes of the prices, and does not affect relative prices and the rate of profit. And secondly, Schick's method of solving the system of quotients is an iterative method rather than a simultaneous algebraic method. However, Schick's iterative method comes to the same quantitative conclusions as the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy simultaneous interpretation. Indeed, the iterative interpretation is only an alternative computational method of solving a system of simultaneous, homogeneous, equations. The system of simultaneous equations and the solutions to this system remain essentially the same. I will first briefly review Schick's iterative method in the first section, and then I will discuss various criticisms of Sheik's interpretation. Point 3. 1. Iterative method. Sheik's iterative procedure starts with exchange at values. Step 1a. The rate of surplus value is assumed to be the same in all industries, equals 2/3, and the amount of surplus value produced in each industry is determined by the product of this rate of surplus value and the variable capital in each industry. SI equals Rs. 6. Step 1b then illustrates Marx's transformation. The value rate of profit is determined by the total surplus value divided by total constant capital and variable capital, evaluated in terms of values, and the average profit of each industry is then determined by the product of this value rate of profit and the constant and variable capital invested in each industry. Finally, the price of production for each industry in this first iteration is the sum of the average profit and the constant and variable capital invested in each industry. Algebraically, all variables evaluated in terms of values. VRP equals S/C plus V. Pi equals CI plus 6, plus VRP, CI plus 6. Steps 2a and 2b then illustrate Sheik's extension of Marx's transformation as follows. Step 2a first adjusts the inputs of constant capital and variable capital to the prices of production of departments I, means of production, and 2, means of subsistence, derived in the previous step 1b. Step 2.10 determines the new prices of production that result from equalizing the profit rate over the revised magnitudes of constant and variable capital, in the same way as step 1b. A key assumption of this iterative procedure is the invariance postulate, or iteration rule, that the total price, for the economy as a whole, remains constant in the second step and in all subsequent steps, and equal to the total direct price, the total value expressed in money terms, in the first step. As already mentioned, this assumption is different from the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy's invariance postulate, total profit equals total surplus value. Another key assumption is that in the second step and in all later steps the total profit, for the economy as a whole, is determined differently from step 1a. The total profit, or total surplus value, is not determined by the product of variable capital and the rate of surplus value, as in 1a, but is instead determined by subtracting the revised total constant and variable capital from the total price. Since total price remains constant, and constant capital and variable capital vary from iteration to iteration, total profit will also vary inversely to constant and variable capital. This procedure is repeated step after step until the changes in prices of production between two steps becomes negligibly small and prices of production converge to long-run equilibrium prices. In every step, the physical quantities of means of production, means of subsistence, and luxury goods remain the same, and are in effect the fundamental givens in this iterative procedure, from which values and prices of production are derived, similar to the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation. The end results of this iterative process are prices of production that are the same as those derived from the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy method, except for a proportionality factor due to the different invariance postulate. Sheik calls the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy prices the correct prices, which his method is able to replicate. The rate of profit is also the same for both methods, equals 25%. The advantage of this iterative method, according to Sheik, is that these results are obtained, not by an alternative to Marx's transformation procedure, but by successive applications of Marx's procedure. The usual Bortkiewicz-Sweezy method jumps over Marx's transformation procedure and goes directly from values to long-run prices of production and the associated rate of profit, and thus Marx's transformation plays no role in the determination of prices of production and the rate of profit. Sheik argues to the contrary that according to his method, Marx's transformation plays a crucial connecting role between values and prices of production. To labor theory of value essential? However, in a quantitative sense, Sheik's interpretation of Marx's theory is not really an alternative to the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation, because it comes to the same quantitative conclusions concerning relative prices of production and the rate of profit, example equals 25%. Sheik argues that, in spite of these identical quantitative conclusions, Marx's theory provides much more than just the determination of these quantitative magnitudes. Marx's theory also explains the deeper meaning of these price quantities, that prices are the monetary expression of labor times a reflection of the theory of circulation. Schick also argues that his iterative interpretation shows how prices of production are derived from labor values by extending Marx's transformation procedure. However, I argue that Schick's interpretation is an inaccurate interpretation of Marx's theory, and that Schick's interpretation does not demonstrate that prices of production are derived from labor values by this iterative method. Schick makes these claims because labor values are his starting point for his iterative derivation of prices of production. However, using this iterative method, the initial magnitudes could be anything, i.e., could be any arbitrary set of numbers, and the end results would be the same prices of production and the same rate of profit. Point 4. The insignificance of the initial magnitudes is one of the characteristics of using this iterative method to solve a system of homogeneous simultaneous equations. The iterative method is the method said by computers, example Excel, to solve homogeneous simultaneous equations. The computer guesses at the initial values, and then calculates successive approximations of the solutions iteratively until the solution is found. The insignificance of the initial magnitudes does not inspire confidence that labor values are the real causal factors in the determination of prices of production and the rate of profit. The real causal factors in Schick's interpretation seem to be the physical quantities that remain the same for all the different initial magnitudes and through all the iterations for each set of initial magnitudes. The real causal factors do not seem to be the insignificant initial magnitudes, but rather the unchanging physical quantities. The labor theory of value plays a role in Schick's interpretation of the determination of prices of production, but it is not an essential role, it is only a computational role, and could be replaced by an infinite number of other initial magnitudes, and still, relative, prices of production and rate of profit would be the same. Schick's iterative procedure looks like sequential determination, but it is not really. It is sequential determination within any given iteration, but over all iterations, it is only a computational method for simultaneous determination. Schick acknowledges that one result of his interpretation that appears to contradict Marx's transformation is that, at the end of the process, total profit is not equal to the total money surplus value in step 1. However, Schick argues that the apparent difference between total money surplus value and total profit in the accounts of capitalist enterprises is offset by implicit revenue gains, or losses, in the accounts of capitalist households. Point 5. Therefore, in this broader sense of capitalist society as a whole, including capitalist households, total capitalist income is indeed equal to total money surplus value. For example, if capitalist enterprise total profit is less than total money surplus value, this means that the price of production of luxury goods is less than their value, so that when capitalists purchase these luxury goods at cheaper prices, they receive an implicit revenue gain. When this implicit revenue gain is added to capitalist enterprise profit, then total capitalist income is equal to total money surplus value for capitalist society as a whole. Schick calls this implicit revenue gain the conversion of capital into revenue. I find Schick's explanation of how his interpretation can be compatible with Marx's conclusion that total profit equals total surplus value to be highly speculative and very dubious. Marx never said anything about capitalist households in his published writings on this subject. He never suggested in his conclusion that total profit equals total surplus value includes implicit revenue gains, or losses, for capitalist households, and that the transformation process would normally involve such a conversion of capital into revenue, or vice versa. All the textual indications are that, when Marx said total profit equals total surplus value, he meant the profit of capitalist enterprises, and did not include implicit revenue gains or losses of capitalist households, which are never mentioned in this context, if ever at all. Schick quotes only one passage from Marx to support his interpretation, which is the following 6. This phenomenon of the conversion of capital into revenue should be noted, because it creates the illusion that the amount of profit grows, or in the opposite case decreases, independently of the amount of surplus value. Point 7 Sheikh suggests that this passage shows that Marx was aware of the phenomenon of conversion of capital into revenue, and he implies that this conversion has to do with the transformation of values into prices of production and the resulting inequality, in his interpretation, between total profit and total surplus value. However, this passage provides no such support for Sheikh's interpretation. This passage is from chapter 22 of Theories of Surplus Value, in volume 3, on the classical economist George Ramsay. This chapter mentions the transformation of values into prices of production only once and in passing, p.333, 12 pages before the passage quoted by Sheikh. This chapter is mainly about the effect of a change in the value of constant capital on the amount and the rate of profit. Ramsay had argued that a change in the value of constant capital affected both the amount and the rate of profit, which makes it appear as if profit has another source besides surplus labor, and Marx of course criticized this mistaken view. Marx argued instead that, for example, a decline in the value of constant capital does not affect the amount of profit, but it does increase the rate of profit because less constant capital has to be invested. Such a decline of constant capital also enables capitalists to convert a portion of the previous constant capital into personal revenue that could be spent on consumer goods. However, this conversion of capital into revenue discussed in this chapter has nothing to do with the transformation of values into prices of production, nor with the resulting inequality between total profit and total surplus value, according to Sheikh's interpretation, but instead has to do with changes in the prices of the means of production due to a change of productivity in the production of means of production. 4. Divergencies and limits. Sheikh also argues that the divergence between total money surplus value and the total profit of capitalist enterprises is limited by value categories, and in particular this divergence is determined by two factors: 1. The divergence of the prices of production of luxury goods and the values of these goods, and 2. The percentage of the total money surplus value that is spent on luxury goods. If all the money surplus value is consumed, then the divergence between total money surplus value and total enterprise will be the maximum, and if none of the total money surplus value is consumed, i.e., all the surplus value is accumulated, then the divergence will be zero and total money surplus value will be equal to total enterprise profit. Therefore, according to Sheikh, the Labour theory of value still provides the determination of the total surplus value and also provides the determination of the divergence of total profit from total surplus value and the limit of this divergence. Total profit in the sphere of circulation is autonomous from the total surplus value in the sphere of production, but this autonomy is only relative, and it ultimately limited by the total surplus value and determined by the labor theory of value. However, this limit on the divergence of total profit from total surplus value is again a mathematical artifact of the iterative method of solving simultaneous equations. There is nothing unique about labor values in the determination of this limit. Once again, we could choose any set of initial magnitudes for constant capital and variable capital, which I will call not values, for fun and emphasis. We could use these not values to calculate not surplus value and the not rate of profit. As we have seen, we could then go through a similar iterative process, and the same invariance postulate, and arrive at the same prices of production and the same rate of profit as we did starting with labor values. We would again have a similar result that the deviation of the total profit from the total not surplus value depends on two similar factors: 1. The divergence of the prices of production of luxury goods from their not values, and 2. The percentage of the total profit that is spent on these luxury goods. Sheikh presents the deviation of total profit from total surplus value as if the total surplus value is the primary variable, and total profit is a secondary variable that deviates from the total surplus value according to the two factors mentioned above. However, since similar limits can be given for any other set of initial magnitudes, the real primary variable in these relations is total profit, determined by the physical quantities, and the total surplus value and the total not surplus value are the secondary variables, which are different deviations from the total profit, depending on which of the initial magnitudes are chosen. Point 8. Sheikh also argues that the transformed rate of profit, i.e., the price rate of profit, in the sphere of circulation will closely reflect the value rate of profit in the sphere of production. Point 9. But this argument is based on the assumptions just discussed concerning the determination of the limit of the deviation of total profit from total surplus value, and thus is subject to the same objections. In Sheikh's iterative interpretation, the transformed rate of profit is the fundamental variable, and the value rate of profit, and the not value rate of profit, etc., deviates from this fundamental transformed rate of profit, depending on the initial magnitudes. 5. Change of value added. Another result of Sheikh's interpretation which contradicts Marx's theory, and which Sheikh has not discussed, is that the value-added component of the total price also changes from iteration to iteration and over the whole process. That is, the value-added component of the total price of production is not equal to the value-added component of the total value, or direct price, event how the quantity of living labor does not change. In Sheikh's example, value added in value terms is £1,000, and value added in final prices of production is £910 and 10 pence. Therefore, according to Sheikh's interpretation, and contrary to Marx's theory, the value-added component of the price of commodities is not dependent solely on living labor, but also depends on some other factor, that has to do with the distribution of surplus value and the equalization of the rate of profit. 6. Conclusion. In summary, I conclude that Sheikh's interpretation is not a very promising defense of Marx's theory, nor a promising path for the further development of Marx's theory. Sheikh's interpretation is essentially the same as the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation, with a dual system and simple reproduction as the logical framework and the same system of simultaneous equations to be solved for price of production and the rate of profit. This is not a different interpretation of the logical structure of Marx's theory, but only a different method of solving this system of simultaneous equations. The quantitative conclusions of prices of production and the rate of profit reached by Sheikh are the same as the conclusions reached by Bortkiewicz-Sweezy, except for a proportionality factor. Sheikh argues that Marx's theory also explains how these prices of production are derived from values, but this argument is undermined by the fact the same prices of production could be derived from any arbitrary initial magnitudes for constant capital and variable capital, example from not values. Furthermore, only one of Marx's aggregate equalities is satisfied in Sheikh's interpretation as in the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation. Sheikh assumes an invariance postulate of total price of production equals total value, but total profit is not equal to total surplus value, which contradicts Marx's conclusion. Sheikh attempts to explain this contrary result by implicit revenue gains, or losses, by capitalist households, which result from buying luxury goods at prices that are different from their values. But this explanation is very speculative and is not supported by any textual evidence. Sheikh also attempts to explain the limits of the divergence between total profit and total surplus value, but again this argument is undermined by the fact that similar limits could be derived for any arbitrary initial magnitudes. The total value added also changes according to Sheikh's transformation, even though total current labor remains the same, again contradicting Marx's theory. The basic reason for these problems in Sheikh's interpretation is that he essentially accepts the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation of Marx's logical method. As long as one accepts the basic Bortkiewicz-Sweezy framework, dual system, simple reproduction, system of simultaneous equations, then it is impossible to escape the conclusions that follow from this framework. But I argue that the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy framework is a fundamental misinterpretation of Marx's logical method. Missing are the key features of Marx's logical method discussed in Part I of this book: the prior determination of the total surplus value and the general rate of profit, a single system throughout, the circuit of money capital as the logical framework, with the initial money capital M taken as the initial given in the theory of how this initial pre-existing M becomes M plus delta M. Therefore, the conclusions that follow from the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy misinterpretation do not in fact apply to Marx's theory, correctly interpreted. Chapter 8. The New Interpretation. This chapter discusses the new interpretation, NI, of Marx's theory, which was developed independently by Duncan Foley and Gerard Dumenil in the early 1980s. I will discuss three versions of the new interpretation presented by Foley, Dumenil, and Simon Mahon, which are generally the same, but with some differences. Point 1. I am grateful to Foley, Dumenil, and Mahon for extensive and productive discussions over the years. The new interpretation is an important contribution to Marxian scholarship. However, I will argue in this chapter that the NI only goes halfway in breaking away from the standard physical quantities interpretation of Marx's theory. The NI takes variable capital as given, as the actual money wage, which is assumed to remain invariant in the transformation of values into prices of production, similar to my interpretation, but it derives constant capital from given physical quantities of means of production, first as their hypothetical value and then as their actual price of production, as in the standard interpretation. Therefore, I argue that there is a key methodological inconsistency in the NI, the different ways in which variable capital and constant capital are determined. Furthermore, because constant capital is not taken as given, the rate of profit cannot be determined as in Marx's theory, by the ratio of the total surplus value to the total capital invested, but is instead determined in the NI by the Sraffian method of a physical input-output matrix. Therefore, I conclude that the NI should instead go all the way to a monetary interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory, both constant capital and variable capital. 1. Foley's new interpretation. The version of the new interpretation by Duncan Foley is the most similar to my own interpretation. I will first briefly summarize the main characteristics of Foley's interpretation and then discuss the similarities and differences with my interpretation. Foley's interpretation can be summarized as consisting of the following main points. 1. Money and the monetary nature of Marx's theory are emphasized, and the monetary circuit of capital is interpreted as the general logical framework of Marx's theory, represented by the familiar formula M, C, P, C, M plus delta M. According to Foley, this circuit of money capital corresponds to actual flows of money capital which are recorded in the bookkeeping accounts of capitalist enterprises. Consistent with this emphasis, Foley defines the key variables in Marx's theory of surplus value, constant capital, variable capital, value added and surplus value, in terms of money, as the stocks and flows of money capital within the general framework of the circuit of money capital. Point 2. 2. Marx's theory of surplus value, delta M, is interpreted as primarily a macroeconomic theory about the total surplus value produced in the economy as a whole. 3. It is argued that the fundamental assumption of Marx's labor theory of value is that the valued component, VA, of the price of commodities in the economy as a whole is proportional to the total current labor, living labor, in the economy as a whole. The core content of Marx's labor theory of value was that the expenditure of living labor in production adds money value to the inputs to production. Point 3. We will see below, number 8, that the factor of proportionality is the melt, i.e., the monetary expression of labor time. 4. It is further assumed that the VA component is the same, i.e., remains invariant, in the determination of both values and prices of production. 5. It is also assumed that the money wage is taken as given, as a datum, as the actual money wage paid in the economy, in principle, and that this actual money wage is the same quantity in the determination of both value/surplus value and price of production/profit. 6. It follows straightforwardly from 4. Value added invariant, and 5. Money wage invariant, that the total profit equals total surplus value for the economy as a whole, i.e., that the total profit is proportional to the total unpaid labor time. Foley emphasizes that this is the main conclusion of Marx's theory, which demonstrates that profit is the result of the exploitation of workers. 7. Marx's aggregate price-value equality I redefine in terms of value-added component of the value and price of production of the gross product, which is satisfied the assumption, 4, Therefore both of Marx's aggregate equalities with the price-value equality redefined in this way, are always satisfied. 8. Because of the monetary nature of Marx's labor theory of value, the monetary expression of labor time, i.e., the melt, is an important variable, which establishes a link between money value produced and labor performed, and the melt is defined as the ratio of the value-added component of the price of the gross product, VA, to the total current labor, L. Melt equals VA/L. Both VA and L are taken as given, as actual observable magnitudes. In matrix notation, this definition of the melt is: melt equals P, I, A, X/Lx. Where P is the price vector, A is the input-output matrix, X is the gross output vector, and L is the labor input vector. Since the melt is the money value produced per labor hour, the inverse of the melt is the value of money, VM, the labor hours represented by a unit of money. VM equals 1/melt equals L/VA equals LX/P, I, A, X. 9. The value of labor power, VLP, is another key variable, and is defined, not in terms of the labor time required to produce the means of subsistence, as in the standard interpretation, but is instead defined in terms of the labor time represented by the money wage, as the ratio of the money hourly wage rate, W, to the melt, money value added produced per hour, i.e., the product of the money wage and the value of money. VLP equals W/melt equals W, VM. 256 Chapter 8. Thus VLP is defined as a fraction which is equal to the ratio value added and is also equal to the fraction of the working day that is paid labor. 10. The macroeconomic theory of surplus value and exploitation summarized above is usually combined with the Sraffian microeconomic theory of relative prices and the rate of profit, with a system of simultaneous equations, and with two somewhat novel assumptions, especially the second one, that are consistent with the above NI macro theory. 1. The money wage rate rather than the real wage is taken as given, and 2. The normalization condition for this system of equations is the definition of the melt in matrix notation given above, P, I, A, X equals, melt, Lx, i.e., the value-added component of the price of production of the gross product disproportional to the quantity of living labor. I agree of course with Foley's emphasis on the monetary nature of Marx's theory and on the macroeconomic nature of Marx's theory, and with the invariancio valided variable capital and surplus value in the transformation of values into price of production. I also agree that the conclusion that total profit equals total surplus value is the most important conclusion of Marx's theory, and this is a very important agreement between our interpretations. The following subsections will discuss further these similarities between our interpretations of variable capital and the most important differences with respect to constant capital and the rate of profit. 1.1 Variable capital. I agree with Foley's interpretation of the actual money wage as the wage variable in Marx's theory of surplus value, not the real wage, nor the labor time embodied in the real wage. Foley does not use the term variable capital much, but the money wage rate in his interpretation multiplied by the number of worker hours is equal to the variable capital in my interpretation, V equals WL. Furthermore, the same money wage rate is taken as given in the theory of surplus value and in the theory of prices of production and profit, as in my interpretation of variable capital and contrary to the standard interpretation. Foley's justification for assuming the money wage rate as given rather than the real wage is that this is a more accurate representation of the actual exchange relation between capitalists and workers. Workers in capitalist society do not bargain for, or receive, a bundle of commodities as payment for the labor power, they receive a sum of money, the money wage, which they are then free to spend as they wish, for. I agree with this argument, and I would add that the same argument also applies to constant capital. Similar to variable capital, Marx's concept of constant capital refers to the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production from other capitalists, and thus is a more accurate representation of the actual exchange relation between capitalists who purchase means of production and capitalists who produce and sell means of production. Means of production, like labor power, are purchased with actual quantities of money, not with hypothetical quantities of labor time, nor with bundles of goods. I also agree with Foley's interpretation of the value of labor power as derived from the actual money wage rather than the real wage. My interpretation of necessary labor time, equals V/M, presented in Part 1 is similar to Foley's value of labor power, which is the ratio of necessary labor time to the total working day. 1.2 Constant capital, however, and here is where our differences begin. Foley's interpretation determines constant capital differently from variable capital, and hence determines constant capital differently from my interpretation. In fact, constant capital is hardly considered at all in the NI. The NI is concerned almost entirely with value added and its division into wages and profit, which I agree should be the main emphasis. But when constant capital is considered, it is not taken as given as the actual quantity of money advanced to purchase means of production, as in my interpretation, but is instead derived from given physical quantities of means of production, as in the standard interpretation, first as the hypothetical value of the given means of production and then as the actual price of production of the same given means of production. Thus in volume I, there are contradictory assumptions. Variable capital is assumed to be an actual magnitude, but constant capital is assumed to be a hypothetical magnitude. As a result, constant capital changes in the transition from the theory of surplus value in volume I to the theory of prices of production in volume 3, from the hypothetical value of the means of production to their actual price of production, as in the standard interpretation. I argue that this is a fundamental methodological inconsistency in Foley's interpretation, and in the NI in general, between the determination of constant capital and the determination of variable capital. Variable capital is taken as given in terms of actual money capital, but constant capital is derived from given physical quantities, first as a hypothetical quantity and then as the actual quantity. Thought constant capital and variable capital should both be determined in the same way because they are both particular forms of the general concept of capital, money which becomes more money, and they are the two components of the initial money capital, M, advanced at the beginning of the circuit of money capital, M equals C plus V. Nowhere in Marx's writings is there a suggestion that constant capital and variable capital are or should be determined in different ways. And there is extensive textual evidence, reviewed in Chapter 4, that Marx determined constant capital and variable capital in the same consistent way, taken as given as the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power in the real capitalist economy. Foley states in general that the variables in Marx's theory refer to actual quantities of money capital on the accounting books of capitalist enterprises, but his definition of constant capital contradicts this general principle. Foley's inconsistent treatment of constant capital and variable capital could be illustrated with the following version of the circuit of capital. MV, CLP, P, C, M, QMP. We can see that Foley's interpretation has two different starting points, not just one. For variable capital, the starting point is a given quantity of money capital advanced to purchase labor power, MV, which remains invariant in the transition from the macro theory of volume I to the micro theory of volume 3, as in my interpretation. For constant capital, on the other hand, the starting point is a given quantity of means of production, QMP, which is used to determine first the hypothetical values of these means of production in volume I and then the actual prices of production of these same means of production in volume 3, as in the standard interpretation. In the following passage, Foley seems to suggest that Marx took as given the entire money capital invested in capitalist enterprises, including both the constant capital and the variable capital, rather than deriving these components of capital from given physical quantities. One striking difference between Marx's treatment of the problem and later treatments is that Marx describes the two economies solely in terms of the accounts of the capitalist firms. he does not specify the actual production and distribution of use values. Later treatments, perhaps in the New Interpretation 259. Name of theoretical rigor, describe both economies in terms of the production and distribution of particular use values, and derive the accounts of the capitalist firms from this assumed data on production and distribution. When one holds constant the production and distribution of use values, it turns out that aggregate value added and aggregate profit cannot both be the same in the two economies. I want to suggest that Marx had good theoretical reasons for describing the two economies in terms of the accounts of the capitalist firms rather than in terms of the production and distribution of use values. The social facts relevant to struggle and change in a capitalist society concern the production and distribution of value itself, and the actual production, distribution, and consumption of use values thought follow from thesis struggle stakia secondary place. Point 5. Foley's argument could be applied to constant capital as well as to variable capital. There are good theoretical reasons for defining constant capital, as well as variable capital, and surplus value, in terms of the money accounts of capitalist firms rather than in terms of physical use values and hypothetical quantities of money. Why should constant capital be treated differently from variable capital? Foley's main argument for not taking money constant capital as given, along with money variable capital, is that the past labor derived from the given money constant capital, LP equals C/M, does not correspond to the labor time in any particular bundle of goods, i.e., does not correspond either to the past labor time required to produce the means of production or to the current labor time required to produce the means of production. Point 6. But that is my point. Yes, it is true that past labor defined in this way does not correspond to the labor time required to produce any particular bundle of goods. Instead, the labor time required to produce the means of production has already been represented as the constant capital advanced to purchase the means of production, and it is this already existing actual constant capital that I saw determinant of the value of commodities produced by capital. Past labor derived in this way corresponds to the general social labor time represented by the money constant capital, which exists independently of any particular bundle of means of production. But this is not a problem. This is the way the values of commodities as products of capital are determined, as the sum of already existing value, constant capital, plus the new value produced by current labor. This is the way past labor plays a role in the determination of the value of commodities produced by capital, through the money constant capital advanced to purchase means of production. Furthermore, the money variable capital, which the NI does take as given, also does not correspond to the labor time in any particular bundle of goods, i.e., does not correspond the labor time required to produce the wage bundle. Variable capital, like constant capital, is an independently existing quantity of money capital and necessary labor time is the labor time represented by these independently existing money capital, NLT equals V/M. And yet the NI takes the money variable capital as given. So this should not be an objection to taking money constant capital as given. Constant capital and variable capital would then be taken as given in the same consistent way, as they should be. In discussions with Foley, he has also argued that constant capital cannot be defined as a unique magnitude, because it depends on the degree of integration within industries. The same physical production could be carried out with different levels of constant capital outlay, depending on the degree of integration. But this ambiguity of constant capital is not a problem in Marx's theory. In Marx's theory, the constant capital outlays are what they actually are, and whatever they actually are is transferred to the actual value of the output. Marx's theory takes the actual degree of integration as given, along with the actual constant capital outlay in order to explain the actual value and surplus value and prices of production. If the degree of integration changes, and the constant capital outlay changes along with it, then the new constant capital will be transferred to the value of the product. This change in the value of the product due to a change in the degree of integration is a consequence of the fact that Marx's theory is about commodities as products of capital, not simple commodities. As discussed in Chapter 2, the value transferred to the value of commodities produced by capital is the actual constant capital, whatever that is. In all such cases, constant capital cannot be a source of surplus value because whatever is its magnitude, the actual constant capital is transferred to the value of the commodities produced by capital. That is the main point of Marx's concept of constant capital, and it does not matter that a given physical structure of production does not correspond to a unique constant capital. Point 7. Foley has said that they has no objection to extending new interpretation to constant capital, and taking constant capital as given along with variable capital. Point 8. But what Foley has in mind by this extension of the NI is somewhat different from what I have in mind. What I have in mind primarily is taking money constant capital as given in the determination of the value price of commodities, P equals C plus N, and in the determination of the rate of profit, R equals S/C. What Foley has in mind is taking money constant capital as given in order to calculate the past labor represented by the money constant capital, LP equals C/M. I agree with this calculation of past labor, and I presented the same calculation in Chapter 4. But I argued in Chapter 4 this calculation implies that the money constant capital is in effect transferred directly to the value price of commodities, P equals MLP plus MLC equals M, C/M, plus MLC equals C plus MLC, and that is my main point. I would hope that Foley would also have no objection as well to this meaning of the extension of the NI to the money constant capital. Foley has emphasized that an advantage of the NI is that it provides a way to make Marx's theory operational in terms of the accounting data of capitalist firms. Point 9. However, this is true only for value added and its components variable capital and surplus value. It is not true for constant capital. Constant capital in volume I is interpreted as the hypothetical direct price of the means of production, which is proportional to the labor time embodied in them, and which is not operational in terms of accounting data. Why should there be this difference in the operationality of constant capital and variable capital? 1.3 Aggregate price value equality. Foley argues that the aggregate price value equality should be reinterpreted in terms of the value added component of the value and price of production of the gross output, rather than the total value and price of production of the gross output. He acknowledges that Marx himself defined this equality in terms of the total value and price of production, but he argues that this was a mistake, and that this total value price equality will in general not be satisfied, because the constant capital changes in the transformation. I agree with Foley that the value added equality is always satisfied, but I argue that the total value price equality is also always satisfied, because constant capital does not change in the transformation, but instead remains constant as the actual quantity of money capital advanced to purchase means of production at the beginning of the circuit of capital. 1.4 Rate of profit. Another important difference between Foley's interpretation and my interpretation has to do with the determination of the rate of profit. We have seen above that, according to Marx's theory, the rate of profit is determined by the aggregate ratio of the total surplus value to the total capital invested, with the total surplus value is determined by the volume I macro theory and then taken as given, predetermined, in the volume 3 micro theory of the rate of profit and prices of production. Thus there is a direct logical connection between Marx's labor theory of value and surplus value in volume I and his theory of the rate of profit in volume 3. In contrast, in Foley's NI, there is no logical connection between the theory of value and surplus value and the determination of the rate of profit. The same criticism applies to all versions of the NI. Marx's theory of the total surplus value plays no role in the determination of the rate of profit. Instead, the rate of profit is determined according to Sraffian theory. It is derived from given physical quantities of inputs and outputs and determined simultaneously with prices of production, of both inputs and outputs. The only Marxian feature of the NI system of equations is the normalization condition, that the value-added component is the same in the determination of prices of production as it is in the determination of values and surplus value. But this normalization condition affects only the absolute level of prices. It does not affect the rate of profit at all, which is instead determined entirely by the given physical conditions of production and the given money wage. Point 10. I think this is a very serious weakness of the new interpretation. It appears that, with respect to the determination of the rate of profit and prices of production, the NI version of the labor theory of value and surplus value is indeed redundant, as the Sraffian critics have claimed. Foley argues that his interpretation of Marx's theory of exploitation is consistent with any set of prices, including, but not restricted to, prices of production with equal rates of profit. Point 11. However, the reverse side of this assertion is that there is no logical connection between his interpretation and any theory of prices, i.e., his interpretation of Marx's theory of exploitation is not used in any way to determine individual prices, including prices of production, which also means, as discussed in the preceding paragraph, that his interpretation is not used to determine the rate of profit. Thus, the new interpretation is a very limited theory. It explains the total surplus value, as the result of unpaid labor, but it does not explain the rate of profit and individual prices. Such a limited theory is surely less preferred to a theory which explains both macro exploitation and also the rate of profit and micro prices, especially prices of production with equal rates of profit, as I argue Marx's theory does. 1.5 Similarities with money, accumulation, and crises. In another major work, Foley presents an interpretation of Marx's theory of accumulation and reproduction and crises, in which the basic logical framework is the circuit of money capital, M.C., as I have emphasized. Point 12. In this money circuit of capital, the quantities of money capital are assumed to refer in principle to actual quantities of money capital, and the initial M, which is called the capital laid out or the costs of production, includes both constant capital and variable capital. Both of these costs of production are taken as given in the determination of the price of the output, as a markup over the given costs. Not only variable capital is taken as given, but also constant capital. Therefore, in this other work, Foley interprets both constant capital and variable capital as I do. Both are taken as given as a cost and in the determination of the price of the output. However, in the better-known new interpretation, Foley does not take constant capital as given, but instead derives constant capital from given physical quantities of means of production, first as their hypothetical values and then as their actual prices of production, so there is a transformation problem, and, as a result, he ends up abandoning Marx's theory of the rate of profit. I suggest that Foley should consistently utilize the money circuit of capital model in his new interpretation, and then there would be no transformation problem and he would not have to abandon Marx's theory of the rate of profit. Conclusion. In sum, there are some very important similarities between Foley's interpretation and my interpretation: the emphasis on money and the given money wage, variable capital, the emphasis on the macro nature of Marx's theory of surplus value, and the invariance of the total value added, total wages, and the total surplus value in the transformation. On the other hand, there are also 12 Foley 1986b. 264 Chapter 8. Important differences with respect to the interpretation of constant capital and the rate of profit. The key difference is the interpretation of constant capital. If constant capital were interpreted as the actual money capital advanced to purchase means of production, which is taken as given, similar to variable capital as the actual money capital advanced to purchase labor power, then not only would the NI be more logically consistent, but the transformation problem would disappear and the rate of profit could be determined by Marx's theory rather than by Sraffian theory. 2. Duminil's new interpretation. The next version of the new interpretation to be considered is that presented by Gerard Duminil. 13. Duminil's version of the NI is similar to Foley's version, but with some significant differences, to be discussed below. The main similarities are: 1. The aggregate price-value equality is redefined in net terms, rather than gross terms, although Duminil's interpretation of the net price-value equality is different from Foley's, see section 2.3 below. 2. The rate of exploitation is defined in terms of the actual money wage share of income, which is taken as given, and remains invariant in the transformation. 3. It follows immediately from 1, and 2, that total profit equals total surplus value. Profit is only reallocated surplus value and the total magnitude does not change. 4. Therefore, both of Marx's aggregate equalities, redefined in this way, are always satisfied, and 5. This theory of surplus value and exploitation is again usually combined with the Sraffian theory of relative prices and the rate of profit, with two somewhat novel assumptions that follow from the above. 1. The money-wage rate share rather than the real wage bundle is taken as given. And 2. The normalization condition equates the total current labor, Lx, with the price of the net product, pi Lx equals pi, see below. This section will discuss the key difference between Duménil's and Foley's interpretations, and will also discuss Duménil's arguments and rationales for his new interpretation. 2.1 Money vs. Labor. The most important difference between Foley's interpretation and Duménil's interpretation is that Foley's emphasis on money and the monetary nature of Marx's theory is almost entirely absent in Duménil's interpretation. Since money is missing, so is delta M, the increment of money that is the defining characteristic of capitalist production. Instead, Duménil argues that all the key variables in Marx's theory, constant capital, variable capital, surplus value, and even the volume 3 variables of cost price, price of production, and profit, are defined in units of labor time, rather than units of money capital. Duménil argues that Marx's theory of prices of production in Part 2 of Volume 3 has to do with the reallocation of social labor, which is a different process from the expression of social labor as prices. 14 Prices of production are defined as redistributed labor times, i.e., as labor times allocated to individual industries according to the equal profit rate rule, as opposed to the surplus value produced rule. Profit is also defined in units of labor time, as the surplus labor that is received in each industry according to the equal profit rate rule. This aspect of Duménil's interpretation obviously raises important and fundamental questions about the nature of Marx's theory. Is a basic misinterpretation of Marx's theory and theoretical concepts. He argued in this book that the analytical framework of Marx's theory in all 3 volumes of Capital is the circuit of money capital. Capital is the central concept in Marx's theory and is defined in Chapter 4 of Volume I as money that becomes more money. We have also seen that constant capital and variable capital are defined as the 2 components of the initial money capital, M, that begins the circulation of capital. The main question of Volume I is the determination of the total increment of money, delta M, or surplus value, in the capitalist economy as a whole. And the main question of Volume 3 is the division of this total delta M into individual parts, industrial profit, commercial profit, interest, and rent. All these components are clearly defined in terms of money, and therefore their sum must also be defined in terms of money. Prices of production are money prices that equalize rates of profit across industries. Prices of production are defined as the sum of the cost price and the average profit, both of which are clearly defined in terms of money, in Chapter 1 of Volume 3, and therefore their sum must also be defined in terms of money. To define all these key concepts in Marx's theory in terms of labor time is to miss the main phenomena that Marx's theory is intended to explain: capitalism as a money-making economy. These quantities of money capital, like all quantities of money, are ultimately determined by quantities of labor time. But the variables that are explained are defined in units of money capital that circulate in the real capitalist economy. Duménil argues that his interpretation is supported by the fact that Marx's numerical examples and tables in Chapter 9 of Volume 3 refer to labor times and not to money. 15 But this is not true. Unfortunately, Marx did not explicitly state one way or the other in this chapter what the basic unit of the numbers in his examples and tables are. Duménil does not provide any specific references to passages in which Marx explicitly states that the basic unit of the numbers in his examples and tables is labor time. In discussions with Duménil, he has emphasized the many passages in Chapter 9 in which Marx referred to the value of commodities, which Duminil interprets to mean quantities of labor time. And here guest hat since Marx compared values and price of production throughout the chapter, one way to make sense out of these comparisons is to interpret prices of production as reallocated labor time. However, your thought value in chapter 9 of volume I do as not mean labor times, but instead means the form of appearance of value, or money prices proportional to labor times. We know from chapter 1 of volume I that value has three aspects, discussed in chapter 2 above: substance, abstract labor, magnitude, socially necessary labor time, and form of appearance, money prices. So when Marx says value in any given passage, he could be talking specifically about any one of these three aspects. After deriving money and price as the necessary form of appearance of value in chapter 1, whenever Marx said value without further qualification, he usually meant the form of appearance of value, i.e., the money price of commodities, which is assumed to be proportional to the magnitude of value, the quantity of labor time required to produce the commodities. All through volumes I and II, value is used in this way and illustrated with quantities of money. To refer again to the key chapter 7, the value of 10 pounds of yarn is 15 shillings, i.e., the form of appearance of value, and the value of 20 pounds of yarn is 30 shillings, etc. Further strong evidence to support this interpretation of the form of appearance of value is provided in chapter 1 of volume 3, which was discussed extensively in chapter 4 above, and which defines the concepts of cost, price and profit and lays the conceptual groundwork for the theory of prices of production in chapter 9. In chapter 1, the value of commodities is repeatedly referred to in terms of money, usually 600 pounds, which consists of 400 pounds for the constant capital consumed and 200 pounds for the new value produced. Then Marx considers the value of commodities from the point of view of capitalists. The cost price of commodities is defined in terms of money, 500 pounds, as the sum of the money constant capital, 400 pounds, and the money variable capital, 100 pounds, and the value of commodities is equal to the sum of the cost price, 500 pounds, and the surplus value, 100 pounds. All this discussion is in terms of money prices, i.e., the form of appearance of value. For example, Marx states, if we now compare capital advance on the one hand and commodity value on the other hand, we have, I capital advance equals 500 pounds. 2. Commodity value of 600 pounds equals cost price of 500 pounds. Plus 100 pounds surplus value. 16. Capital advance is clearly a quantity of money capital and it is compared with the price form of appearance of the value of the output. Marx then defines profit as this 100 pounds surplus value seen from the point of view of capitalists, i.e., as the supposed derivative of the total capital. Marx also states, before production began, we had a capital of 500 pounds. After production is over, we have the capital of 500 pounds plus a value increment of 100 pounds and 17 pence. This sentence succinctly expresses what Marx's theory is mainly about, how an initial quantity of money capital becomes more money. Marx's explanation of this all-important phenomenon, based on the labor theory of value, has to be in terms of money, and it is in terms of money. Marx then previews his theory of prices of production, to be presented in chapter 9, in terms of these concepts of value and cost price. The basic law of capitalist competition, the law that governs the general rate of profit and the so-called prices of production determined by it, depends, as we shall see, on this difference between the value and the cost price of commodities. 18. So the meaning given to the concepts of value and cost price in chapter 1 are the implied meanings of these concepts in chapter 9. The concepts of value and cost price are clearly defined in chapter 1 in terms of units of money, therefore, the implicit definitions of these concepts in chapter 9 are also in units of money. I think the reason Marx left off the money units in chapter 9 is that he was emphasizing the proportions between constant capital and variable capital, 80/20ths, 70/30ths, etc., and the effect of different proportions on the distribution. of surplus value, rather than their absolute magnitudes. But it is clear from all the rest of the 3 volumes of Capital, example chapter 1 of volume 3 just mentioned, that the absolute magnitudes of constant capital, variable capital, cost price, surplus value, and value all refer to units of money, the necessary form of appearance of value. Further evidence to support these interpretation is provided by an earlier draft office theory of price of production 9th manuscript of 1861-63 in which Marx explicitly stated that the basic unit of the numbers in his examples is money, English pounds. We have herein 5 different spheres of production commodities whose respective values are 1,100 pounds, 1,200 pounds, 1,300 pounds, 1,150 pounds, 1,250 pounds. These are the money prices at which commodities would exchange if they were exchanged according to their values. Point 19. This is what Marx usually meant by the value of commodities, without further qualification, and this is what Marx meant by value in chapter 9 of volume 3, the money prices at which commodities would exchange if they were exchanged according to their values. Prices of production are then defined as modified values, i.e., as modified money prices, not as variables defined in different units. Duminil presents only one passage from volume 3 to support his interpretation that the key variables of Marx's theory are defined in terms of labor time. This passage is: as for variable capital, the average daily wage is certainly always equal to the value product of the number of hours that the worker must work in order to produce its necessary means of subsistence, but this number of hours is itself distorted by the fact that the production prices of the necessary means of subsistence diverge from their values. Point 20. Duminil then argues. As a preliminary remark, Marx is referring here to a wage which is measured in labor time. It is therefore clear that all the amounts considered in this analysis are also measured in this unit, values, wages, prices of production. Point 21. I argue that Duminil misinterprets this passage. This passage says that the wage is equal to the value product of a certain number of hours. Duminil interprets this value product as defined in units of labor time. If Duminil's interpretation were accepted, then this sentence would be redundant and nonsensical, i.e., it would mean, the number of hours that are the product of a certain number of hours. However, I argue that the value product here refers to the money value produced by a certain number of labor hours. In other words, value here refers to the money form of appearance of value, a shorthand that Marx used throughout the 3 volumes of Capital. As we have seen above, according to Marx's labor theory of value, each hour of labor produces a certain amount of money value, i.e., the melt. For example, in Marx's illustration of his theory of surplus value in chapter 7 of volume I, each hour produces a value product of 0.5 shillings. At this rate, it takes 6 hours for the worker to produce a value product equal to the money wage of 3 shillings. And Marx's point in this passage is that the number of hours required to produce a money value equivalent to the money wage is in general different from the number of hours required to produce the means of subsistence purchased by workers with the money wage, because the price of production of the means of subsistence is in general not equal to their value. Furthermore, even if Duminil's interpretation of this one passage were accepted, in spite of the above argument to the contrary, this one passage in volume 3 about wages would be a very slim basis for Duminil's sweeping generalization that all of Marx's key concepts in both volume I and volume 3 are defined in units of labor time, especially with all the contrary evidence that I have presented above, starting with the concept of capital as money that becomes more money. 2.2 Rationale for different determinations of constant capital and variable capital. Duminil presents the following argument to support his interpretation that constant capital and variable capital are determined differently in Marx's theory. In contrast to what is often contended, Marx does not treat constant capital and variable capital identically. Indeed, it is true that the capitalists buy constant capital, and the price of production must be used to evaluate this transaction. But capitalists do not buy the consumption goods of workers, but pay them wages. Point 22. First of all, it is not accurate to say that capitalists buy constant capital. Capitalists advance constant capital to buy means of production, with a portion of the initial money capital, just like capitalists advance variable capital to buy labor power with the other portion of the initial money capital that Marx calls variable capital. Secondly, the wages that capitalists pay to workers are clearly quantities of money capital. Capitalists do not purchase labor power with quantities of labor time, which contradicts Duménil's general interpretation discussed above that all the variables in Marx's theory, including variable capital, are defined in quantities of labor time. Furthermore, Duménil's argument is a non sequitur. The fact that capitalists buy means of production directly does not imply that constant capital must be derived from the price of given means of production, first as their value and then as their price of production. Capitalists just as surely pay money to purchase means of production as they pay money to workers to purchase labor power. Constant capital could also be taken as given the actual sum of money capital paid by capitalists to purchase means of production, just as variable capital is taken as given as the actual sum of money capital paid by capitalists to purchase labor power. Since both constant capital and variable capital are particular forms of the general concept of capital, and are the two components of the initial money capital, M equals C plus V, it would seem to make the most sense that they should both be determined in the same way, and in Marx's theory they are determined in the same way, they are both taken as given, as the actual quantities of the initial money capital that is the starting point of the circuit of money capital. Duménil presents the following textual evidence to support his interpretation of the two different methods of determination of constant capital and variable capital. Point 23. Duménil writes, this fundamental difference is quite explicitly expressed in capital. Concerning constant capital, Marx writes, the development given above also involves a modification in the determination of a commodity's cost price. It was originally assumed that the cost price of a commodity equaled the value of the commodities consumed in its production. But for the buyer of a commodity, it is the price of production that constitutes its cost price and thus enters into forming the price of another commodity. Our present investigation does not require us to go into further details on this point. Point 24. Duménil continues, however, concerning variable capital, the discussion is quite different. He then quotes the passage on p. 261 of Volume 3, quoted and discussed above, as for variable capital. Note that these are two separate passages, 4 pages apart, and the latter passage comes before the former passage in the text. The first passage above is interpreted by Duménil to be only about constant capital. But this interpretation is incorrect. The passage is about the cost price of commodities, which includes both constant capital and variable capital, see Chapter 4, Section 4.1, above and Chapter 1 of Volume 3. Therefore, whatever interpretation of this passage applies to constant capital also applies to variable capital. Either they are both taken as given as quantities of money capital or they are both derived from given physical quantities. This passage is certainly not an argument for different methods of determinations of constant capital and variable capital. My interpretation is supported by the continuation of the first passage, discussed above in Chapter 4, which is not quoted by Duménil. For even if a commodity's cost price may diverge from the value of the means of production consumed in it, this error in the past is a matter of indifference to the capitalist. The cost price of a commodity is a given precondition, independent of his, the capitalist's, production, while the result of his production is a commodity that contains surplus value, and therefore an excess value over and above its given cost price. Point 25. Thus we can see that, even if the cost price of the means of production, and the means of subsistence, are equal to their prices of production, and not equal to their values, this cost price is still taken as given, a given precondition, in Marx's theory of surplus value, and surplus value is still the excess of the value of the product over the given cost price. The second passage quoted by Duménil also does not support his interpretation that variable capital is determined differently from constant capital. The paragraph quoted by Dumenil begins as follows. Apart from the fact that the price of the product of capital B, for example, diverges from its value, because the surplus value realized in B is greater or less than the profit added in the price of the products of B, the same situation also holds for the commodities that form the constant part of capital B, and indirectly, also its variable capital, as means of subsistence for the workers. As for the constant part of capital is concerned, it is itself equal to cost price plus surplus value, i.e. now equal to cost price plus profit, and this profit can again be greater or less than the surplus value whose place it has taken. 26. This passage then continues with the part quoted by Dumenil and by me above. As for the variable capital, we can see that constant capital is discussed in this passage in a completely parallel fashion in the sentences immediately prior to the sentences about variable capital quoted by Dumenil. Marx is not suggesting in this paragraph that constant capital and variable capital are determined differently. Rather, he is saying that both the constant capital and the variable capital, as the two components of the cost price, are now seen to be equal to the price of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, rather than to the values of these goods, as originally assumed. However, as already discussed, this point does not affect the determination of constant capital and variable capital. Both of these two components of the cost price are taken as given preconditions, as the sums of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power at the beginning of the circulation of capital. 2.3 Net aggregate price value equality. It was mentioned above that the aggregate price value equality is interpreted by Dumenil in net terms, rather than gross terms, but is different from Foley's interpretation. Foley's interpretation is net in the sense of the value-added component of the price of the gross product, rather than the total price of the gross product. Foley argues that the fundamental premise of the labor theory of value is a correspondence between the total living labor of the current period and the value-added component of the price of the gross product of the current period. Dumenil's interpretation, on the other hand, is in terms of the net product. Dumenil argues that the fundamental premise of the labor theory of value is that there is a correspondence between the labor of the current period and the net product of the current period. The great insight which lies at the basis of the labor theory of value is the linking of the total labor expenditure in a given period of time with the production associated with it, i.e. the net product. 27. I argue that this is a fundamental misinterpretation of Marx's labor theory of value. The labor theory of value has to do with the value produced by current labor, not with the product produced by current labor. The great insight of the labor theory of value is the link between current labor and the current value added produced, as a component of the price of the gross product, not between current labor and the net product. In his book, Dumenil argues that, in order to avoid double counting, the material inputs to production, inherited from previous periods, should not be counted as the product of the labor of the current period. 28 Therefore, the equalization of total price and total value should be applied only to the net product, not the gross product, as described above, pi equals Lx. I argue again that the labor theory of value is not about the relation between current labor and the net product produced, but is instead about the relation between current labor and current new value produced in the economy as a whole, not just the net product sector. In addition, this invariance condition in terms of the net product is misleading because part of the price of the net product depends on only a part of the current labor, and also depends in part on past labor. 29 Dumenil acknowledges that Marx always stated the aggregate price value equality in gross terms, and never in net terms, but he argues that Marx was confused in these passages because he had not yet written volume I of Capital, and in particular had not written part 3 of volume 2 on the reproduction schemes. 30 According to Dumenil, the main point of the reproduction schemes was to clarify the distinction between the gross price and the net price of commodities. If Marx had written volume I with this clarity in mind, he would have emphasized the net price value equality instead of the gross price value equality. I agree that the main point of the reproduction schemes was to clarify the distinction between the gross price and the net price of commodities. However, I argue that Marx's specific point was essentially the opposite of what Duminil suggests. The reproduction schemes are primarily a critique of what Marx called Smith's dogma, according to which the entire gross price of commodities can be entirely resolved into revenue, i.e., into wages plus profit plus rent, or into the value-added component of the price of commodities, or the net price of commodities. Marx argued that Smith's dogma ignores the constant capital component of the price of commodities. If Smith's dogma were true, this would mean that capitalists would not be able to recover the constant capital consumed in production, and hence would also not be able to repurchase and replace the consumed means of production. Therefore, Marx's analysis of the reproduction schemes emphasizes that the reproduction of capital cannot be analyzed solely in terms of the value-added component of the price of commodities, or the net price of commodities. That was Smith's mistake, but must instead be analyzed in terms of the gross price, including the constant capital component. 31 Furthermore, this main point of the reproduction schemes was already clearly in Marx's mind when he wrote Volume 3 of Capital in 1864-5. Marx first developed these ideas during the early part of the manuscript of 1861-63, while writing about Smith, in sections 8 to 10 of Chapter 3 of Volume I of Theories of Surplus Value. Also, in a very interesting and important letter to Engels in July 1863, Marx presented his first sketch of the reproduction schemes, in which Marx explicitly stated and emphasized that the main point of the reproduction schemes was to refute Smith's dogma. 32 Therefore, Marx's analysis of their production schemas provides no reason for him to change his many statements about the gross price value equality to statements about the net price value equality. If anything, this analysis of the reproduction schemes provides additional reason for continued emphasis on the gross price value equality. 2.4 Circuit of commodity capital. Another important difference between Duminil's interpretation and Foley's interpretation, and also between Duminil's interpretation and my interpretation, is that Duminil argues that Marx's theory should not be interpreted in terms of the circuit of money capital but should instead be interpreted in terms of the circuit of commodity capital, which he expresses as 33. C. M. C. P. C. Duminil argues that this circuit is the appropriate framework for Marx's theory because he accepts the Sraffian interpretation of Marx's theory, i.e., that Marx's theory is essentially the same as Sraffian theory, according to which the initial givens in Marx's theory are physical quantities of inputs and outputs. Duminil argues that the circuit of commodity capital is the appropriate circuit for Marx's theory of prices because it is the only circuit that is compatible with the Sraffian type theory, based on physical quantities. However, there are serious problems with this argument. Most importantly, as I have argued throughout this book, Marx's theory is fundamentally different from Sraffian theory. Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value does not begin with physical quantities of inputs and outputs but instead starts with quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power, with the aim of eventually recovering a greater quantity of money. The appropriate framework for Marx's theory of money becoming more money is obviously the circuit of money capital, M, C, M plus delta M. Therefore, even if Marx's circuit of commodity capital were similar to Sraffian theory, we will see in the next paragraph that it is not. This would not be a reason why it should be adopted as the framework for Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value. Indeed, it is a reason why it should not be adopted as the framework for Marx's theory. Secondly, Marx's circuit of commodity capital is not even similar to Sraffian theory. Duminil's formulation, above, is seriously misleading. Marx's circuit of commodity capital starts, not with C, but with C, i.e. C, M, C, P, C. The primes are missing in Duminil's formulation, which distorts the meaning of Marx's circuit of commodity capital. The primes are essential because they indicate whether C refers to inputs, C, or outputs, C. Since Marx's circuit of commodity capital begins with the prices of the output, which are taken as given, it is not similar to Sraffian theory, which starts with the physical quantities of inputs in order to determine the prices of the inputs and the outputs. In the following passages from Volume 2, Marx clearly expresses that the starting point of the circuit of commodity capital is the already valorized capital, which includes the surplus value produced in the previous period, i.e., C, not C. What differentiates the third form from the two earlier ones is that it is only in this circuit that the valorized capital value, and not the original capital value that still has to be valorized, appears as the starting point of its own valorization. C is here the point of departure. 34. The starting point of the circuit of commodity capital includes not only constant capital and variable capital, but also surplus value. 35. Since the starting point of the circuit of commodity capital includes surplus value, this circuit obviously cannot be used to explain the production of surplus value. For that purpose, Marx uses the circuit of money capital, as we have seen above. The circuit of money capital is thus the most one-sided, hence the most striking and characteristic form of appearance of the circuit of industrial capital, in which its aim and driving motive, the valorization of value, money-making, and accumulation, appears in a form that leaps to the eye, buying in order to sell dearer. 36. The purpose of the circuit commodity capital is not to analyze the determination of prices and surplus value, but rather to analyze what becomes of the different components of the price of the output, constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value, in the subsequent phases of the exchange of commodities, after production. Marx expresses the purpose in the following passage. With the movement C, it is necessary to demonstrate what becomes of each portion of the value of this overall product. C. 37. This purpose is very different from the Sraffian theory of relative prices and the rate of profit. The value of the overall product C is presupposed in the analysis of what becomes of this presupposed value. 2.5 Rate of profit. Duminil readily acknowledges that Sraffian theory can determine the rate of profit and prices of production without any reference to Marx's labor theory values and surplus value. 38 However, he argues that Marx's labor theory of value and surplus value is nonetheless essential for an understanding of capitalism. He compares the labor theory of value to the theory of weight and gravity. He argues that Sraffian theory of the rate of profit and prices is like the practical measurement or calculation of weight. One does not need to understand the theory of weight in order to practically weigh things. However, in order to gain a deeper understanding of the phenomenon of weight, one needs a theory of gravity. Similarly, Duminil argues, one does not need to understand the labor theory of value in order to calculate prices and the rate of profit from the Sraffian equations. However, in order to gain a deeper understanding of prices and the rate of profit and other important phenomena of capitalism, one needs the labor theory of value. The problem with this analogy is that the theory of gravity provides an equation which explains how weight is quantitatively determined by gravity, W equals mg, where m is mass, whereas the new interpretation of Marx's theory does not provide an equation, or a theory, that explains how the rate of profit is determined by labor value and surplus value. Instead, the NI equation for the rate of profit is the Sraffian equation, with no reference to the labor theory of value, except for an invariance condition that affects only the absolute level of prices, not the rate of profit. Therefore, in terms of the quantitative determination of the rate of profit, there are no additional insights from the new interpretation of Marx's theory of value and surplus value. The new interpretation is indeed redundant with respect to the quantitative determination of the rate of profit by the Sraffian equations. Conclusion. In summary, the differences between Duminil's interpretation and my interpretation are greater than my differences with Foley's interpretation. In addition to the key differences regarding the determination of constant capital and the determination of the rate of profit, there is also the more fundamental difference with regard to whether the key concepts of Marx's theory refer to units of money or units of labor time. I have argued that Duminil's interpretation of the key concepts of Marx's theory in terms of labor time is a fundamental misinterpretation of Marx's theory and the phenomena which Marx's theory is intended to explain, including his theory of prices of production. I have also argued that Duminil's arguments and textual evidence for the different determinations of constant capital and variable capital and for the redefinition of the aggregate price-value equality in net terms are weak and unconvincing. 3. Mahon's new interpretation. The next version of the new interpretation to be considered is by Simon Mahon. 39. Mahon's interpretation is similar to Foley and Duminil, on the important points discussed above. 1. The aggregate price-value equality is redefined in net terms as a relation between current labor and the price of the net product of the current period, Lx equals lambda m pi, where lambda m stands for the value of money. 40. 2. The value of labor power is defined in terms of the actual money wage which is taken as given. And both the money wage and the value of labor power remain invariant in the transformation. 3. It follows from 1 and 2. That total profit equals total surplus value. Therefore, both of Marx's aggregate equalities redefined in these way are always satisfied, and 4. This macroeconomic theory of surplus value and exploitation. 41 is again combined with the Sraffian microeconomic theory of relative prices and the rate of profit, with two somewhat novel assumptions that follow from the above NI macro theory. 1. The money wage share rather than the real wage bundle is taken as given, and 2. The normalization condition equates current labor and the price of the net product, Lx equals lambda m pi. 42 On the fundamental issue of whether the variables in Marx's theory refer to quantities of money or quantities of labor, Mahon is in between Foley and Duminil. He agrees with Duminil that the volume I variables of constant capital, variable capital, surplus value refer to quantities of labor time, but he agrees with Foley that the volume 3 concepts of cost price, profit, and price of production refer to quantities of money. The melt plays a prominent role in Mahon's interpretation, similar to Foley, but is interpreted somewhat differently. In Foley's interpretation, Marx's volume I theory of surplus value is about the actual money surplus value, and thus the melt converts quantities of labor times into quantities of money within the volume I theory of surplus value. In Mahon's interpretation, Marx's volume I theory of surplus value is about quantities of labor, and the melt converts the labor time quantities in volume I into money variables in volume 3. But the end results are essentially the same. 3.1 Argument for money wage taken as given. The main new feature of Mahon's interpretation is his justification for taking as given the money wage, rather than the real wage, in the determination of the value of labor power. Mahon does not explicitly discuss Foley's justification for taking the money wage as given, that the actual exchange relation between capitalists and workers is in terms of the money wage, but I imagine that he would agree with Foley's argument. In addition, Mahon's argument is based on the unique characteristics of the commodity labor power that is purchased with the money wage, specifically that labor power is a unique commodity in that it is not produced by capitalist firms. Therefore, there is no equalization of profit rates involved in the determination of the price of labor power, i.e., no transformation of value into price in the case of labor power. Since there is no transformation of values into prices of production, labor power actually exchanges its value, i.e., its actual price is proportional to its value. Therefore, the actual money wage paid to purchase labor power is an accurate measure of the value of labor power. Mahon argues further that the above argument does not apply to the means of production because they are produced by capitalist firms, and their actual prices do involve the equalization of profit rates and the transformation of values into prices of production. Therefore, the value of the means of production, the labor time embodied in them, is in general not proportional to the actual money used to purchase them. Thus the actual money used to purchase the means of production is not an accurate measure of the value of the means of production. The money wage is taken as given because labor power, and only labor power, actually exchanges at its value, which implies that the actual money wages is an accurate measure of the value of labor power. However, I have argued above that Marx's reasons for taking money variable capital as given was not because of the unique characteristics of labor power, but rather because of the characteristics of capital, the fact that the circuit of money capital begins with a quantity of money advanced to purchase labor power. And this characteristic is of course shared by constant capital, the other component of the initial money capital that is advanced to purchase means of production. Mahon's interpretation, like Duminil's interpretation, loses sight of the central focus of Marx's theory money advanced in order to become more money, and focuses instead on the measurement of the value of labor power in terms of labor time. Marx's purpose for taking variable capital and constant capital as given is not to determine the value of labor power and the value of the means of production in terms of labor time, but rather to determine the money value and the money surplus value, delta M, produced by labor and surplus labor. From Mahon's perspective, it might make sense that the value of labor power is measured differently from the value of the means of production. However, from Marx's perspective of the circuit of money capital, it makes no sense to determine variable capital and constant capital in different ways. Constant capital and variable capital are both components of the initial money capital, and both are advanced at the beginning of the circuit of money capital. The main question that Marx's theory is intended to explain is how this initial sum of money becomes more money. For this purpose, the appropriate initial givens are the initial quantities of money capital advanced, both constant capital and variable capital. Again, there is no hint in any of Marx's writings that constant capital and variable capital are determined differently, and in particular there is no hint of Mahon's argument for such different determinations, based on the unique characteristics of labor power. Mahon's different analytical framework is indicated by the fact that his analysis focuses on the circuit of labor power, which he represents symbolically as C, M, C. In contrast, he argued above thought the analytica framework for Marx's theory is the circuit of money capital, represented by M, C, P, M plus delta M. After all, the title of Marx's book is Capital, not Labor Power. The main point of Marx's theory is to explain how the initial given quantity of money capital, M, is transformed into more money capital, M plus delta M. The initial quantity of money capital is divided into constant capital and variable capital, i.e., M equals C plus. The new interpretation 281. V, which are determined in the same way, they are taken as given as the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power, in order to make more money. 4 New Palgrave article by Duminil and Foley. In the second edition of New Palgrave Dictionary of Economics, Duminil and Foley co-authored an article on the Marxian transformation problem. Point 43. They emphasize their own interpretation, which they now call the single system labor theory of value, SSLTV, more in this nunami below, and they discuss the familiar main points of the new interpretation discussed above. 1. The aggregate price-value equality is redefined in net terms as a relation between the value of the net product and the price of the net product, lambda y equals pi, with the melt assumed to be equals 1 arbitrary accounting unit per hour. 44. More on this equality below. 2. Exploitation and the rate of surplus value are defined in terms of the actual money wage, not in terms of the real wage. 3. It follows from the previous 2 points that total profit equals total surplus value, therefore, both of Marx's 2 redefined aggregate equalities are always satisfied. And, 4. This theory of surplus value and exploitation is again combined with the Sraffian theory of relative prices and the rate of profit, with 2 somewhat novel assumptions. 1. Themani wage rate share stakeness given rather than theoral wage, and, 2. The normalization condition equates the value of the net product and the price of the net product, lambda y equals pi. This normalization condition contradicts Marx's labor theory of value and surplus value and prices of production, except under special conditions. Since the net output sector, y, is a subset of the total economy, lambda y is equal to pi only if the composition of capital in the net output sector is equal to the average composition of capital for the economy as a whole, and also if their turnover periods are the same, which is unlikely. Fabio Ravignani has made a similar criticism of my interpretation, that my interpretation implies that lambda y equals pi, and this equality contradicts Marx's theory. 45 I have replied that this criticism is mistaken because my interpretation does not imply that lambda y equals pi, mainly because of the monetary interpretation of constant capital. Once again, constant capital is crucial, as equal to the actual money constant capital advanced to purchase means of production rather than proportional to the labor time required to produce means of production, and also because of irregular replacement patterns of fixed constant capital, which renders the Sraffian derivation of this equality invalid. 46 However, Ravignani's criticism does apply to the new interpretation, at least in this new Palgrave version, because they have adopted the Sraffian framework. With respect to the issue of basic units of the key variables in Marx's theory, whether labor time or money, Dumenil and Foley in this article adopt an intermediate interpretation similar to Mahon's. In Volume I the variables are in units of labor time, and in Volume 3 the variables are in units of money, and the MELT converts the labor time quantities in Volume I into the money quantities in Volume 3.47. The key role of money in Marx's theory is not emphasized nearly as much as in Foley's earlier work, and the circuit of money capital is not mentioned at all. As in their previous work, very little is said about constant capital, but their interpretation is the same as discussed above. Constant capital is derived by Marx from given physical quantities of means of production, first as their hypothetical labor values and then as actual prices of production. They also mention in 3 sentences my monetary interpretation of constant capital. Fred Moseley, 2003, proposes to apply the reasoning of the SSLTV approach not just to variable capital but a constant capital as well. Moseley argues for retaining the original form of the Marxian equations by defining the total value of a commodity as the labor time equivalent of the price of constant capital plus the living labor expended in adding value. Moseley argues that Marx's comments in the quotations above 48 are unnecessary because Marx's tables themselves express his underlying understanding of the labor theory of value. 49. But this is a misunderstanding of my interpretation. I do not argue that these comments of Marx's in Chapter 9 of Volume 3 are unnecessary. Rather, I argue that Marx's comments can be interpreted in a different way from the standard way, and in a way that is consistent with, rather than contradicts, the surrounding paragraphs in Chapter 9, and in a way that makes Marx's theory a logically consistent whole, rather than logically contradictory. See Chapter 4 above for an extensive discussion. 50 With respect to the rate of profit, Marx's theory of the rate of profit, as determined by the ratio of the total annual surplus value to the total capital invested, is briefly discussed, but Dumenil and Foley repeat the traditional criticism that Marx failed to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital, and thus that his method of determining the rate of profit is not viable. And they make the familiar Bortkiewicz-Sraffian correction that replaces Marx's theory of the rate of profit with the Sraffian theory of the rate of profit, based on physical quantities, rather than the circuit of money capital and surplus labor. This is very clear in the section A Mathematical Setting, especially point number 4. The contribution of the SSLTV approach is supposed to be that the Sraffian system of equations is closed, not by setting the price of a numeraire commodity to 1, but rather by relating that the price of the net product to the value of the net product. But this normalization condition only affects the price level, it does not affect the magnitude of the rate of profit. Aside from the fact that this condition contradicts Marx's theory, as just discussed. The rate of profit in the Sraffian physical quantities model is determined solely with the physical coefficients of production and an assumption about the wage, and does not depend in any way on Marx's labor theory of value and surplus value. Dumenil and Foley call their approach the single system labor theory of value, SSLTV. This is not intended as a description of Marx's theory as himself presented it, but rather as a revision and correction of Marx's theory. They argue that Marx himself followed Ricardo and presented his theory in terms of two systems, a value system and a price system, a synthestandard interpretation, but their reformulation of Marx's theory is in terms of a single system, one economy. In their interpretation, there is no hidden value system with logical priority compared to the price system. there is only the price system, as in Sraffian theory, with the normalization in terms of the net product. Similarly, there is no prior determination of the total surplus value and the general rate of profit, as in Marx's theory. Instead, the rate of profit is determined simultaneously with the price of production of the inputs and the outputs as in Sraffian theory. I have argued in this book that Marx's theory was not in terms of two systems, but was instead in terms of a single system, the actual capitalist economy, and that this single system is theorized sequentially at two levels of abstraction, first the total economy, capital in general, and then individual industries, competition. What is missing in Duménil and Foley's single system approach, and in Sraffian theory in general and in the Sraffian interpretation of Marx's theory, is the first level of abstraction of the total economy, at which the total surplus value and the general rate of profit are determined by the total surplus labor. From my perspective, I would say that this latest formulation of the new interpretation is a step backward, compared to Foley's original formulation, especially with respect to the significance of money and the circuit of money capital in Marx's theory. 5. General conclusion. The new interpretation of Marx's theory is an important contribution to Marxian scholarship. I think that the new interpretation's emphasis on the macroeconomic and monetary nature of Marx's theory, especially in Foley's version, is definitely the right direction in which Marxian scholarship should go and develop. Another important contribution is the emphasis on the assumption that value added is determined by living labor and remains invariant in the transformation. Still another contribution is to take the money wage as given in the determination of surplus value, as the actual money wage used to purchase labor power, rather than derive the wage from a given bundle of means of subsistence, first as their hypothetical value and then as their actual price of production. This money wage is assumed to remain invariant in the transformation of values into prices of production, and this assumption, along with the invariance of value added, allows the NI to conclude that total profit equals total surplus value, i.e., that the total surplus value is also invariant in the transformation, so that profit is only reallocated surplus value, which is the most important conclusion of Marx's theory. However, the new interpretation assumes that constant capital is determined in a different way from variable capital. Constant capital is not taken as given, as the actual money capital paid to purchase means of production, but is instead derived from given quantities of means of production, first as the hypothetical value of the means of production, and then as their actual price of production, as in the standard interpretation of Marx's theory. These different methods of determination of constant capital and variable capital are a fundamental logical inconsistency in the NI. In addition, because constant capital is not taken as given, the rate of profit cannot be determined as in Marx's theory by the ratio of the total surplus value to the total capital invested. Instead, the rate of profit is determined in the NI by Sraffian theory, which is another key logical inconsistency in the NI, and results in the redundancy of the labor theory of value for the determination of the rate of profit. Marx's main criticisms of Ricardo were that he failed to explain how the rate of profit is derived from the labor theory of value, but instead just took the rate of profit as given, and he failed to explain how prices of production, with equal rates of profit, are determined on the basis of the labor theory of value. The new interpretation has these same crucial failures. Like Ricardo, the new interpretation does not overcome the main stumbling block of the labor theory of value, how to explain the rate of profit and prices of production on the basis of the labor theory of value. Instead, the new interpretation mostly ignores this stumbling block and pretends that it is not important. I conclude that the new interpretation goes only halfway in breaking away from the standard physical quantities interpretation of Marx's theory, and I suggest that its proponents should go all the way to a consistent monetary interpretation of the determination of both constant capital and variable capital in Marx's theory, which would enable the NI to maintain Marx's theory of the rate of profit, rather than switching to Sraffa's theory. And more attention should be given to the circuit of money capital as the logical framework of Marx's theory, rather than the circuit of commodity capital or the circuit of labor power. Copyright Koning Clique Brill NV, Leiden, 2016 doi, 10.1163/9789004301931_010. Chapter 9. Temporal Single System Interpretation, TSSI. Another important non-standard reinterpretation of Marx's theory of prices of production and the transformation problem in recent decades is the so-called temporal single system interpretation, commonly abbreviated as the TSS interpretation or TSSI. The TSSI is mainly concerned with dynamics and the falling rate of profit, but also presents an interpretation of the transformation problem. The TSSI work on the transformation problem has been presented primarily by Andrew Kliman and Ted McGlone. Point 1 in this chapter, I will use the term TSSI to refer to these two authors, especially the former. There are important similarities between the TSSI and my interpretation, including sequential or temporal determination, the claim that Marx's theory is about a single system, and that within a given period constant capital and variable capital are taken as given, as quantities of money capital, and the general rate of profit is determined by the total surplus value and prior to prices of production. However, there are also important differences, mainly that the TSSI assumes that Marx's concept of prices of production are not long-run center of gravity prices, but are instead a short-run equilibrium price that continues to change from period to period even though the productivity of labor remains constant, and thus the transformation of values into prices of production is an ongoing process that takes place over multiple real historical periods. This chapter will discuss these important similarities and differences between my macromonetary interpretation and the temporal single system interpretation. 1. Similarities. 1.1 Temporal determination. The most important contribution of the TSSI, in my view, has been to emphasize that Marx's theory is not based on the method of simultaneous determination, in which input prices, output prices, and the rate of profit are all determined simultaneously, but Marx's theory is instead based on the method of temporal, or sequential, determination, in which input prices are taken as given in the determination of output prices, and the rate of profit is determined prior to output prices and is taken as given in the determination of output prices. Prior to the TSSI, the Sraffian interpretation of Marx's theory in terms of a system of simultaneous equations was almost universally accepted. Even the other recent non-standard reinterpretations of Marx's theory discussed in Part 2 generally accept the method of simultaneous determination. However, the proponents of the TSSI argue that the logical framework of Marx's theory is the circuit of money capital, and that this is a real process that takes place in real historical time. Capital exists first in the form of money advanced at the beginning of the circuit of capital in the sphere of circulation, then in the form of means of production and labor power in the sphere of production, then in the form of commodities produced at the end of the production process, and then finally in the form of money recovered at the end of the circuit, including more money than was originally advanced at the beginning of the circuit. Therefore, the appropriate logic for analyzing this real historical process is temporal determination, in which the capital previously existing at the beginning of the circuit is taken as given in the determination of the capital value realized at the end of the circuit. The proponents of TSSI for the Randargathot in the case of technological change, the temporal nature of the circuit of capital implies that the constant kapitaltät is taken as given in the determination of the capital value at the end of the circuit is the actual historical costs at the time the means of production were purchased, not the current costs at the time the output is sold. Point 2 I disagree with this aspect of their interpretation, and argue instead that, in this case, the given constant capital at the time the output is sold would be the current constant capital, as evidenced by the most recent purchases of these means of production in the sphere of circulation. The constant capital that is transferred to the value of the output is a social average constant capital, and if this social average changes before the output is sold, then the given constant capital will change also. The case of technological change is not directly related to the transformation problem, which generally assumes constant technology, but I will discuss this issue further in the final section of this chapter. 1.2 Single system. As discussed in previous chapters, the standard interpretation of Marx's theory is a dual system interpretation according to Hick values and price of production are two entirely separate systems, which are determined independently of each other. The TSSI argues instead that values and prices of production are interrelated in one all-inclusive interdependent single system. Not only do prices of production depend on value and surplus value, but value and surplus value also depend in part on prices of production, for two reasons: because the constant capital component, or the value transferred component, of the value of commodities is equal to the price of production of the means of production, and the variable capital component, which is subtracted from the new value produced to determine surplus value, is equal to the actual money wage, which is equal to the price of production of the means of subsistence. I agree with the TSSI on this important point. According to my interpretation, as we have seen above, the value of commodities depends in part on constant capital, which is equal to the price of production of the means of production, and the surplus value produced depends in part on variable capital, which is equal to the price of production of the means of subsistence. 1.3 Similarities within a single period. We will see below that the TSSI argues that the transformation of values into prices of production is an ongoing process that takes place over multiple successive periods, and I disagree with this aspect of their interpretation. But within any given period, there are other important similarities between the TSSI and my interpretation. First, the circuit of money capital, M.C., is interpreted to be the logical framework of Marx's theory, and thus the money constant capital and money variable capital are taken as given, as quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power at the beginning of the circuit of money capital, i.e., constant capital and variable capital are not determined simultaneously with the prices of production of the output at the end of the circuit. And the crucial point is that the same quantities of money constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in the determination of both values and prices of production of the output, not one set of magnitudes of C and V for the determination of values and another set for the determination of prices of production, as in the standard interpretation. In addition, with an given period, the total surplus values determined by the prior value analysis, and taken as given in the determination of the rate of profit and prices of production, as in my interpretation. The rate of profit is not determined simultaneously with the prices of production of the outputs and the inputs, as in the standard interpretation. And both of Marx's two aggregate equalities are always satisfied within a single period. Therefore, within any given period, the TSSI and my interpretation are similar with respect to these two important aspects of Marx's logical method that I have emphasized in this book. As a consequence of these assumptions, Marx's two aggregate equalities are always satisfied within any given period, as in my interpretation. Two differences. However, in spite of these important agreements, there are also important disagreements. The main disagreement has to do with Marx's concept of prices of production. I argue that prices of production are long-run center of gravity prices, which change only if the productivity of labor or the real wage changes, in the classical tradition of Smith and Ricardo, while the TSSI interprets Marx's prices of production as short-run equilibrium prices that continue to change from period to period, even though there is no change in the productivity of labor or the real wage, and thus that the transformation of values into prices of production is a multi-period, ongoing process. Kliman and McGlone emphasize this point. Many different prices of production are possible even when technology and the real wage remain constant. Point 3. The next two sections will discuss these important differences. 2.1 Prices of production and long-run center of gravity prices. 4. I argue that Marx's concept of prices of production refers to long-run center of gravity prices around which actual market prices fluctuate, gravitate, from period to period. These long-run center of gravity prices are in the classical tradition of Smith and Ricardo and have three key characteristics. 1. They equalize the rate of profit across industries. 2. They are centers of gravity around which actual market prices fluctuate over extended periods of time, and 3. They change if and only if either the productivity of labor changes, due to changes in the technology of production, or, secondarily, as the real wage changes. The TSSI prices of production have the first characteristic, but do not have the other two key characteristics. Since they change every period, they cannot be centers of gravity, and they change varje period event hot productivity of labor, and the real wage remain the same. This section will focus on the third characteristic of Marx's prices of production, which is the one that most clearly contradicts the TSS interpretation, and will review the textual evidence related to this key characteristic. Textual evidence related to the second characteristic of prices of production as long-run center of gravity prices will be presented in Chapter 11. Before reviewing the textual evidence, the dependence of Marx's prices of production on the productivity of labor and the real wage may be briefly summarized as follows. As discussed in Chapter 2, Equation 10, prices of production are determined by the following equation, ignoring fixed capital for the sake of simplicity. PPI equals, CI plus 6, plus R, CI plus 6. Therefore changes in price of production could be due to change in CI or 6 or R, or some combination of these. Marx argued, in the passages to be reviewed below, that changes in CI or 6 are caused by changes in the productivity of labor, either in final goods industries, or in industries that produce the means of production for these final goods industries. A change of 6 could also be due to a change in the real wage. Marx argued further, in the passages reviewed below, that a change in R is also caused either by a change in the productivity of labor somewhere in the economy which changes either the composition of capital or the rate of surplus value. A change in the rate of surplus value could also be due to a change in the real wage. These discussions of the causes of changes in price of production imply the conclusion that if the productivity of labor and the real wage remain constant, then prices of production would also remain constant. Marx does not mention in these many passages any other possible cause of changes in price of production beside a changes in the productivity of labor and / or the real wage. He certainly does not ever mention that CI and 6 might continue to change in successive periods as a result of the ongoing equalization of profit rates and the transformation process, as in the TSSI. We turn now to the textual evidence on this important point. Manuscript of 1861-63. The first time, in his published writings, that Marx discussed the subject of the cause of changes in price of production was in a discussion of Ricardo's theory of prices of production in the manuscript of 1861-63, in a subsection of what eventually became Chapter 10 of Theories of Surplus Value, subsection 10.5, c, entitled Ricardo's Two Different Definitions of Natural Price. Changes in cost price of production caused by changes in the productivity of labor. Temporal Single System Interpretation, c. 291. As we saw in Chapter 4, at this time Marx was calling prices of production cost prices, which is confusing, since later in Volume 3 of Capital cost price is a component of prices of production, key equals CI plus 6, rather than another name for prices of production. Marx's main point in this subsection is that Ricardo failed to distinguish between value and prices of production, a criticism he made many times in the theories of surplus value. In addition, as the title subsection suggests, Marx also discussed causes of changes in prices of production. Marx's main point here is that changes in prices of production are ultimately caused by changes in the productivity of labor, which changes inversely the labor time required to produce commodities or the value of commodities. These changes in the productivity of labor could occur either in the final goods industries, or in the industries that produce the inputs, means of production and means of subsistence, for the final goods industries. In this discussion and in all the passages discussed below in this section, Marx seems to be using the term value to mean the magnitude of value, or the labor time required to produce commodities. The only cause of a change of value mentioned in these passages is a change in labor time requirements. Marx stated at the outset of this discussion. Provided that the prices of the commodities are so adjusted that they all yield a rate of profit of 10%, then every lasting change in these prices will be determined by a change in their values, in the labor time required for their production. With the changes in the values of commodities, their cost prices of production also change. Point 5. Marx went on to discuss an example of hat making, which was one of Ricardo's examples. Marx explained that, if the productivity of labor in hat making increases, example a worker can produce 20 hats in the same time as he previously produced 10 hats, then the labor time required to produce each hat and the wage cost of each hat would decrease, which in turn would reduce the price of production of hats. Marx also added that increases in the productivity of labor in industries that produce the means of production for the hat industry, raw materials and tools, would also reduce the price of production of the hats in similar fashion. Such an increase in productivity in the production of the means of production leads to a reduction of prices of production in those industries, which in turn reduces the constant capital outlay for the hat making industry, and hence reduces the price of production of hats. Finally, another way in which an increase in the productivity of labor could affect the price of production of hats is if the increase of productivity occurred in industries which produce the workers' means of subsistence, which would make the means of subsistence cheaper and increase the general rate of profit. This last cause would of course affect the prices of production of all commodities. Marx summarized this discussion in the following passage, which emphasizes that the changes in the prices of production of commodities are ultimately caused by changes in the labor time required for their production. Once the cost prices, i.e. prices of production of commodities in the different trades, are established, they rise or fall relatively to each other with any change in the values of the commodities. If the productivity of labor rises, the labor time required for the production of a particular commodity decreases and therefore its value falls. Whether this change in productivity occurs in the labor used in the final process or in the constant capital, the cost price of this commodity must also fall correspondingly. Point 6. Manuscript of 1864-65, Volume 3 of Capital. The next method Marx discusseth the subject of the cause of changes in prices of production was 2 to 3 years later in the manuscript of 1864-5, in what later became Part 2 of Volume 3, Part 2, of Capital. Marx discussed this subject in each of the last 4 chapters of Part 2, chapters 9 to 12. In Chapter 9, Marx wrote, "The price of production of commodities in a particular sphere of production may undergo changes of magnitude, 1, while the value of the commodities remains the same, so that the same quantity of dead and living labor goes into their production afterwards as before, as the result of a change in the general rate of profit that is independent of the particular sphere in question, 2, while the general rate of profit remains the same, by a change in value either in the particular sphere of production itself, as the result of a technical change, or as the result of a change in the value of the commodities that go into its constant capital as formative elements." Temporal Single System Interpretation, c. 293. 3. Finally, by the common action of these two circumstances. Point 7. Marx then went on to discuss possible causes of changes in the general rate of profit. Assuming a constant level of exploitation of labor. A change in the general rate of profit assumes a change in the value of the commodities which enter as formative elements into the constant capital, the variable capital, or both simultaneously. Alternatively, the general rate of profit can change, with the value of commodities remaining constant, if the level of exploitation of labor changes. Or again, the level of exploitation of labor remaining the same, the general rate of profit can change if the sum of labor applied changes in relation to the constant capital, as a result of technical changes in the labor process. But technical changes of this kind must always show themselves in, and thus be accompanied by, a change in value of commodities whose production now requires either more or less labor than it did before. Point 8. This passage mentions briefly another possible cause of changes in prices of production, besides changes in productivity or values, and that is a change in the rate of exploitation with the value so all commodities remaining constant. This seems to refer to a change in the real wage, which would change the rate of exploitation inversely while values remain constant. All other possible causes of changes in prices of production discussed in this passage are, in one form or another, changes in the productivity of labor which inversely change the labor time required to produce commodities, either in the particular industry which produces a given commodity, or in industries that produce the means of production for this industry, or in the rest of the economy that affects the general rate of profit. In Chapter 10, Marx commented again briefly that changes in prices of production are caused by changes in the values of commodities, or a change in the labor time required to produce commodities. In whatever way prices are determined, the following is the result: 1. The law of value governs their movement insofar as reduction or increase in the labor time needed for their production makes the price of production rise or fall. 2. The average profit, which determines the prices of production, must always be approximately equal to the amount of surplus value that accrues to a given capital as an aliquot part of the total social capital. Since it is the total value of the commodities that governs the total surplus value, while this in turn governs the level of average profit and hence the general rate of profit, as a general law or as governing the fluctuations, it follows that the law of value regulates the prices of production. 9. Marx did not mention here or elsewhere that prices of production might rise or fall due to the ongoing transformation of values into prices of production without changes in the labor times required for production. Chapter 11 is about the effect of changes of wages on prices of production, Ricardo's main question. Marx states that changes in wages could be due either to a change in the real wage or to a change in the value of the means of subsistence, which in turn is due to a change in the productivity of labor in the production, directly or indirectly, of means of subsistence. 10 So again, the only causes of changes in prices of production are changes in the real wage or changes in the productivity of labor. Finally, in Chapter 12, Section 1, entitled The Causes of a Change in the Price of Production, Marx returned again to this subject, and largely repeats what he said in Chapter 9. The price of production of a commodity can vary for only two reasons: 1. A change in the general rate of profit. This is possible only if the average rate of surplus value itself alters, or, given an average rate of surplus value, the ratio between the sum of surplus value appropriated and the total social capital advanced. Insofar as the change in the rate of surplus value does not rest on the depression of wages below their normal level, or a rise above this, and movements like this are never more than oscillations, it can occur only because the value of labor power has either fallen or risen. Both of these are impossible without a change in the productivity of labor that produces the means of subsistence, i.e. without a change in value of the commodities that are consumed by the worker. 11. This sentence seems to assume that the real wage remains constant, since Marx says that a change in the value of labor power is impossible without a change in the productivity of labor in the production of the worker's means of subsistence. Marx continues. Alternatively, there may be a change in the ratio between the sum of surplus value appropriated and the total social capital advanced. If the same labor sets more constant capital in motion, it has become more productive, and vice versa. Thus a change has taken place in the productivity of labor and a change must have occurred in the value of certain commodities. 2. The general rate of profit remains unaltered. In this case the production price of a commodity can change only because its value has altered, because les laboris required for its actual reproduction, whether because of a change in the productivity of labor that produces the commodity in its final form, or in that of the labor producing those commodities that go towards producing it. The price of production of cotton yarn may fall either because raw cotton is produced more cheaply, or because the work of spinning has become more productive as a result of better machinery. All changes in the price of production of a commodity can be ultimately reduced to a change in value. 12. In summary, we can see that the only causes of changes in prices of production that Marx discussed in these passages are: 1. A change in the productivity of labor, which reduces the labor time required to produce commodities, i.e., reduces the values of commodities, and 2. A change in the real wage. Marx never mentioned in any of these passages that another cause of changes in prices of production is or might be the ongoing process of equalization of profit rates and transformation of output prices into prices of production, as in the TSSI. Therefore, these passages, the only published passages in which Marx discussed the subject of causes of changes in prices of production, all support my interpretation of prices of production as long-run center of gravity prices that change only for these two reasons. And all these passages contradict the TSSI interpretation according to which prices of production are short-run prices that change in most periods, even though the productivity of labor and the real wage remain constant. If the TSSI were correct, such changes in prices of production would occur in almost every period, would always occur unless particular prices of production were long-run equilibrium prices, and these changes would be much more common and frequent than increases in productivity and decreases in labor times and values. If the TSSI were correct, surely Marx would have mentioned this important additional cause of changes in prices of production at least once in all these passages, and probably in all of them. But there is not one single word about the TSSI's other cause of changes of prices of production. Therefore, it seems reasonable to conclude that the TSS interpretation of Marx's prices of production is a misinterpretation on this crucial point. 2.2 Transformation process over multiple periods. Because the TSSI assumes that prices of production are not long-run center-off gravity prices, that transformation of values into price of production is assumed to be an ongoing process that takes place over multiple periods, which are assumed to be real historical periods. The TSSI acknowledges that Marx's own discussion of the transformation in Part 2 of Volume 3 of Capital is in terms of a single period, but it is argued that this is only the first period of a multi-period process, which the TSSI intends to continue into subsequent periods and to complete. In Kliman and McGlone's original 1988 article, their numerical example includes 14 periods. In the first period, the prices of the means of production and labor power are assumed to be equal to their values. The prices of production of the output of the first period become the prices of the inputs of the second period, and so on. In the first 13 periods, prices of production continue to change in every period, even though the productivity of labor and the real wage are assumed to remain constant. The reason their prices of production continue to change in every period is that these changes are necessary in order to continue to equalize the rate of profit in each period. More on this point below. Finally, in period 13, prices of production converge to their long-run equilibrium level, and remain the same in period 14, and thereafter, unless either the productivity of labor or the real wage changes. In Kliman and McGlone's later articles and in Kliman's recent book, they present different numerical examples which include only two periods. 13. However, it is clear that the equalization of the profit rate must continue in future periods by means of continuing changes in the prices of production in order to equalize the industry rates of profit. If prices of production did not change in future periods, then the rate of profit would not be equal in future periods. Kliman and McGlone argued that a multi-period transformation is necessary because the inputs of constant capital and variable capital in period 1 are equal to the values of the inputs, and therefore these values must be subsequently transformed into their prices of production. 14 They argue that the inputs cannot be transformed into prices of production in the first period because the inputs have already been purchased at their values, and these inputs cannot be retroactively repriced. Instead, the input prices start to be transformed only in the second period when the prices of production of the output of the first period become the prices of the inputs of the second period. This transformation of input prices in the second period causes the prices of production of the outputs of the second period to change as well, in order to equalize the rate of profit again on these new input prices, which in turn changes the input and output prices in the third period, and so on, period after period, until the prices of production eventually converge, assuming simple reproduction, to long-run equilibrium prices. I argue, to the contrary, that a multi-period transformation is not necessary because the inputs of constant capital and variable capital do not have to be transformed. Marx did not begin his theory of prices of production with the assumption that the prices of the inputs are equal to their values. Instead, Marx assumed that the prices of the inputs are equal to their actual long-run equilibrium prices, which are their prices of production. Therefore, the prices of the inputs are in effect already transformed, equal to the actual prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence from the very beginning. I argue further that there is no textual evidence to support the TSSI interpretation that Marx's transformation of values into prices of production takes place over multiple actual historical periods. In all of Marx's discussions of the transformation, it is presented in only one period, and as complete in that one period. There is not a single comment by Marx to indicate that his single period analysis is only the first period of a multi-period process, and that his single period analysis should be supplemented and continued into future periods. The complete absence of any suggestion by Marx that additional periods are needed to transform the input prices supports my single period interpretation over the TSS multi-period interpretation. The reason why the TSSI prices of production continue to change from period to period is because of the ongoing equalization of the rate of profit and the transformation process itself. The prices of production of the output at the end of the first period become the prices of the inputs at the beginning of the second period. If prices of production of the outputs were to remain constant, i.e., if the prices of production of the output of the second period were equal to the prices of production of the output of the first period, then rates of profit in the second period would not be equal across industries. Therefore, in order to equalize the rate of profit in the second period, the prices of production of the output of the second period must change and must be different from the prices of production of the output of the first period. Similar logic applies to future periods, until the prices of production of the output eventually converge to long-run equilibrium prices. In each period, the prices of the inputs are not equal to prices of the output, which implies that the input prices in the next period will be different from input prices in the current period. If the output prices in the next period were to remain the same as they are in the current period, while the input prices changed, then the rates of profit across industries would be unequal. In order to equalize the profit rate, the prices of production of the outputs of the next period must continue to change. Therefore, the TSSI prices of production continue to change from period to period as a result of the ongoing equalization of the rate of profit and the transformation of output prices into prices of production, even though it is assumed that the productivity of labor and the real wage remain constant. This key feature of the TSSI prices of production clearly contradicts Marx's concept of prices of production as long-run center of gravity prices, which change only if the productivity of labor or the real wage changes and that are relatively stable over long periods of time. The TSS multi-period interpretation of the transformation problem is mathematically the same as Schick's iterative interpretation discussed in Chapter 7, Andels Morishimas, except that Schick's iterations assumed topological iterations within a single period, instead of a series of real historical periods. The quantitative results, long-run equilibrium prices of production and the associated rate of profit, arrived at by the TSSI multi-period transformation process are the same as for Schick's iterative interpretation, except for a proportionality factor, due to a different normalization condition, as Kleman and McGlone have acknowledged. Point 15. Furthermore, as discussed above in Chapter 7, Schick's quantitative results are the same as Bortkowicz's results, again except for a proportionality factor for the same reason. Therefore the TSSI's quantitative results are also the same as Bortkowicz's. Indeed, the iterative procedure that both the TSSI and Schick follow is a well-known alternative method of solving a system of simultaneous equations, the method generally used by computers. Thus the iterative method has no yield an alternative solution but instead merely an alternative method of calculating the same solution as the simultaneous determination method. Therefore, over the whole transformation process, from values in period 1 to long-run equilibrium prices of production in some future period, there is no quantitative difference between the TSSI interpretation and the simultaneous determination interpretation. The end result is the same long-run equilibrium prices, except for a proportionality factor, and the same rate of profit. Thus, the TSSI interpretation, which starts out as a rejection of simultaneous determination, ends up as an alternative method of calculation for simultaneous determination, with the same quantitative results over the whole transformation process. Kliman and McGlone acknowledge that their interpretation is undeniably identical to an iterative solution on a purely formal mathematical level, but they argue that their interpretation nonetheless begins with different conceptual premises and ends up with results that are conceptually different. 16 They do not explain exactly what they mean by conceptually different, given that the quantitative conclusions are the same. Perhaps it is the fact that the starting point of their interpretation is the labor values of the means of production and means of subsistence and the value rate of profit. However, as discussed in Chapter 7 on Sheik's interpretation, in using this iterative method to solve simultaneous equations, one could start with any initial values, and would always end up with the same rate of profit and the same long-run equilibrium prices of production, except perhaps for a proportionality factor. This random starting point leading to the same solution does not inspire confidence in the TSS interpretation that labor values are the causal factors in the determination of the rate of profit and prices of production. This equivalence of quantitative results also means that, over the whole of the TSSI transformation process, Marx's two aggregate equalities, total price of production equals total value and total profit equals total surplus value, cannot both be satisfied simultaneously, as in Bortkevich's critique. Indeed, in general, neither of Marx's two aggregate equalities will be satisfied in the TSSI interpretation, because it assumes a different, third aggregate equality. The value-added component of both total value and total price of production are equal. The TSSI is similar in this respect to the new interpretation. That is, total variable capital plus total surplus value equals total wages plus total profit. If this aggregate equality is assumed, then Marx's two aggregate equalities will in general not be satisfied over the whole transformation process, except under very restrictive assumptions, equal compositions of capital across industries. In all of Kliman and McGlone's articles, the aggregate gross price equality is not satisfied, i.e., total price of production in the last period is not equal to total value in period 1. In their first two articles, 1988 and 1996, they assume a two-department model, and under this assumption, and only under this assumption, total profit in the last period will equals total surplus value in period 1, because assuming the value-added component of the total value and total price of production are equal in a two-department model is equivalent to assuming that both total profit equals total surplus value and total wages equals total variable capital. However, in their 1999 paper and in Kliman's 2007 book, they assume three departments, and under this assumption, total profit in the last period will in general not equals total surplus value in period 1, as indeed it does not in both of these examples. Thus, neither of Marx's aggregate equalities is satisfied over the whole transformation process in these three-department examples, or in more complicated examples. Kliman and McGlone argue that we should not evaluate Marx's aggregate equalities over the whole transformation process, from values in period 1 to long-run equilibrium prices of production in some future period. 17 Each period is discrete, they argue, and should be considered on its own. In each period, both of Marx's two aggregate equalities are satisfied, and the price rate of profit equals the value rate of profit, and that is all that matters. The problem with this argument is that the TSSI misinterprets Marx's concept of prices of production. Marx's prices of production are long-run equilibrium prices, and thus his two aggregate equalities are defined in terms of long-run equilibrium prices of production. That is, total prices of production equals total value refers to prices of production as long-run equilibrium prices, not to short-run prices, as in the TSS interpretation. Similarly, total profit equals total surplus value refers to profit as one component of long-run equilibrium prices of production. Therefore, Clement and Maglone's argument that Marx's two aggregate equalities are satisfied for each period is beside the point, because it refers to prices of production as short-run prices, not as Marx's long-run equilibrium prices. And for Marx's long-run equilibrium prices of production, neither of Marx's two aggregate equalities are satisfied in the TSS interpretation. 3. Clement's response to prices of production as long-run center of gravity prices. In his 2007 book, Clement has briefly responded, in a footnote, to my criticism that prices of production are long-run center of gravity prices that change only if the productivity of labor or the real wage changes, as follows. Moseley's argument does not succeed unless Marx and Moseley mean the same thing by productivity, which Moseley fails to show. In the passage to which he refers, Marx 1991a, 307-08, used change in productivity and change in value synonymously. And as Moseley himself agrees, Marx held that a commodity's value depends in part on the prices of the inputs needed to produce it, c.e.g. Marx 1991a, 264-65. It thus seems reasonable to conclude that a change in productivity in the above sense can result from a change of input prices. On this interpretation, temporalist prices of production do not change for reasons other than changes in productivity and real wages. Point 18. We can see that Clement implicitly agrees that Marx's prices of production change only if the productivity of labor changes, leaving aside the real wage for now. However, Clement suggests an idiosyncratic definition of productivity which depends in part on the price of inputs, so that a change of productivity could result from a change of input prices and, implicitly, such a change of input prices could be the result of the ongoing equalization of the profit rate and the transformation process, as in the TSS interpretation. I argue, to the contrary, that throughout the 3 volumes of Capital, Marx consistently defined the productivity of labor in purely physical terms, as the ratio of the quantity of output produced per unit of labor, example per labor hour, independent of the prices of inputs. For example, Marx first introduced his concept of productivity in Chapter 1 of Volume I in purely physical terms. By productivity, of course, we always mean the productivity of concrete useful labor. Useful labor becomes, therefore, a more or less abundant source of products in direct proportion as its productivity rises or falls. Point 19. And in Chapter 12, on relative surplus value, an increase in the productivity of labor is defined as a reduction in the labor time necessary to produce a commodity and is explained as the result of technological revolutions and alterations of the labor process. By an increase in the productivity of labor, we mean an alteration in the labor process of such a kind as to shorten the labor time socially necessary for the production of a commodity, and to endow a given quantity of labor with the power of producing a greater quantity of use value. The technical and social conditions of the process of production and consequently the mode of production itself must be revolutionized before the productivity of labor can be increased. Point 20. I hope that these key passages are sufficient to show that Marx's concept of productivity is defined in purely physical terms, independent of input prices. Nothing is said in these passages or elsewhere about a change in productivity resulting from a change in the price of inputs, without a change in the physical ratio of output à labor, e.g. as the result of the ongoing process of equalization of profit rates and transformation of output prices in successive periods, as in the TSS interpretation. Instead, the direction of causation is always the other way around. Changes in the prices of the means of production are caused by changes in the physical productivity of labor. Thus, it is not reasonable to conclude that a change of productivity could result from a change in the prices of the inputs. For Marx, a change of productivity is a change in the physical ratio of output to labor, which results from changes in technology, and which, in the case of means of production, would cause a change in the price of means of production, not the other way around. It is true that the value of commodities depends in part on constant capital, P equals C plus N, and thus on the price of the means of production, not the price of inputs, as Clement states, the value of commodities does not depend on variable capital and the price of the means of subsistence, but this does not imply that a change of productivity could be the result of a change in the price of the means of production. The only cause of changes of productivity discussed in Marx's passages reviewed above are technological changes that change the labor times required to produce commodities. Therefore, I conclude again that the TSS interpretation of prices of production, which change every period, even though the physical productivity of labor remains the same, is a misinterpretation of Marx's concept of prices of production as long-run center of gravity prices. For current costs and sequential determination 21. In an appendix to Chapter 9 of his recent book, one of the chapters on the transformation problem, Clement discusses my interpretation. Point 22. However, this discussion of my interpretation is not really about my interpretation of the transformation problem, and is thus out of place in this appendix. This is obvious because Clement discusses my interpretation in terms of a one-commodity model, and the transformation problem does not even arise in a one-commodity model. There is no difference between the value and the price of production of the one commodity. Point 23. Instead, the issue discussed in Clement's appendix is whether or not constant capital is revalued to current costs as a result of technological change. This is an important issue, but it is a separate issue from the transformation problem. All interpretations of the transformation problem, including mine and Clement's, have assumed constant technology. Therefore, it is not relevant to introduce technological change into a discussion of the transformation problem. However, there is one argument related to technological change in this appendix that is relevant to my interpretation of the transformation problem. Clement asserts that, in the case of technological change, the assumption that constant capital is valued in current costs necessarily implies or requires the simultaneous determination of input prices and output prices. I argue that this assertion is not true. Current cost valuation of constant capital, as I define it, does not imply or require the simultaneous determination of input and output prices. As discussed in previous chapters, constant capital is taken as given in the determination of output prices, because it has been advanced in the sphere of circulation, and thus already exists and is in principle a known quantity. It is a given datum from the sphere of circulation. If the price of means of production in the sphere of circulation changes, this would continue to be true. The constant capital component of all similar commodities would bear a value das equal to the new price of production of the means of production, and this new magnitude of constant capital would also be taken as given in the determination of output prices, for the same reason as the old magnitude of constant capital, because the new magnitude of constant capital has been advanced in the sphere of circulation prior to the sale of the output, and thus already exists and is already a known datum. It is just a different given magnitude. The new magnitude of constant capital becomes the new given benchmark against which M is measured and delta M is determined. Marx's discussions of examples of the revaluation of constant capital usually begin with something like the following: assume the price of cotton has increased, example from a sixpence per pound to a shilling per pound. Point 24. This increase in the price of cotton is assumed to have already occurred, as evidenced by the most recent purchases of cotton on the market, and is taken as given in the further analysis of the effects of this given increase in the price of cotton. Marx's question in this analysis is this: how does this given increase in the price of cotton affect the constant capital, transferred value, component of the price of commodities that use cotton as an input, and, also, how does this increase of constant capital affect the rate of profit? Marx's answer to this question is: the constant capital component of the price of all similar commodities that exist anywhere in the circuit of money capital is revalued accordingly. Anywhere in the circuit of money capital includes all three phases: before production, during production, and after production/before sale. There is no reason in connection with this issue to make any distinction between the three phases. In all three phases prior to sale, the new magnitude of constant capital has been advanced in the sphere of circulation to purchase raw materials. Prior to the sale of the output and prior to the recovery of the constant capital advanced, and is taken as given as such. The new magnitude of constant capital is an actual fact, just like the old magnitude, the new magnitude is a more current actual fact. Contrary to Kliman, there is no reason to assume that the constant capital advanced cannot be revalued, and cannot be taken as given as revalued, after the means of production have entered production. The following passage, from the chapter on Smith in the Theories of Surplus Value, quoted above in Chapter 4, clearly states that, if the price of the means of production changes, then the magnitude of constant capital will also change, and this new magnitude of constant capital is still a postulated value which must reappear in the value of the product 25. If we take society at any one moment, there exists simultaneously in all spheres of production, even though in very different proportions, a definite constant capital, presupposed as a condition of production, that once and for all belongs to production and must be given back to it. It is true that the value of this constant part can fall or rise, depending on whether the commodities of which it is composed have to be reproduced at less or greater cost. This change of value, however, never alters the fact that in the process of production, into which it enters as a condition of production, it is a postulated value which must reappear in the value of the product. Point 26. Kliman can of course continue to argue that, according to Marx, there is no revaluation of constant capital after the means of production enter production, but that does not affect the substantial logical issue here. Current cost valuation of constant capital, as I define it, which I think is how Marx defined it, does not necessarily imply or require the simultaneous determination of input prices and output prices. Current cost valuation of constant capital coming from the sphere of circulation is perfectly compatible with sequential determination, and indeed requires sequential determination. According to my interpretation, the price of cotton is not an unknown that is determined simultaneously with the price of yarn. Rather, the price of cotton is taken as given at its current, most recent, price, as evidenced in the sphere of circulation, up until the sale of the output. Kliman suggests that there is no quantitative meaning to taking constant capital as given after the means of production have entered production. But this is not true. The quantitative meaning of given constant capital in Marx's cotton and yarn example is the new price of cotton, as evidenced in the sphere of circulation, example 2 shillings, with a clear quantitative meaning. It should also be added that Kliman's presentation of Moseley's interpretation of the determination of constant capital in the case of technological change in this appendix is a gross misrepresentation of my interpretation, again because it assumes a one-commodity model. A one-commodity model cannot adequately represent my interpretation because it cannot distinguish between a change in the price of inputs and a change in the price of outputs. Any change in the price of the input is immediately and automatically a change in the price of the one commodity, and vice versa. Therefore, such a one-commodity model limits the determination of constant capital in the case of technological change to only two polar opposite cases. 1. Constant capital is equal to the historical cost of any commodity which is taken as given, or, 2. Constant capital is equal to the current cost of the one commodity, which is determined simultaneously with the price of the one commodity as output. However, in the general case, in which the means of production used in the production of outputs are not the same commodities as the outputs, one can distinguish between a change in the prices of the inputs and a change in the prices of the outputs, and there is another alternative for the determination of constant capital in the case of technological change. Constant capital can be taken as given as the current, most recent, cost of the means of production, as already manifested in the sphere of circulation, up until the time of the sale of the output. If there is a change in the price of the means of production, any time between the purchase of the inputs and the sale of the output, then the constant capital can be taken as given at this new current price of the means of production, rather than the old historical price of the means of production. One bizarre result of Kliman's misunderstanding of my interpretation is the following. In Kliman's numerical example of Moseley's interpretation in his appendix, an increase of productivity in the production of the output reduces the price of the output. And since there is only one commodity, the price of the input is also reduced. However, if there were multiple commodities, then a change in the price of one commodity as output would have little or no effect on the prices of its own inputs. Clement then argues that Moseley's interpretation would assume that the money constant capital would stay the same, even though the price of the input has fallen. I don't know how Clement arrives at this misunderstanding of my interpretation, since I have always emphasized that if there is a change in the price of the means of production, then constant capital will change accordingly. Finally, Clement concludes that since the price of the input has fallen, and the constant capital has remained the same, more inputs are purchased to produce the same quantity of output, so that capital productivity has declined. This absurd conclusion follows from two assumptions that are not part of my interpretation: 1, that there is only one commodity, and 2, that constant capital remains the same even if the price of the means of production changes. Clement also argues that the rate of profit in my interpretation is the same as the Sraffian physicalist rate of profit, but here too his argument is based on the inappropriate assumption that the input and the output are the same one commodity. This assumption, and only this assumption, makes it possible to cancel the lambda s, labor values, on p 173 and arrive at Clement's conclusion. Clement asserts that it is possible, but much more tedious, to show that the same conclusions hold true in multi-sector examples. But this assertion is false. I showed in chapter 6 that the rate of profit in Marx's theory is not the same as the rate of profit in Sraffa's theory. The rate of profit in Marx's theory refers in principle to the actual annual rate of profit in the capitalist economy, which reflects actual sales of commodities and actual profit on these actual sales. By contrast, the rate of profit in Sraffian theory is a hypothetical rate of profit, completely unique to Sraffian theory. It is a rate of profit for a hypothetical unit time period, example Steedman's week, and it includes imaginary profit paid on partially completed products and imaginary profit paid on partially used machines, even though these joint products are not actually sold on markets. Furthermore, the difference between Marx's rate of profit and the Sraffian rate of profit was clearly illustrated in chapter 6 by the extreme case of full automation. In this case, the Sraffian rate of profit predicts that, if there is a physical surplus, then there will be a positive profit, even though there is no labor and no surplus labor. Marx's theory, on the other hand, predicts that, if there is no labor and hence no surplus labor, then there will be no profit, since S equals MLS, even though there is a physical surplus. As explained in chapter 6, the reason for these different conclusions, besides the labor theory of value in Marx's theory, is the different methods of determination of constant capital and the prices of the means of production in the two theories. In Marx's theory, constant capital is taken as given, as the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production at the beginning of the circuit of money capital in the real capitalist economy, and this given pre-existing constant capital must be recovered before there can be any profit. In Sraffian theory, on the other hand, the actual constant capital is not taken as given, but instead the prices of the means of production are unknowns and are determined simultaneously with the prices of the output, and the prices of the means of production can always be determined low enough to result in a positive rate of profit, as long as there is a surplus product. Therefore, the rate of profit in my interpretation of Marx's theory is not the same as the rate of profit in the Sraffian theory. The two theories are not even about the same rate of profit. Furthermore, they come to opposite conclusions with respect to the all-important question of the necessity of surplus labor in order to have a positive profit. Conclusion. In sum, I think Clement and Maglone, and the TSSI in general, have made important contributions to Marxian scholarship. Their main contributions are, 1. The insistence that Marx's theory is based on the logic of temporal, or sequential, determination, not on the logic of simultaneous determination, and, 2. The insistence that Marx's theory of prices of production is based on a single system framework in which values and price of production are mutually interdependent, rather than a dual system framework, in which values and prices of production are mutually separate and independent. However, The main problem with the TSS interpretation, in my view, is that it assumes that Marx's prices of production are short-run prices, that change from period to period event hote productivity of Laburan theory all wage remain constant, in contrast to Marx's prices of production, which are long-run center of gravity prices that change if and only if either the productivity of labor or the real wage changes. I have presented substantial textual evidence in this chapter and in Mosel 1999 to support my interpretation that Marx's prices of production are long-run center of gravity prices in this sense. One way to compare the TSS interpretation and my interpretation is the following: the two interpretations agree that, in any given period, constant capital and variable capital are taken as given, as the money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power, which are assumed to be equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, respectively. This is an important agreement. However, there is disagreement over the precise meaning of prices of production, and thus over the meaning of the prices of production of the inputs. According to the TSSI, prices of production are short-run prices, and thus the prices of production of the inputs are also short-run prices, and the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence as inputs are not equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence as outputs. Because input prices are not equal to output prices, prices of production will continue to change in the next period, due solely to the continuation of the equalization of the rate of profit without changes in productivity of labor or the real wage, contrary to all the textual evidence. As a result, Marx's two aggregate equalities are not satisfied over the whole multi-period transformation process, and the rate of profit also changes from period to period, so that the price rate of profit at the end of the process is not equal to value rate of profit at the beginning of the process. Thought if the proponents of TSSE would accept that price of production are long-run center of gravity prices, then all the above problems would disappear. This revised TSSI would be consistent with the substantial textual evidence on this issue. And since the economy is assumed to be in long-run equilibrium, input prices are equal to output prices, and the equalization of the profit rate and transformation process would be complete after one period, as Marx presented it in Chapter 9. Finally, both of Marx's aggregate equalities over the whole transformation process would always be satisfied, and the rate of profit would not change in subsequent periods, unless there were a change of productivity or of the real wage. A revised TSSI along these lines would be a clear improvement. Copyright Koning Clique Brill NV, Leiden, 2016 doi, 10.1163/9789004301931_011. Chapter 10. The Rethinking Marxism Interpretation. Another important reinterpretation of Marx's theory and the transformation problem in recent decades has been presented in a series of papers by Rick Wolff, Bruce Roberts, and Antonio Colleri, hereafter referred to, with apologies, as WRC. Their first two papers were published in 1982 and 1984. One more recent papers by Roberts have extended their interpretation to new issues, example the reduction of concrete labor to abstract labor, but their basic interpretation of the transformation problem has remained essentially the same. This chapter discusses primarily their first two papers. I have labeled their interpretation the Rethinking Marxism interpretation, since all three authors have been prominent leaders of the Rethinking Marxism group. There are several important issues on which the WRC interpretation is similar to my interpretation, and other issues where there are significant differences between our interpretations. This chapter will first discuss the similarities and then will discuss the differences. The third section examines WRC's formal mathematical model, and the fourth section responds to WRC's critique of my interpretation. 1. Similarities. 1.1 Constant and variable capital are the same for both values and prices of production. The most important similarity between our interpretations is that we agree that constant capital and variable capital are the same magnitudes in the determination of both values and prices of production, and that these magnitudes are equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, not their values. This similarity is very important because it means that constant capital and variable capital are not supposed to be transformed from values to prices of production, and that Marx did not fail to make this unnecessary transformation. Therefore, the main criticism of Marx's theory of prices of production over the last century, that he failed to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital, is mistaken, and is based on a misinterpretation of Marx's logical method, and in particular of the method of determination of constant capital and variable capital. Furthermore, WRC's rationale for this interpretation of constant capital and variable capital is also similar to mine. WRC emphasized that the commodities analyzed by Marx are products of capital, not a more general commodity that could be the product of non-capitalist production. The inputs to capitalist production enter through the sphere of circulation, and therefore circulation is a precondition for capitalist production. The inputs to capitalist production are purchased in circulation, and they are purchased at their actual prices of production, not at their values. Therefore, the constant capital component of the value of commodities is equal to the price of production of the means of production, and the variable capital component of the new value produced is equal to the price of production of the means of subsistence. Since the constant capital and variable capital components of the price of production of commodities are also equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, it follows that these two components of capital are the same magnitudes for the determination of both values and prices of production, and do not have to be transformed from values to prices of production. However, we will see below, section 2.2, that, in spite of this important similarity, the ways in which the magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital are determined are very different in the two interpretations. 1.2 Value of commodities as products of capital. Another important similarity between our interpretations, which is related to the first similarity, is that the concept of value changes in capital, from an initial abstract concept of the value of simple commodities to a more concrete view of the value of commodities as products of capital. Point 2 The value of simple commodities is the total labor time required to produce a commodity, which is the sum of the labor time contained in the means of production, LMP, and the current socially necessary labor time required to produce the commodity, LC, i.e. value 1 equals LMP plus LC. On the other hand, the value of commodities as products of capital is different. The two second components are the same, LC. But the two first components, which have to do with past labor or transferred value, are different. The past labor of the value of commodities as products of capital is not LMP, but is instead the labor time represented by the actual money constant capital advanced to purchase the means of production at their prices of production, LP, i.e. value 2 equals LP plus LC. The labor time contained in the means of production has already been represented by the price of production at which they were purchased, and it is in this form that past labor becomes the first component of the value of commodities as products of capital. However, there is also an important disagreement between us on this issue, which has to do with the location in the 3 volumes of Capital at which the concept of value changes. WRC argue that the simple abstract concept of value applies to all of Volume I, and also Volume 2, and that the concept of value changes only in Part 2 of Volume 3, when the competition of capitals is considered. I argue, to the contrary, that the concept of value changes as soon as the theory analyzes the circuit of capital in Part 2 of Volume I and the production of surplus value in Part 3. The theory of surplus value in Part 3 is clearly about commodities as products of capital, because these commodities contain surplus value, the quintessential characteristic of capitalism, and thus the second concept of value applies from this point on. One clear explicit indication that commodities in Volume I are analyzed as products of capital is in the results of the immediate process of production manuscript, which is a summary of Volume I, immediate process of production, and a transition to Volume 2. Part 1 of the results is entitled Commodities as the Product of Capital. In this part, Marx explains that commodities as products of capital that are analyzed after Part 1 are different from the simple commodity that is analyzed in Part 1. The most important difference is that commodities as product of capital contain surplus value, and therefore are produced, not just by labor, but in part by unpaid labor. Another important difference discussed is precisely the determination of constant capital, the first component of the value of commodities. WRC cite one passage from the results, p. 969, to support their interpretation of commodities as products of capital, but the results was intended to be located at the end of Volume I, as a transition from Volume I to Volume II, see Mondel's Introduction, 3, and explicitly excludes competition, i.e., before Volume III. Therefore, the theory of value and surplus value in Volume I is already about commodities as products of capital, not simple commodities. I discussed this passage and several similar passages from the results in Chapter 4, Section 3, above. WRC's interpretation implies that Volume I of capital must be about a hypothetical capitalism, in which inputs are purchased at their values, rather than at their prices of production, and constant capital and variable capital are equal to these hypothetical values. It is as if inputs to capitalist production are simple commodities, rather than products of capital. I argue, to the contrary, that Volume I analyzes actual capitalism, and the determination of the total surplus value in actual capitalism, and this actual total surplus value is then taken as given in the analysis of the distribution of the total surplus value among individual capitals in Volume 3. In order to explain the actual total surplus value, the inputs of constant capital and variable capital themselves must be the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power in the real capitalist economy, which tend to be, equal to the price of production, not values, of the means of production and labor power, and which are taken as given as known quantities. 1.3 Production of the total surplus value prior to its distribution, class as entry point. Another important similarity between our interpretations is the assumption that the production of surplus value should be analyzed prior to its distribution. WRC emphasized that Marx's theory privileges class, and the total class relation between capitalists and workers is the entry point for Marx's theory. Point 4 Volume I is about the total surplus value produced by the working class as a whole for the capitalist class as a whole, and Volume I is about the distribution of surplus value, i.e., of the division of the total surplus value among individual capitalists and different types of capitalists. In this way, the theory proceeds by levels of argument and by intermediate stages. WRC state that it is crucial to first discuss the class relation and develop the notion of what it is that is distributed via circulation, commodities containing unpaid labor time, as the necessary prior step to the problem of how a capitalist distribution of those commodities takes place. Point 5 Similarly, WRC also state that the price of production of any individual commodity is constrained by the aggregate amount of unpaid labor time performed in the economy. The profit component of the price of production of any single commodity is then simply a proportional share of the surplus value generated in the aggregate by all capitals. Point 6 WRC do not say so explicitly, but the implicit meaning of the constraint of the total unpaid labor on the profit component of prices of production mentioned above would seem to be that the total surplus value produced by the total unpaid laboris taken is given in the determination of the of profit and prices of production and the resulting distribution of total surplus value, as in my interpretation. However, we will see below that the total surplus value is not in fact predetermined and taken as given by WRC, and that the total surplus value plays no role in their interpretation of the determination of the rate of profit, similarant as respect to new interpretation and temporal single system interpretation. Therefore, WRC do not consistently adhere to their methodological principle of class as entry point. In their interpretation of the determination of the rate of profit and prices of production, the Volume I class theory of surplus value is not a necessary prior step, but is instead an unnecessary detour. WRC argue that Marx faced a dilemma of discourse in Volume I. On the one hand, A theory of surplus value requires a theory of value, which they interpret as a micro-theory of individual exchange values. On the other hand, Marx's privileging of class requires that the total surplus value be theorized prior to its distribution among individual capitalists. WRC argue that Marx's solution to this dilemma was to assume a hypothetical, preliminary rule of exchange, according to which individual commodities exchange according to their values, and use this preliminary rule of exchange to determine the total surplus value. However, this strategy means that the total surplus value determined in volume I by the class analysis is a hypothetical quantity, and not the actual quantity of surplus value produced by the working class as a whole. And we will see below that, in the determination of the rate of profit and prices of production, WRC abandon the primacy of class and the prior determination of the total surplus value and switch instead to Sraffian theory and the simultaneous determination of the total surplus value and its distribution. I argue, to the contrary, that Marx's solution to this dilemma was to distinguish between capital in general and competition, i.e. between hemicroprior determination of the total surplus value and the subsequent micro-determination of the individual parts of surplus value and individual price of production. Volume I applies only to the total surplus value produced in the economy as a whole, it does not apply to hypothetical prices of individual industries. The main variable that is determined in volume I is the total surplus value produced in the economy as a whole. A theory of the total surplus value does not require a theory of individual prices, rule of exchange for individual commodities. All that is required is an aggregate, macro theory of total value and total surplus value. And that is what volume I provides, as I have shown in this book. 1.42 Aggregate equalities are always satisfied. Another important similarity, that follows from the above similarities, is that both of Marx's two aggregate equalities are always satisfied, including the gross price value equality. These two aggregate equalities are not conditional equalities, that may or may not be satisfied, but are instead identities that are always true by definition, or by the nature of Marx's logical method, especially the method of determination of constant capital and variable capital. Two differences. 2.1 Variables defined in units of labor, time or money. The first important difference between our interpretations to be discussed is that WRC argue that all the variables in Marx's theory are defined in units of labor, time, including constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value, and even the volume 3 variables of cost price, price of production, and profit. Money is almost entirely missing in their interpretation, except for a few passing remarks about the money capital advanced to purchase means of production, see more below. The suggestion seems to be that the three volumes of capital could have been presented entirely in terms of labor times. WRC acknowledge that Marx often expressed or measured labor times in terms of money, but they argue that this representation is not an essential part of the theory, but only for purposes of convenient exposition or illustration. Marx's theory is really about labor times, but Marx often chose to illustrate these quantities of labor time with quantities of money. Their interpretation on this point is similar to that of Dumenil, which was discussed in Chapter 8 and need not be repeated here. Point 7. I argue of course that the key variables in Marx's theory are components of money capital, and thus are defined in units of money. As emphasized many times in this book, the logical framework of Marx's theory is the circuit of money capital, M, C, P, C, M. Marx's theory is about money from the very beginning, from Chapter 1, Section 3 of Volume I of Capital. The title of Part 1 of Volume I is Commodities and Money. The title of Part 2 is The Transformation of Money into Capital. The title is not The Transformation of Labor Time into Capital. Capital is money with its own unique form of circulation, making more money. Surplus value is defined as delta M, the increment of money that emerges at the end of the circulation of money capital. Delta M is the main empirical phenomenon that Marx's theory is intended to explain. I think the textual evidence to support this monetary interpretation of Marx's theory is indisputable. I don't see how the components of money capital advanced could be interpreted solely in units of labor time. This all-important phenomenon of surplus value, delta M, is of course explained in terms of labor time, surplus labor time, but surplus value not defined in terms of labor time. Similarly, constant capital and variable capital are defined as the two components of the initial money capital advanced, the money laid out, as Marx said many times, to purchase means of production and labor power, i.e., M equals C plus V. These definitions are not just for convenient exposition or illustration, but rather they specify the most important phenomena that Marx's theory is intended to explain. Capitalism is above all else a money-making economy, and Marx's theory explains how this money-making is accomplished. A theory of capitalism whose variables are all labor times does not explain delta M. What kind of theory of capitalism would this be? Why would Marx want to illustrate quantities of labor time with quantities of money? If the theory really were only about quantities of labor time, why not illustrate quantities of labor time directly in terms of labor hours? Indeed, that is the way Marx illustrated labor times in his examples in Capital. But these examples generally also include quantities of money as well as quantities of labor time. Marx's labor theory of value is not just about labor times, but is instead about the relation of determination between quantities of labor times and quantities of money, and is based most fundamentally on the assumption that the quantity of current labor determines the quantity of money, new value, as represented by the basic equation, N equals ML. N is very definitely a quantity of money. In Marx's examples in Capital, L is illustrated in terms of labor hours and N is illustrated in terms of English money, pounds and shillings. For example, in the key chapter 7 of volume I, Marx's theory of surplus value is illustrated by the working day of an average worker. L is first 6 hours and then L is 12 hours. The melt, M, is assumed to be 0.5 shillings per hour. Thus the money new value produced in the 2 working days is first 3 shillings and then 6 shillings. And, since variable capital equals 3 shillings, the surplus value produced in the 2 cases is first 0 shillings and then 3 shillings, respectively. Surplus value is indeed determined by surplus labor, 6 hours in the second case, but surplus value is defined as 3 shillings. And Marx's theory explains the origin and magnitude of this delta M. As Marx concluded the presentation of his theory of surplus value in chapter 7, 27 shillings have been turned into 30 shillings, a surplus value of 3 shillings has been precipitated. The trick has at last worked, money has been transformed into capital. Point 8 I don't see how one could say that capital and its components are defined in units of labor time, and that money plays no essential role in Marx's theory. This interpretation leaves out the main phenomena that Marx's theory is intended to explain, delta M, or how money is transformed into capital. Furthermore, WRC's interpretation that all the variables in Marx's theory are defined in units of labor time contradicts their rationale for assuming that the constant capital component of the value of commodities is equal to the price of production of the means of production, rather than their value, section 1.1 above. As discussed above, their rationale is that means of production are purchased by constant capital at prices of production, therefore, constant capital should be defined as equal to the price of production of the means of production, which is defined by them in units of labor time. However, the means of production are purchased at prices of production with money capital, with one component of the initial money capital, the constant capital component. Means of production are not purchased with quantities of labor time. Therefore, constant capital should be defined in terms of the actual money that is advanced to purchase means of production at prices of production. David Christiansen Gurl has added money to WRC's labor time interpretation of Marx's theory, by introducing a new interpretation of the melt and using this melt to convert labor time quantities in WRC's equations into money price quantities. Point 9 Christiansen Gurl's extension of the WRC model to include money is discussed in the appendix to this chapter. 2.2 Determination of constant capital and variable capital. Another important difference between our interpretations has to do with the method of determination of the inputs of constant capital and variable capital in Marx's theory of value and surplus value in Volume I and theory of prices of production in Volume 3. I argue, of course, that constant capital and variable capital are initially taken as given, as the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power at the beginning of the circuit of money capital, which tend to be equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence. The circuit of money capital is the logical framework of Marx's theory, and the circuit of money capital begins with quantities of money constant capital and variable capital advanced. Therefore, Marx's theory of the circuit of money capital also begins with the money constant capital and variable capital advanced, and explains how the initial given money capital becomes more money. WRC, on the other hand, argue that constant capital and variable capital are derived from given quantities of physical goods, the means of production and the real wage, and are determined simultaneously with the prices of production of the outputs, similar to Sraffian theory and the Sraffian interpretation of Marx's theory. Instead of the circuit of money capital, the implicit symbolic expression of the WRC framework is similar to the Sraffian interpretation. Q. P. C. Again, money is missing entirely from their interpretation. Instead of being initially taken as given as quantities of money capital, constant capital and variable capital are derived from the given physical quantities of the means of production and the real wage, in units of labor time. Notice that WRC take as given the real wage rather than the money wage, in contrast to the new interpretation. WRC's interpretation that constant capital and variable capital are derived from given physical quantities contradicts their argument that circulation is a precondition for production, which they advance to support their interpretation that the constant capital component of the value of commodities is equal to the price of production of the means of production, section 1.1 above. Circulation is a precondition for capitalist production suggests that the initial act of exchange in the sphere of circulation provides some of the initial presuppositions of the theory of value and surplus value in the sphere of production. The actual quantities of money constant capital and variable capital advanced topurchasy means of production and labor power in the sphere of circulation, prior to production. However, the interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory as physical quantities of means of production eliminates circulation as a precondition for capitalist production. This interpretation makes it appear as if the inputs enter capitalist production as mere physical quantities, without first going through circulation and without predetermined prices. I argue, to the contrary, that precisely because circulation is a precondition for capitalist production, the initial givens in Marx's theory are the quantities of money capital advanced in the sphere of circulation, prior to production. The inputs to capitalist production are not mere physical quantities, but are instead commodities, with already existing prices, which are purchased with money capital, and these already existing prices and quantities of money capital are presupposed in the determination of the prices of the outputs and the explanation of how the presupposed quantity of money capital, M, becomes more money capital, M plus delta M. WRC emphasize one important passage in particular to support their interpretation that the constant capital component of the value of commodities is equal to the price of production of the means of production, not their values. I discuss it this passage in chapter 4 and the reader will recall that this passage from the manuscript of 1861-63 and is the first time, in his published works, that Marx discussed this important feature of his theory, in a discussion of Bailey. I will requote the last sentence of the passage here. The difference between the cost price, i.e. price of production, and value of the means of production, insofar as it enters into the price of the new commodity independently of its own production process, is incorporated into the value of the new commodity as a presupposed element. Point 10. I agree with WRC that this passage is strong evidence that the first component of the value of commodities is the price of production of the means of production, not their value. However, as discussed in chapter 4, There is a further point in this passage, which is not evident in the theories of surplus value because of a poor translation. Point 11 Marx states in this sentence that the price of the means of product is presupposed in the determination of the value of commodities. As discussed in chapter 4, the German word for presupposed, vorausgesetzt, is unfortunately mistranslated in the theories of surplus value as antecedent. Antecedent correctly conveys the temporal implication that constant capital exists in the sphere of circulation prior to production, as part of the initial M, but it does not capture the important logical meaning of presupposed, i.e., taken as given, as a factor in the determination of the value of commodities. There is a connection between these two meanings, because the constant capital exists prior to production, it is presupposed in the determination of the value of the products, even though the constant capital is equal to the price of production of the means of production, not their value. The correct translation of vorausgesetzt strengthens the case for the monetary interpretation of constant capital and variable capital, that they are presupposed because they already exist prior to production, as quantities of money capital advanced in the sphere of circulation. In W.R.C. Smith's interpretation, on the other hand, constant capital is not presupposed, but instead the prices of production of the means of production are determined simultaneously with the prices of production of the output. W.R.C. acknowledged that there are many passages in which Marx states that the initial money capital is taken as given. Marx makes this sort of assumption quite frequently. Point 12 But they argue that these statements are just for expository purposes. I disagree. I argue that these statements accurately and consistently express Marx's logical method. The initial M is taken as given in order to explain M and delta M. W.R.C.'s argument as to why Marx's many statements are only for expository purposes has to do with the issue of historical costs versus current costs. Their argument can be briefly summarized as follows. 1. Taking the initial money capital as given implies that constant capital must be evaluated at the historical cost of the means of production, and cannot be revalued as the current cost of the means of production. 2. But Marx clearly recognized that constant capital can and should be revalued as the current cost of the means of production. 3. Therefore, the inference is made that Marx must not have taken the initial money capital as given. However, the inference, 3, is false, because its premise, 1, is false. I have argued in previous chapters, especially chapter 9, section 5, that the initial money constant capital is both taken as given and assumed to be equal to the current cost of the means of production. It is taken as given as the current cost of the means of production, as already purchased and sold in the sphere of circulation. If the price of the means of production changes, the means of production with a new price must still go through the sphere of circulation, prior to production, just like the means of production with the old price. As soon as a new average price is established in the sphere of circulation, the given money constant capital changes to this new price of the means of production, and this change also affects all similar commodities still in process and not yet sold, i.e., either in production or in circulation as finished products. The new current price of the means of production is taken as given. Circulation is the precondition to production, just like the old price was before. Therefore, taking the initial money constant capital as given is fully consistent with the revaluation of constant capital in terms of current costs. We saw in chapter 4 that Marx state explicitly that although the magnitude of constant capital may change, constant capital is still a presupposed quantity which must reappear in the value of the output. Once again, it is true that the value of this constant part can fall or rise, depending on whether the commodities of which it is composed have to be reproduced at less or greater cost. This change of value, however, never alters the fact that in the process of production, into which it enters as a condition of production, it is a postulated value which must reappear in the value of the product. Point 13. 2.3 Determination of the rate of profit. Another very important difference between the WRC interpretation and my macromonetary interpretation is the method of determination of the rate of profit. We have seen in part 1 that, according to Marx's theory, the rate of profit is determined by dividing the total surplus value by the total capital invested, and the total surplus value is determined by the volume I macro theory and then taken as given, predetermined, in the volume 3 micro theory of the rate of profit and prices of production. Thus there is a direct logical connection between Marx's theory of surplus value and his theory of the rate of profit. The former is the precondition of the latter. In contrast, in WRC's interpretation, there is no logical connection between the theory of surplus value and the determination of the rate of profit, similar to the new interpretation in this important respect. The total surplus value plays no role whatsoever in the determination of the rate of profit. Instead, Marx's theory of surplus value and rate of profit is abandoned and placed by the Sraffian theory of the rate of profit, derived from given physical quantities of inputs and outputs and determined simultaneously with prices of production, of both inputs and outputs. This Sraffian determination of the rate of profit does not depend in any way on the class theory of surplus value in volume I. This point will be clearer in section 3 below, where WRC's formal model is examined. WRC mention Marx's critique of Ricardo's faulty treatment of the rate of profit. Marx often criticized Ricardo for immediately assuming an average rate of profit, thereby presupposing its consistency with his concept of value, rather than developing the relation between value and the rate of profit. Point 14. However, WRC fail in a similar way. They also do not develop the relation between value and the rate of profit. Marx developed this relation rigorously, but WRC have abandoned Marx's theory and instead determine the rate of profit according to Sraffian theory, which does not depend on value in any way. In the Rethinking Marxism interpretation of Marx's theory of the rate of profit, as in the new interpretation, the labor theory of value is indeed redundant, as Steedman argued. In a separate paper, Roberts has responded to Steedman's redundancy critique by arguing that Marx's labor theory of value has a different purpose, different from the quantitative determination of prices and the rate of profit, a more qualitative purpose, to analyze class relations in terms of the production, appropriation, and distribution of the surplus product. Point 15. With respect to this different purpose, Roberts argues, the labor theory of value is not redundant, but is instead essential. However, this is a very weak defense because Roberts continues to accept Sraffian theory of rate of profit and price of production, which does not depend on the labor theory of value. If the labor theory of value and surplus value play a role in the determination of rate of profit, this would seem to cast doubt on the validity of Marx's qualitative theory of class relations. It would be like a Newtonian physicist explaining acceleration in a way that has nothing to do with force. 2.4 Sequential vs. simultaneous determination. Another important difference between our interpretations, which is related to all the above differences, is whether Marx's theory is based on the method of sequential determination or simultaneous determination. I have argued in this book that Marx's theory is based on the method of sequential determination, in two senses. The total surplus value is determined prior to the determination of the rate of profit and prices of production, and constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in the determination of value and surplus value and prices of production. The circuit of money capital, which is a real process in real historical time, can only be theorized with sequential determination. WRC, on the other hand, argue that Marx's theory is based on the method of simultaneous determination, similar to Sraffian theory and the Sraffian interpretation of Marx's theory. The rate of profit and the prices of both inputs and outputs are all determined simultaneously. I have argued repeatedly in previous chapters that the method of simultaneous determination cannot be applied to Marx's theory. The circuit of money capital and the prior determination of the total surplus value cannot be theorized with the method of simultaneous determination. Furthermore, the method of simultaneous determination contradicts the method of class analysis emphasized by WRC themselves, section 1.3 above. According to their interpretation of class analysis, Marx's theory begins with the total class relation between capitalists and workers and the determination of the total surplus value produced by the working class as a whole, and then proceeds to the intra-class distribution of this total surplus value among individual capitalists. The intra-class distribution of the total surplus value happens by means of the general rate of profit and prices of production. Therefore, one would expect WRC, on the basis of the primacy of class, to deduce the rate of profit in the intra-class theory of the distribution of surplus value from the total surplus value determined by the prior inter-class theory of the production of surplus value. However, this is not the case. The total surplus value determined in the class theory of the production of surplus value plays no role in the determination of the intra-class theory of the rate of profit and the distribution of surplus value. There is no necessary prior step that determines the total surplus value prior to its distribution. Instead, Marx's primacy of class is abandoned and replaced with Sraffa's method of simultaneous determination. Simultaneous determination also contradicts circulation as a precondition for production, which WRC have also emphasized. As discussed above, circulation as a precondition for production suggests that the quantities of money capital advanced in circulation to purchase means of production and labor power are presuppositions in the theory of production, the production of value and surplus value. But according to the simultaneous determination of input prices and output prices, there are no presuppositions coming from circulation in the theory of relative prices and the rate of profit. It is as if the inputs enter capitalist production as mere physical quantities, without previously existing prices from circulation. Roberts has asserted that simultaneous determination is consistent with Marx's theory. 16 He doesn't support this assertion with any explanation, and in particular he does not explain how simultaneous determination is consistent with the primacy of class. His argument is instead a critique of the alternative, sequential, or temporal, determination. He assumes that sequential determination implies that input price serenot quilt output prices and thus that the economy is in a state of disequilibrium. And he argues that Marx's prices of production are clearly long-run center of gravity prices, and thus that sequential determination is a clear misinterpretation of Marx's theory, misspecifies the problem. However, I argue that my interpretation of sequential determination does not assume disequilibrium and instead assumes that the economy is in a state of long-run equilibrium, and that this is the reason why input prices are equal to output prices, not because input prices are determined simultaneously with output prices, but because the economy is in long-run equilibrium. I agree entirely that Marx's prices of production are long-run equilibrium prices, see chapters 9 and 11. Therefore, Roberts's criticism does not apply to my interpretation of the sequential determination of long-run equilibrium prices. And he still needs to explain how simultaneous determination is consistent with the primacy of class, and also with the circuit of money capital. On the other hand, this criticism does apply to the temporal single system interpretation, TSSI, of Marx's theory presented by Kliman and Maglone, which is based on temporal determination, and was discussed in Chapter 9. In the TSSI, prices of production are not long-run center of gravity prices, and thus input prices are not equal to output prices. 3. Formal model. The similarities and differences between my interpretation and WRC's interpretation discussed above can be clarified by an examination of their formal model, which consists of the following three equations. 17. 2. P equals, Pa plus PBL, 1 plus R. 3. V equals Pa plus L. 17. I number these equations, 2, 4, in order to be consistent with the numbers in their 1982 and 1984 articles. Equation 1, in THIR article systs Raffi and equation for numeraire prices, Pj equals Pj/Pk, where the kth commodity is the numeraire. The Rethinking Marxism Interpretation 325. 4, R equals, Lx, PBLx, Pax plus PBLx. P price of production, defined in units of labor time, A input-output coefficient matrix, B real wage bundle, L labor input coefficient vector, R rate of profit, V value, defined in units of labor time, X output vector. First, we can see the similarities in our interpretations discussed above. One constant capital is the same in all the equations, PA or PAX, and variable capital is the same in equations 2 and 4, PBL or PBLX. 2. The first component of the value of commodities in equation 3 is equal to the price of production of the means of production, not their values, PA, not VA. 3. Both total surplus value and total profit are defined by the numerator of the right-hand side of equation 4 as the difference between value added, new value, and the price of production of the means of subsistence, LX, PBLX. Surplus value is not defined as the difference between value added and the value of the means of subsistence, as in the standard interpretation. Therefore, total profit is always by definition equal to total surplus value, as in my interpretation. We can also see the differences in our interpretations discussed above. 1. All the key variables are defined in units of labor time, money is entirely missing from these equations. 2. Constant capital and variable capital are derived from given physical quantities, A and B, rather than taken as given as quantities of money capital. 3. The rate of profit is determined simultaneously with the relative prices of the inputs and the outputs by equation 2 alone. Equations 3 and 4 play no role in the determination of the rate of profit. Equation 4 looks like it determines the rate of profit, but it is only a definition of the rate of profit, and the numerator is only a normalization condition, total profit equals total surplus value, that affects the absolute price level, but does not affect the rate of profit, similar again to the new interpretation. The normalization condition guarantees that total profit equals total surplus value, but total profit and total surplus value play no role in the determination of the rate of profit. The determination of the rate of profit is by equation 2 alone and is completely independent of the class analysis of surplus value in volume I. Equation 3 for values also plays no role in the determination of the rate of profit, and the relative absolute prices. Relative prices of profit are determined by quotition 2 and equation 4 determines the absolute price level, and PA is then substituted into equation 3 in order to determine values. Values do not appear in equations 2 and 4. Values are used for the purpose of comparing total values and total prices of production, and that is all. Values determined in this way are indeed useless in the determination of the rate of profit and prices of production. This uselessness of value and surplus value in the WRC interpretation is clear from these equations. In his 2005 paper, Roberts asserts that the Sraffian theory of the rate of profit is consistent with Marx's intent, but no further explanation is given. 18. It is hard to see how the loss of the logical connection between Marx's theory of value and surplus value and the determination of the rate of profit can be considered consistent with Marx's intent. In their 1982 Hope paper, W.R. acknowledgeth that the rate of profit and prices of production determined by their equations are identical to the Sraffian physical quantities model. 19. The reason their solution is identical to the Sraffian model is that their interpretation of Marx's theory is the same as the Sraffian physical quantities model, i.e., linear production theory. WRC argue nonetheless that the Sraffian approach is quite different from their approach, because the Sraffian approach makes no use of value or value form as labor-time magnitudes. WRC also argue that Marx's focus on class relations as the object of his discourse requires him to constantly link a physical surplus to surplus labor, which produces surplus value. However, we have seen that in the WR determination of the profit in equation 2, also makes no use of Marx's theory of value and surplus value. Instead, the rate of profit is determined solely by the Sraffian physical conditions of production and the real wage. There is no logical connection in the WRC interpretation between surplus labor and the rate of profit, because Marx's class theory of surplus value has been abandoned in the determination of the rate of profit. WRC also argue that another difference between their interpretation and Sraffian theory is that in their interpretation the rate of profit is expressed as a ratio of aggregate magnitudes in equation 4, just as Marx insisted that it should be understood. Notice that WRC do not state that the rate of profit is determined by this aggregate ratio, as Marx assumed, because that would be a mistake. The rate of profit in their interpretation is not determined by equation 4, but is instead determined by quotient 2. Equation 4, only normalized absolute level of prices. WRC also argue that another difference between their interpretation and Sraffian theory is that, according to Sraffian theory, with the real wage taken as given, the rate of profit does not depend on the conditions of production in the non-basic goods industries, whereas Marx's theory concludes that the composition of capital in all industries affects the rate of profit. WRC argue that in their interpretation non-basic goods industries are indeed relevant to equation 4, which expresses the rate of profit as a ratio of aggregate labor time magnitudes, implying that this is similar to Marx's conclusion. However, notice again that WRC do not state that the aggregate labor time ratio is relevant to equation 2, because that would also be a mistake. Even if non-basic industries are relevant to equation 4, they are not relevant to the determination of the rate of profit, which is determined entirely by equation 2. Because WRC also take the real wage as given in equation 2, they come to the same conclusion as Sraffian theory with respect to non-basic industries and the determination of the rate of profit, contrary to Marx's conclusion. In their 1998 paper, WRC briefly criticize my interpretation of Marx's theory. Point 20 There are 4 criticisms. 1. The idea that volume I is only about aggregate quantities, and not also about the prices of individual commodities, is unsupportable. 2. The total surplus value and rate of profit are not determined prior to prices of production by taking money quantities as given. 3. Taking constant capital and variable capital as given precludes the interdependency between value and value form. And 4. My hostility to linear algebra and my purist reading of Marx hinders the further development of Marx's value theory. My responses to these criticisms are the following. 1. I do not argue that there is no reference to the values of individual commodities in volume I. Rather, I argue that individual commodities are considered as typical representatives of the total commodity product and the values of individual commodities are considered only as individual parts of the total value of all the commodities produced in the economy as a whole. And most importantly, I argue that volume I does not assume that individual commodities exchange at their values. Instead, the exchanges of individual commodities are abstracted from altogether. As discussed above, WRC argue that volume I does assume that individual commodities exchange at their values, and thus they interpret volume I to be about hypothetical exchanges in a hypothetical economy, similar to the standard interpretation. According to their interpretation, none of the hypothetical quantities determined in volume I are carried over to volume 3, so that the hypothetical quantities in volume I play no role in the determination of the general rate of profit and price of production in volume I. To the contrary, that volume I is about the actual capitalist economy, theorized first at the macro level, and the macro quantities that are determined in volume I are carried over to the micro theory of volume 3 and play an essential role in the determination of the general rate of profit and prices of production in volume 3. 2. I am surprised by this criticism, because it explicitly rejects the prior determination of the total surplus value, which I thought WRC at least tried to maintain in their class theory of the total surplus value. But this criticism is consistent with their interpretation of the rate of profit and simultaneous determination. In any case, this point has already been discussed extensively above, and need not be repeated here. I agree that the total surplus value is not explained solely by taking money quantities as given. In addition to the money quantities of constant capital and variable capital, Marx's theory of the total surplus value also takes as given the total quantity of currentially necessary labor time, L, and the melt, as discussed in Chapter 2. The crucial variable is the quantity of current socially necessary labor time apart of which is surplus labor, which produces the total surplus value, delta M. 3. Taking constant capital and variable capital as given does not preclude the interdependence of value and value form. Indeed, there is more interdependence between value and value form in my interpretation than in WRC's interpretation. In my interpretation, money constant capital, value form, is a constituent of the value of commodities, and money variable capital, value form, is a determinant of the surplus value of commodities, similar to their interpretation, except that I define constant capital and variable capital as quantities of money rather than as quantities of labor time. In addition, in my interpretation, value and surplus value in turn determinate the rate of profit, which is a determinant of prices of production, value form. However, in their interpretation, as we have seen above, value and surplus value do not determine the rate of profit, and thus prices of production are determined independently of value and surplus value. The relation between value and value form in their interpretation goes in only one direction, from value form to value, but in my interpretation this relation goes in both directions, which is true interdependence. 4. My hostility toward linear algebra. I would say my scholarly criticism of the linear algebra interpretation of Marx's theory derives from my conviction that Marx's theory is not compatible with the method of linear production theory and simultaneous determination, for the substantial reasons discussed throughout this book. In Marx's theory, the total surplus value and the rate of profit are determined prior to prices of production, not simultaneously with price of production. And the logical framework of Marx's theory is the circuit of money capital, which is a real process in real historical time and which requires sequential determination. Is this a purist reading of Marx? What is meant by a purist reading? I am trying as best I can to understand Marx's theory as he intended it, and especially the logical method Marx used to construct his theory, in order to be able to more fairly and appropriately evaluate the logical consistency of Marx's theory. The conventional wisdom for a century has been that Marx's theory is logically inconsistent, and in particular that Marx's theory of prices of production is logically inconsistent with his theory of value and surplus value. On the basis of years of careful study and closer examination, I have concluded that this conventional wisdom is mistaken, or at least that there is another possible way to interpret Marx's logical method, with substantial theoretical and textual support, in which Marx's theory of prices of production is logically consistent with his theory of value and surplus value. The WRC interpretation, on the other hand, with its non-purist reading of Marx's theory, eliminates the alleged logical inconsistency by abandoning Marx's theory of value and surplus value in favor of the Sraffian theory of the rate of profit and prices of production. This does not seem to be a promising way to further develop Marx's value theory. 5. Conclusion. WRC's interpretation is another important contribution to Marxian scholarship. Its main contributions are: 1. It is emphasized that Marx's method of class analysis requires that the production of surplus value by the working class as a whole for the capitalist class as a whole should be theorized prior to its distribution among individual capitalists, class as entry point, and 2. It is emphasized that circulation is a precondition for capitalist production and 330 Chapter 10. That the inputs to capitalist production are purchased in circulation at prices of production, which remain invariant in the transformation of values into prices of production. Hence a century of criticism that Marx failed to transform the inputs has been mistaken. However, these valuable contributions are offset and contradicted by WRC's acceptance of a Sraffian physical quantities interpretation of Marx's theory and the simultaneous determination of the rate of profit and prices of production, which has no connection with Marx's theory of value and surplus value and the rate of profit. The Sraffian theory of simultaneous determination of the rate of profit and prices of production contradicts class as entry point, i.e., the prior determination of the total surplus value, and also contradicts the argument that circulation is a precondition for capitalist production. I have argued throughout this book that the method of simultaneous determination is incompatible with Marx's theory of the circuit of money capital and the prior determination of the total surplus value, and that the simultaneous determination interpretation of Marx's theory inevitably leads to the conclusion that Marx's theory is redundant and useless in the determination of the rate of profit. WRC are trying to reconcile the irreconcilable. They do indeed have a dilemma of discourse. I suggest that they resolve this dilemma by rejecting Sraffian theory and sticking to the Marxian principles of the primacy of class and circulation is a precondition to production. Neither the total surplus value, produced by surplus labor, nor the price of the inputs in circulation are preconditions in Sraffian theory, but are instead determined simultaneously with the prices of the outputs. The preconditions in Sraffian theory are the physical quantities of inputs and outputs. This ignores the purchase of inputs in the sphere of circulation. In addition, money is entirely absent in their interpretation, and thus so is delta M, the most important phenomenon of capitalist economies and the main variable that Marx's theory is intended to explain. In a more recent paper, David Christiansen Gurl has attempted to incorporate money into the WRC interpretation, and this attempt is discussed in the appendix to this chapter. Appendix: Christiansen Gurl's extension of the WRC model to include money. In a more recent paper, David Christiansen Gurl has added money to WRC's labor-time interpretation of Marx's theory, by introducing a new interpretation of the melt and using this melt to convert labor-time quantities in the Rethinking Marxism interpretation 331. WRC's equations into money price quantities. Point 21 In Christiansen Gurl's model, WRC's three basic equations remain essentially the same as above, with all the variables defined in units of labor time. Christiansen Gurl's equations, 4, 6, correspond to WRC's equations, 2, 4, discussed above. The main difference is that gold as the money commodity is explicitly added to the N industries. Another minor difference is that Christiansen Gurl's normalization equation is the same as Duminil's normalization in terms of the labor value of the net product, pi equals Lx, rather than the WRC normalization, total profit equals total surplus value. There is no melt in these basic equations. The solution to these equations is arrived at in the same way as before. The rate of profit and relative prices are determined by a Sraffian type equation representing the physical conditions of production, Christiansen Gurl's equation, 5, WRC's equation, 2, and the normalization equation determines the absolute price level, Christiansen Gurl's equation, 6, WRC's equation, 4. The solution now includes the direct price of gold and the price of production of gold, both of which are defined in units of labor time. The price of production of gold is then used to determine the melt, by dividing the currency price of gold by the price of production of gold, equation 7.22, and then the melt determined in this way is used to convert both the direct prices and the prices of production of all the other commodities from units of labor time into units of currency, by multiplying the melt by these labor time direct prices and prices of production, equations 8, 9. Christiansen Gurl's extension with money is an improvement over the original WRC model with only labor time variables. However, as in the original WRC model, the determination of the rate of profit in Christiansen Gurl's extended model still does not depend in any way on Marx's labor theory of value and surplus value. The total surplus value still plays no role in the determination of the rate of profit, as before. Instead, the rate of profit continues to be determined by the Sraffian type equation based on physical quantities. Therefore, adding money to WRC's labor time interpretation in this way does not add much. Money is an afterthought, rather than the central focus of the theory, delta M, and this treatment of money does not solve the fundamental disconnect between Marx's theory of value and surplus value and the determination of the rate of profit and prices of production. Furthermore, I have argued in Mosel 2005, and in Chapter 5 above, that the direct price of gold and the price of production of gold have no meaning in Marx theory, because the price of a commodity in Marx theory is a quantity of gold that is equivalent in value to a given commodity, and gold cannot by its own equivalent value. 23 The equivalence of gold with other commodities cannot be expressed in terms of itself. As Marx put it, money has no price. 24 Therefore, neither the direct price of gold nor the price of production of gold exists in Marx's theory. As discussed in Mosel 2005, and in Chapter 5, since gold has neither a direct price nor a price of production, the rate of profit in the gold industry cannot be equalized by a divergence of the price of production of gold from the direct price of gold. There is equalization of the profit rate in the gold industry, but this equalization cannot happen in the usual way, divergence of price of production from direct price. Rather, this equalization happens by means of the opening and closing of marginal mines, which changes the amount of surplus value produced in the gold industry. The surplus value produced in the gold industry cannot be shared with other industries as a means to equalize the rate of profit, because the surplus value in the gold industry is a definite quantity of gold, and the profit received in the gold industry is always equal to this same definite quantity of gold. Therefore, Christiansen Gurl's addition of money to WRC's labor time interpretation is flawed in this respect as well. Christiansen Gurl cites my 2005 paper, and I made the arguments just presented in that paper, but he does not respond to these points. Finally, Christiansen Gurl argues that Marxists have not yet explained how the melt is determined after values are transformed into prices of production. I think I have provided an explanation of the determination of the melt with prices of production in Chapter 5 above. I argue that the magnitude of the melt is not affected by the transformation of values into prices of production. With commodity money, the assumption in Christiansen Gurl's paper, the melt continues to be determined by the inverse of the labor time required to produce unit of gold. The mel fastidauth production of surplus value, and is not affected by the distribution of surplus value. Indeed, there is no redistribution of surplus value in and out of the gold industry at all, because surplus value in the gold industry is a definite quantity of gold which cannot be transferred to other industries through the price mechanism. Chapter 11. The Organic Composition of Capital Interpretation. Another non-standard interpretation of Marx's theory of the transformation problem has been presented in recent decades by Ben Fine and taken up by Alfredo Sodfillo, and is also presented in their joint textbook. Point 1 For brevity, I will refer by abbreviation to their interpretation as the FSF interpretation, with apologies. This FSF interpretation emphasizes the role of the organic composition of capital in the transformation procedure. It is argued that Marx's Yosofti Organic Composition of Capital, OCC, in Part 2 of Volume II indicates that the inputs of constant capital and variable capital are not supposed to be transformed from values to prices of production, but instead are supposed to remain equal to the values of the inputs. This interpretation of the inputs of constant capital and variable capital in turn implies that prices of production are not long-run equilibrium prices. I agree that Marx presented his theory of prices of production in Part 2 of Volume 3 in terms of the OCC, and I think FSF's emphasis on this point is an important contribution. However, I disagree in part with FSF's interpretation of the OCC, and I don't agree that Marx's use of the OCC indicates that constant capital and variable capital are supposed to remain equal to values, nor that prices of production are disequilibrium prices. These are the issues with which this chapter is concerned. What exactly is Marx's definition of the OCC? What role does the OCC play in Marx's theory of prices of production? And are Marx's prices of production long-run equilibrium prices or not? After my discussion of FSF interpretation, I will also consider their criticisms of the new interpretation and also their brief criticisms of my interpretation. 1. Prices of production as disequilibrium prices. The FSF interpretation accepts the standard criticism of Marx's theory of prices of production to the extent that, if Marx's goal was to explain prices of production as long-run equilibrium prices, we will see below that they deny this. If, then he failed to achieve this goal, because he did not transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital from values to prices of production. They also accept that Marx's mistake can be corrected, with a modern version of the Bortkiewicz solution, i.e., a Sraffian-type system of equations based on physical input-output coefficients, in which the prices of production of both inputs and outputs are determined simultaneously, and also determined simultaneously with the rate of profit, and all these variables derived from given physical conditions of production. Point 2. However, FSF also argue that this criticism misses the point, because the goal of Marx's theory of prices of production was not to explain long-run equilibrium prices, but was instead to explain how the total surplus value is distributed by means of prices of production deviating from values, with the prices of the inputs intentionally held constant. Point 3. FSF argue that Marx's prices of production are disequilibrium prices, in which the profit component deviates from the surplus value produced, but the constant capital and variable capital components remain the same. They argue that the simultaneous transformation of input prices would obscure the distribution of surplus value, and therefore Marx left the input prices of constant capital and variable capital untransformed. But that is not a problem, according to FSF, because Marx's goal was not to explain long-run equilibrium prices, but rather to explain the distribution of surplus value as clearly as possible. I strongly disagree with the FSF interpretation that Marx's prices of production are not long-run equilibrium prices. I have already presented in Chapter 9, on the TSSI, substantial textual evidence to support the interpretation that Marx's prices of production are long-run center of gravity prices that change only if productivity or the real wage changes. This section will present additional textual evidence to support this interpretation of Marx's prices of production as long-run center of gravity prices, including that Marx regarded his price of production to be essentialissima concepta Smith's and Ricardo's natural prices, which were clearly long-run equilibrium prices. Point 4. In the manuscript of 1861-63, in which Marx developed his theory of prices of production for the first time, which he called average prices or cost prices in this manuscript. He discussed Smith's and Ricardo's theory at length, Chapter 10 of Theories of Surplus Value, and agreed with Smith's and Ricardo's assumption of the equalization of profit rates across industries and with their focus on natural prices as long-run center of gravity prices as the subject of his theory. The entire discussion of Smith's and Ricardo's theories of natural price in this chapter is in terms of Marx's own concepts of average price or cost price, example the title of the chapter. Throughout this chapter, Marx switched back and forth between his critical discussion of Smith and Ricardo theories and the development of his own theory, using the same concepts of average price or cost price for both purposes. Nowhere did Marx state or even hint that what Smith and Ricardo meant by natural prices was somehow different from what he meant by average prices or cost prices. All these concepts mean the same thing, long-run center of gravity prices that equalize the rate of profit. Indeed, in a number of places, Marx explicitly used the terms cost price or natural price synonymously. Point 5. For example, as a result of this variation of values, new cost prices or, as Ricardo says, following Smith, new natural prices take place of the old. Point 6. In general, Marx's main criticism of Ricardo and Smith in this chapter is that they did not explain how the natural prices of commodities are determined. Most importantly, that they did not explain how the general rate of profit, the key determinant of cost prices, is itself determined. They simply took this general rate of profit as given, without an explanation, and argued that all individual rates of profit would tend to equal this general rate of profit. Marx's criticism of Smith and Ricardo in this chapter was not that rates of profit rate are not equalized or that cost prices should not be defined as long-run, profit rate equalizing, center of gravity prices, but should instead be defined as short-run market price or semi-other prices. Smith and Ricardo's shortcoming, according to Marx, was that they did not explain the determination of these long-run center of gravity prices, not that they should have instead explained some other disequilibrium prices. Marx's decisive advantage over Smith and Ricardo is that he was able to provide a theory of the determination of the general rate of profit and long-run center of gravity prices, and they were not able to do so. During the time that Marx was working on this chapter in the manuscript of 1861-63, he wrote a letter to Engels, August 2, 1862, discussed in chapters 3 and 4 above, in which he summarized for Engels his theory of rent and, as a necessary preliminary, also his theory of cost-price, price of production. This letter provides a succinct and valuable summary of the conclusions that Marx drew from his critical study of Smith's and Ricardo's theories of the cost-price of commodities for his own theory of cost-price. Marx commented at the end of his letter that prices determined as he had explained it, i.e., prices that equalize rates of profit, are what Smith called natural prices or cost prices. The price so regulated equals the expenses of capital plus the average profit, Fi 10 PC, is what Smith called the natural price, cost price, etc. It is the average price to which competition between different trades, by transfer of capital or withdrawal of capital, reduces the prices in different trades. Hence, competition reduces commodities not to their value, but to the cost price, which, depending on the organic composition of the respective capitals, is either above, below, or equal to their values. 7. The next manuscript in which there is an extensive discussion of Marx's theory of prices of production is the manuscript of 1864-65, which as we have seen contains the Verstandenlefel draft of volume II of Capital. In general, there are no major changes in Marx's theory of prices of production in this manuscript compared to the earlier manuscript of 1861-63. Marx never mentions that there has been a change in this theory. Instead, he continues to develop his theory along the same lines already sketched in the earlier manuscript, to explain the average prices that equalize the rate of profit as the long-run center of gravity around which market prices fluctuate. The main change is a purely terminological on the long-run center of gravity price are now called price of production, instead of cost prices. Marx also repeated at the end of chapter 10 of volume 3 an explicit statement that his concept of price of production is the same thing as Smith's and Ricardo's concept of natural price, and also repeated his criticism that they were not able to explain the difference between price of production and value. The price of production includes the average profit. And what we call price of production is in fact the same thing that Adam Smith calls natural price, Ricardo price of production or cost or production, and the physiocrats pre-necessaire, though none of these people explain the difference between price of production and value. 8. 7 Marx MECW, V41, p. 396. 8 Marx 1981, p. 300. The Organic Composition of Capital Interpretation 337. Therefore, I think it has to be concluded that Marx's prices of production are long-run center of gravity prices, i.e., classical long-run equilibrium prices, contrary to FSF's interpretation of prices of production as disequilibrium prices. 9. 2. Organic composition of capital. The main argument presented by FSF to support their interpretation, that input prices are supposed to remain equal to values and are not supposed to be transformed into prices of production, is that Marx's discussion of the transformation is in terms of the organic composition of capital, rather than the value composition of capital, and the organic composition of capital is defined in such a way as to not take into account differences in input prices across industries that are due to any other reason besides differences in the physical quantities of means of production and labor in different industries. Specifically, the organic composition of capital does not take into consideration differences in the values of the means of production, from which they infer that the OCC does not take into account the transformation of input prices from values to prices of production. Therefore, according to this interpretation, Marx's use of the organic composition of capital in his discussion of the transformation in Part 2 of Volume 3 indicates that he was not taking into account the transformation of the values of inputs into their prices of production. I will first discuss my interpretation of the organic composition of capital and then discuss the FSF interpretation. The textual evidence to support my interpretation of the OCC will be presented later in this chapter. As is well known, the technical composition of capital, TCC, is a ratio in physical terms, the ratio of the quantity of means of production to the quantity of living labor in the production process, MP/L. I argue that the value composition of capital, VCC, is a ratio in money terms, the ratio of money constant capital to money variable capital, C/V. Behavior throughout this boon I thought constant capital and variable capital are quantities of capital, and capital is defined in terms of money, as money advanced to make more money. Constant capital and variable capital are the two components of the initial money capital M that are advanced at the beginning of the circuit of money capital to purchase the means of production and labor power. Therefore, constant capital and variable capital in the VCC refer to these quantities of money capital advanced, and hence are defined in units of money. I argue further that the organic composition of capital, OCC, is defined as the VC with additional stipulation that the variable capital in the denominator serves as an index of the number of workers employed. Using variable capital as an index for labor employed means that Marx is assuming that the wage rate is the same in all industries, so that a greater, or lesser, amount of variable capital indicates unambiguously a greater, or lesser, amount of current labor employed. Thus, in effect, the OCC is defined as the ratio of quantity of money constant capital invested to the quantity of current labor employed, C/L. The numerator in the OCC is the same as the numerator in the VCC, the actual money constant capital. The purpose of assuming an equal wage rate across industries and using variable capital as an index for the quantity of labor employed is to distinguish between two possible causes of unequal quantities of variable capital across industries, which have opposite effects on the quantity of surplus value produced in each industry and thus on the determination of the general rate of profit and prices of production. A greater quantity of labor in some industries compared to other industries results in a greater quantity of surplus value produced in the first industries, whereas relatively higher wage rates in some industries results in a smaller quantity of surplus value produced in those industries. Therefore, these two causes of differences in the quantities of variable capital across industries must be kept separate, and a way to keep them separate is to assume equal wage rates across industries, so that a difference in variable capital will always mean a difference in the labor employed. On the other hand, constant capital is different from variable capital in this respect. Quantities of constant capital also may be different across industries for two similar reasons, either unequal quantities of means of production or unequal prices of t means of production. However, neither of these causes an effect on the quantity of surplus value produced, and both of these causes have the same effect on the rate of profit in different industries. A relatively higher constant capital in some industries results in a lower value rate of profit in those industries, whether the cause of the higher constant capital is a greater quantity of means of production or higher prices of the means of production. Therefore, there is no reason to keep these two causes of changes in constant capital separate, and constant capital in the numerator of the OCC is not an index of the quantity of means of production, but is instead the actual money capital advanced to purchase means of production, that can be different for both of these reasons. Textual evidence to support this interpretation will be presented below. FSF present a different definition of the OCC. They define the OCC as the TCC assessed in terms of values, by which they mean labor values. Point 10 More specifically, FSF define the OCC as the ratio of the labor value of the means of production to the quantity of living labor employed, VMP/L. Thus, the denominator of their OCC, L, is the same as in my OCC. However, the numerator of their OCC is different from mine. In the first place, they interpret the value of the means of production as the labor time required to produce the means of production, instead of the money constant capital advanced to purchase the means of production. Furthermore, even though the means of production are assessed in terms of values, it is not supposed to take into account differences in the values of the means of production across industries. If two industries have equal TCCs, then they will have the same OCCs, no matter what the values of the means of production might be. They argue that differences in the values of the means of production are taken into account in the VCC, but not in the OCC. These definitions are interpreted to imply that, since the transformation is presented in terms of the OCC, input prices are not supposed to be transformed, but should remain equal to their values. 2.1 Logical contradiction. The FSF interpretation of the OCC raises the following logical problem: if two industries have the same TCC, but different VCCs, because of different values of the means of production, then how should be the OCC in these two industries be measured? According to the FSF interpretation, the OCCs in the two industries should be the same, because the TCCs are the same. However, the OCCs are physical quantities measured in terms of the values of the means of production, and the values of the inputs are different in the two industries. So which values, i.e., the values of the means of production in which of these two industries, should serve as the unit for measuring both of their OCCs, so that the OCCs will be equal? Sodfio raises this question, but he does not provide a satisfactory answer. Point 11 He suggests that this problem can be solved by defining the constant capital in the numerator of the OCC and variable capital in the denominator in terms of percentages of the total capital, the sum of constant capital and variable capital, rather than their absolute magnitudes, e.g. the adjusted constant capital in industry I is CI plus 6. Point 12 But this adjusted constant capital does not solve the problem. If the original ratios of constant capital and variable capital are unequal, then dividing both the numerators and denominators in each industry by their respective total capital does not change the ratios remain the same. Therefore, the problem remains: the two OCCs are defined in terms of value and should be equal, but they are unequal in terms of their own values. Which value should be used as the basic unit to measure both of their OCCs? Therefore, in my view, the FSF definition of the OCC is logically self-contradictory because it does not define the OCC unambiguously. The OCC cannot both be defined in terms of values and ignore differences in values. The problem is even worse in the case of different sectors with entirely different production processes, involving different kinds of inputs. In this case, it is impossible to compare quantitatively the TCC in different industries, and thus it is impossible to determine whether the TCC in a given industry is equal to or not equal to the TCC in other industries. In this case, the statement that if the TCC is equal, then the OCC will be equal is doubly incoherent. The FSF interpretation of the concept of the OCC in the transformation problem is an extension of Fine and Harris's interpretation of the OCC in a dynamic context, premised upon technological change and related to the falling rate of profit. Point 13 In this dynamic context, the OCC is defined by Fine and Harris in terms of the value of the means of production as a result of a change in the technical composition of capital, but before the prices of the means of production adjust. The value composition of capital, on the other hand, is defined in terms of the prices of the means of production after their prices have adjusted to the technological change. In other words, the OCC is in terms of the old price of the means of production, and the VCC is in terms of the new price of the means of production. Although I disagree with this interpretation of the OCC, this definition is at least logically coherent. Point 14 One can define the old and the new prices of the means of production unambiguously. However, their related interpretation of the OCC in the static context of the transformation problem is not logically coherent, because one cannot define the OCC unambiguously. In their textbook, Fine and Sodfio acknowledge that only when production processes are changing does the distinction between the OCC and the VCC have any real significance, which implies that, in the static case of constant technology, e.g. in the transformation problem, their distinction between the OCC and the VCC does not have any real significance. Point 15 I can only concur. However, 2 chapters later, Chapter 10, the transformation problem is presented in terms of their interpretation of the OCC. But since their concept of the OCC has no real significance in the static context, their interpretation of the transformation problem in terms of the OCC also has no real significance. 2.2 Textual evidence. The OCC in the manuscript of 1861-63, section on turbules, the main textual evidence presented by Fine and Sodfio to support their interpretation of the OCC comes from the manuscript of 1861-63, in a section toward the end of the manuscript on turbules. This section is mostly about the falling rate of profit due to changes in the OCC over time, which is not directly relevant to the static transformation problem. There is one important brief discussion of the transformation problem, discussed in chapter 3 above. Marx gave turbules high praise for having an inkling, almost alone among the classical economists. Ramsay was another exception, discussed in the previous section of this manuscript, that the distinction between constant capital and variable capital is decisive for the rate of profit, and in particular is decisive for the explanation of the falling rate of profit. 16 Marx also discusses at some length in this section cheapening of elements of constant capital, which checks but does not cancel the falling rate of profit. 17 Therefore, Marx was definitely not holding the prices of the means of production constant in his theory of the falling rate of profit, in this manuscript at least, contrary to Fine and Harris's interpretation of the OCC in this dynamic contest discussed above. This discussion also offers important textual evidence for the current cost interpretation of constant capital, as opposed to the historical cost interpretation. Another general point about this section on turbules is that Marx's definition of the OCC in this early work is generally in physical terms, quantity of means of production and quantity of labor time, not in value terms. In other words, the OCC in this early work is simply a synonym for the technological composition, what Marx would later call the technical composition of capital, a term that Marx had not yet used at this time. The first time that Marx mentioned the OCC in this section was in the new outline of what later became Part 2 of Volume 3, that Marx broke off from the discussion of turbules to write as discussed above on Chapter 3, which is of course about transformation problem. The OCC is a key concept in this outline. In the second chapter of Part 3, on capital and profit, where the formation of the general rate of profit is dealt with, the following must be considered. 1. Different organic composition of capitals, partly conditioned by the difference between variable and constant capital is so far as this arises from the stage of production, the absolute quantitative relations between machinery, raw materials, and the quantity of labor which sets them in motion. These differences relate to the labor process. 2. Differences in the relative value of the parts of different capitals which do not arise from their organic composition. These arise from the difference of value, particularly of the raw materials. 3. Der Resultatos differences diversität of profit in different spheres of capitalist production. 4. Formation of the general rate of profit. Competition. 5. Transformation of values into prices of production. 18. We can see that in this early outline the OCC is defined in terms of physical quantities, and differences in the OCC are contrasted with differences in the values of the inputs, and, most importantly, Marx states that both of these factors affect the formation of the general rate of profit, and both factors will be taken into consideration in his theory of prices of production. Sodfio also quotes excerpts from this outline, and also acknowledges that this outline is evidence that the equalization of te profit rate involves both of these two aspects, unequal physical ratios across industries and unequal values of the means of production. 19 In discussing this outline, Sodfio uses technical composition and organic composition as synonyms, which is indeed the way Marx is using the OCC in this outline. However, this is not the usual definition of the OCC suggested by FSF, which, as we saw above, is in terms of labor values of the inputs, not the physical quantities of the inputs. Another similar passage is from a few pages later in this manuscript. The ratio between the different elements of productive capital is determined in two ways. First, by the organic composition of the productive capital. By this we mean the technological composition. Secondly, however, if one assumes that the organic composition is given and likewise differences which arise from the differences in their organic composition, the value ratio can change although the technological composition remains the same. 20. Sadfio quotes this passage to support his interpretation of the OCC, but it contradicts his usual interpretation of the OCC in terms of the values of the inputs. 21. Marx does not say, by this the OCC we mean the TCC assessed in value terms. Instead he says, by this we mean the TCC period, measured in physical units. On the other hand, there is one sentence later in this section in which Marx suggests a different definition of the OCC. The organic composition can be taken to mean the following: different ratios in which it is necessary to expend constant capital in the different spheres of production in order to absorb the same amount of labor. 22. The difference here is that the numerator is no longer the physical quantity of the means of production, but is instead the constant capital expended to purchase the means of production, which is a quantity of money capital. The denominator is still a quantity of labor. Thus the OCC is defined here in terms of the quantity of labor employed by a given quantity of money constant capital. I have argued above that this definition of the OCC is the definition adopted by Marx in his later writings. 23. Perhaps this discussion of Cherbuliez helped Marx clarify his eventual concept of the OCC. Sadfio also quotes this sentence and suggests that it supports their interpretation of the OCC, in terms of the labor values of the inputs. 24. However, their interpretation presumes that the constant capital expended, the numerator of the OCC, means the labor value of the means of production. I have argued throughout this book that constant capital is defined as a quantity of money capital expended to purchase the means of production, as the actual money constant capital, which is equal to the price of production of the means of production, not equal to, nor proportional to, the labor value of the means of production. And I think it is clear that is what constant capital means in this passage. Capitalists expend money capital to purchase means of production, they do not expend labor times to purchase means of production. Therefore, I conclude that this passage also contradicts FSF's interpretation of constant capital in the OCC. 2.3 The OCC in Parts 1 and 2 of Volume 3 of Capital, manuscript of 1864-65, we will see below that Sadfio argues that Marx divided the transformation of values into prices of production into two stages, and that Part 2 of Volume 3 is about Stage 1 of the transformation, and the OCC applies to Stage 1 and is defined as the TCC assessed in values, and the values of the inputs remain untransformed in this first stage. This section will re-examine Marx's definitions of the TCC, VCC, and OCC in Chapter 8 of Volume 3, the first chapter of Part 2, which is entitled Different Compositions of Capital, and will also examine related evidence in Part 1 of Volume 3. The meaning of the OCC is somewhat complicated and is not entirely clear in the opening pages of Chapter 8, but I think its meaning becomes clearer in the pages that follow. We will see that the OCC is no longer simply a synonym for the TCC, as it was in the manuscript of 1861-63. Marx begins to present his definitions of the different aspects of the composition of capital on p. 244. The first paragraph is a brief two-sentence introduction. By the composition of capital we mean, as already stated in Volume I, the ratio between its active and its passive component, between variable and constant capital. Two relationships are involved here which are not of equal importance, even though they may in certain circumstances produce the same effect. 25. The paragraphs that follow attempt to explain these two relationships involved in the composition of capital, i.e., in the ratio of constant capital to variable capital. The second paragraph presents a straightforward definition of the TCC, the physical ratio of the quantity of means of production to the quantity of labor employed. The third paragraph is only one ambiguous sentence. This proportion constitutes the technical composition of capital, and is the actual basis of its organic composition. Point 26. Unfortunately, this sentence does not explicitly define the OCC, and it is unclear what is meant by basis. The first three sentences of the fourth paragraph is the main passage quoted by Fine and Sodfio to support their interpretation. But it is possible for the proportion to be the same in different branches of industry only insofar as variable capital serves simply as an index of labor power, and constant capital as an index of the volume of means of production that labor power sets in motion. Certain operations in copper or iron, for example, may involve the same proportion between labor power and means of production. But because copper is dearer than iron, the value relationship between variable and constant capital will be different in each case, and so therefore will the value composition of the two capitals taken as a whole. Point 27. Fine and Sodfio argue that these sentences provide textual support for their interpretation that the OCCs in different industries are unequal only if their TCCs are unequal, and the OCCs are not affected by unequal prices of the inputs. The first sentence could perhaps be interpreted in that way. However, nothing is said explicitly about the OCC in this sentence. Rather, I think this sentence means that the value ratios of constant capital to variable capital in the two industries with equal TCCs could possibly also be equal, but only insofar as both variable capital and constant capital were considered as indexes of the quantity of labor employed and the quantity of means of production employed, respectively. However, Marx goes on to say in the third sentence and in the rest of the paragraph, including three sentences not quoted by FSF, that industries with equal TCCs will often have unequal VCCs, because of unequal prices of the means of production, example copper and iron. Again, nothing is said explicitly about the OCC. So I think this paragraph provides very little textual support for Fine and Sodfio's interpretation of the OCC. The next paragraph is another ambiguous one-sentence paragraph, which was added by Engels. It is not in Marx's manuscript of 1864-65, and which again mentions the OCC without defining it clearly. The organic composition of capital is the name we give to its value composition, insofar as it is determined by its technical composition and reflects it. Point 28. Unfortunately, the meaning of determined by and reflects it is left vague and imprecise in Engels' sentence. The next paragraph is a key paragraph in my view, which I think clarifies Marx's definition of the OCC. The variable capital, therefore, is assumed to be an index of a definite amount of labor power, a definite number of workers or definite masses of living labor set in motion. A difference in the magnitude of the constant capital, on the other hand, may well be the index of a change in the volume of T means of production set in motion be ascertained quantity of labor power, though it can also arise from a difference in the value that the means of production set in motion in own sphere of production as compared with those in other spheres. Here, therefore, i.e., with respect to constant capital, these two aspects both come into consideration. Point 29. We can see that Marx assumes in this paragraph that variable capital is an index of the amount of living labor set in motion, which means that he is assuming that the wage rate is the same in all industries, so that a greater, lesser, amount of variable capital indicates a greater, lesser, amount of living labor set in motion. However, Marx goes on to say that constant capital is treated differently from variable capital. Constant capital is not just an index of the means of production employed, but also depends on the value of the means of production in different industries. Therefore, in the determination of constant capital, the numerator in the OCC, both of these two factors come into consideration. Unfortunately, Marx does not explicitly use the term OCC in this paragraph, but I think this paragraph implicitly gives this definition oft. The organic composition of capital interpretation 347. OCC, the ratio of the quantity of money constant capital advanced, affected by both the quantity and the value of the means of production, to the quantity of living labor set in motion, with variable capital as an index of this quantity of labor, on the assumption that wage rates are equal across industries. Algebraically, OCC equals C/V asterisk equals C/L, where V asterisk is an index for L, with the assumption that the wage rate is equal across industries. As we saw above, this is the definition of the OCC first stated by Marx in his discussion of turbulent theories of surplus value, money constant capital expended in relation to the quantity of labor employed. The pages that follow lend additional support to this interpretation. Marx continues to discuss variable capital as an index of the quantity of labor employed and surplus value produced. And he does not say anything about constant capital being an index of the quantity of means of production. Instead, constant capital continues to be affected by both aspects. On pages 246-7, Marx contrasts two examples, which lead to the same result with respect to the rate of profit. In the first example, the OCCs in two industries are different due to differences in their TCCs. In the second example, the OCCs are unequal, even though the TCCs are equal, because the prices of the means of production are unequal, which contradicts FSF's definition of the OCC. However, in both cases, the unequal OCCs result in unequal value rates of profit, and thus also affect in the same way the general rate of profit that is determined for the economy as a whole, and thus both of these factors are taken into consideration in the determination of the general rate of profit and prices of production. The same result follows in fact if the technical conditions in the one sphere of production are the same as in the other, but the value of the constant capital element is greater or less 0.30. And if there remains any doubt about Marx's definition of the OCC in Chapter 8, Marx makes it unmistakably clear in the first sentence of Chapter 9. At any one given time, the organic composition of capital depends on two factors: firstly, on the technical proportion between the labor power. 30 Marx 1981, p. 247. 348 Chapter 11. And the means of production applied, and secondly, on the price of those means of production. 31. This key opening sentence of Chapter 9 obviously supports my interpretation of the OCC, and contradicts FSF's interpretation. There is also important textual evidence in Part 1 of Volume 3 that is related to Marx's concept of the OCC, which should also be considered, even though Marx did not explicitly use the term OCC in this chapter. Chapter 3 was greatly reduced in length by Engels, with the help of Samuel Moore, from 100 rambling pages in Marx's manuscript to much more concise and organized 20 pages. The analysis is carried out in terms of the simple equation P equals S, V/C, where P is the rate of profit, S is the rate of surplus value, V is variable capital, and C is the sum of constant capital and variable capital. The main point of this analysis is that the rate of profit depends not only on the rate of surplus value, but also on the relative proportions of constant capital and variable capital, i.e., the composition of capital. This obvious point was intended in part as a criticism of Ricardo, who tended to ignore the composition of capital and identify the rate of profit and rate of surplus value, or the profit-to-wage ratio. In the course of this analysis, Marx emphasizes a crucial difference between constant capital and variable capital with respect to the effects of changes in each on the rate of profit. For constant capital, it is irrelevant whether a change of C is due to a change in the quantity of means of production or to a change in the price of the means of production. The effect of both types of changes on the rate of profit is the same, an inverse effect. Example: an increase of C reduces the rate of profit. On the other hand, for variable capital, it makes all the difference in the world whether a change of V is due to a change in the quantity of labor or a change in the price of labor power, i.e., the wage rate, because these two types of causes have opposite effects on the quantity of surplus value produced and thus on the rate of profit. An increase of V due to an increase of labor increases the quantity of surplus value produced and the rate of profit, whereas an increase of V due to an increase in the wage rate has the opposite effects. For example, Marx stated, Here we see precisely the special organic relationship that the variable capital has with the movement of the capital as a whole and its valor. 31 Marx 1981, p. 254. The Organic Composition of Capital Interpretation 349. Isation, as well as its distinction from the constant capital. The constant capital, insofar as the formation of value is concerned, is important only on account of the value that it has. It is quite immaterial here, as far as value formation is concerned, whether a constant capital of £1,500 represents 1,500 tons of iron at £1 a ton or 500 tons at £3. The quantity of actual material is completely unimportant for the formation of value and for the rate of profit, which varies in the opposite direction to the value of the constant capital, irrespective of what relationship the increase or decrease in this value has to do with the mass of material use values it represents. The case of variable capital is completely different. What matters above all here is not the value that it actually has, the amount of labor objectified in it, but rather the value as a mere index of the total labor that it sets in motion, which is not expressed in it. 32. This is also an interesting and indicative use of the word organic in the first sentence. Variable capital has an organic relationship with the valorization of the total capital, because it purchases labor power which is the source of surplus value. Constant capital, on the other hand, does not have an organic relationship with the valorization of capital because it is not a source of surplus value. This sentence suggests that the term organic composition of capital is intended to highlight this organic relationship between variable capital and valorization, by making variable capital an index for the quantity of labor employed, which is the source of valorization. Marx makes this point even clearer in the following passage in his original manuscript, which was not included in Engels's Volume 3. If we consider the influence of C on the rate of profit, the reasons why C falls are entirely irrelevant, although differences between the causes for a fall have a very evident impact on the prices of commodities. What is of decisive importance, however, is whether V changes because a smaller or larger number of workers is technologically required for the production of the same value, whether, therefore, the decrease or increase in V is an index of the amount of labor set in motion, or V rises or falls because the wage rises and falls. 33. Although these passages are not explicitly in terms of the OCC, they clearly express the reason why constant capital and variable capital are treated differently in Marx's definition of the OCC, because changes in their prices have different effects on the rate of profit. And in the next paragraph, after the one just quoted, Marx stated that the analysis in this chapter of the effects and the rate of profit of changes over time in C and V of a single capital also applies to the effects of cross-section, differences between capitals in different industries in the same period of time, which will be utilized, in the next chapter, i.e., in Part 2 of Volume 3. It should finally be remarked that what we have presented here as movements of different constituents of the same capital over a period of time could just as well be presented as differences between different capitals in various areas of investment lying alongside in a spatial sense, and what has been presented so far will be utilized in this latter form in the next chapter. 34. Thus we can conclude from the above that, with respect to fixing the rate of profit, it is entirely irrelevant whether differences in constant capital across industries are due to differences in the quantities of means of production or to differences in the prices of the means of production, but it is of decisive importance whether differences in variable capital across industries are due to differences in the quantities of labor employed or to differences in the wages of labor. That is why constant capital and variable capital are treated differently in the OCC. In the rest of Part 1, Chapter 5 is about the effects on the rate of profit of economy in the use of constant capital, and Chapter 6 is about changes in the prices of raw materials. Clearly, Marx was not holding constant capital and the price of raw materials constant in his analysis of the rate of profit, rather the opposite. He was emphasizing the effects of changes in the price of raw materials on the rate of profit. 35 And these effects are just as important for differences across industries as they are for changes over time. That is why such changes are taken into account in Marx's definition of the OCC. Therefore, I conclude, contrary to Fine and Sodfio, that Marx's concept of the OCC does take into account differences in the prices of the means of production. Variable capital is an index for the quantity of labor employed, but constant capital is not an index for the quantity of means of production. Constant capital is the money capital advanced to purchase means of production, which is affected by both aspects, i.e., both by the quantity of the means of production and by the prices of the means of production, because both of these aspects have the same effect on the rate of profit. Differences in the ratio of constant capital invested to labor employed results in differences in surplus value produced for the same amount of capital invested, which necessitates a redistribution of surplus value in order to equalize the rate of profit. Such a redistribution of surplus value is necessary in both cases of unequal quantities of constant capital discussed above, both unequal TCCs and unequal prices of the means of production. And I disagree think that Marx defined the organic composition of capital in this way, because it is a logically coherent concept, unlike Fine and Sodfio's incoherent interpretation of the OCC. If two industries have the same TCC, but unequal prices of the means of production, then they will have unequal and unambiguous OCCs. For a given amount of capital, the two industries will employ unequal quantities of labor, and will therefore produce unequal amounts of surplus value. The purpose of the OCC is to highlight these differences and their different effects on the rate of profit. If there remains any doubt about which of these two interpretations of the OCC is the correct one, why not give Marx the benefit of the doubt, and assume that his concept of the OCC is the logically coherent one, rather than the incoherent one? 3. Two-stage transformation. 3.1 Sodfio on Marx. Sodfio acknowledges that the full transformation of values into prices of production involves not only unequal TCCs, but also the transformation of input prices. 36 But he argues that Marx decided to divide up these two aspects of the transformation into two stages, and to define the OCC and VCC accordingly. In the first stage of the transformation, the input prices are held constant, equal to the values of the inputs, and the equalization of the profit rate involves only the deviations of the amounts of profit received in each industry from the amounts of surplus value produced in each industry. The OCC applies to the first stage, and is interpreted as above to mean the ratio of the values of the means of production to labor employed, with the value of the means of production untransformed. Prices of production at this first stage are disequilibrium prices that result from this partial equalization of the profit rate and partial transformation of values. Prices of production are not long-run equilibrium prices that would result from the full equalization of the actual rate of profit and a full transformation of values into price of production. In the second stage of the transformation, according to Sodfio, the further effects of the transformation of input prices from values to prices of production are analyzed, and long-run equilibrium prices and the associated general rate of profit are determined. The VCC applies to the second stage, and is defined in terms of the prices of production of the inputs. This second stage also involves a change in the concept of price of production, from disequilibrium prices, as above, with input prices equal to values, to long-run equilibrium prices, with input prices equal to prices of production. And the long-run equilibrium rate of profit in the second stage is different from the rate of profit in the first stage. Sodfio acknowledges that this second stage of the transformation received little attention from Marx. 37 It is argued that Part 2 of Volume 3 of Capital is almost entirely concerned with the first stage and that the presentation in Part 2 is in terms of the OCC, which indicates that this is stage 1 of Marx's transformation, in which the input prices are not supposed to be transformed, i.e., are assumed to be equal to values. Prices of production are not long-run equilibrium prices. And the rate of profit is not the long-run equilibrium rate of profit. All of Marx's tables and examples in Part 2 are interpreted to mean that input prices are equal to values and are supposed to remain as such. I have argued above this interpretation of the OCC and Marx's theory of prices of production is logically contradictory and not supported by the textual evidence. I will pass over these objections for now and consider Sodfio's interpretation of the second stage of Marx's transformation process. Unfortunately, this second stage of the transformation also has received little attention from Sodfio himself. The only passage cited that has to do with this second stage is from chapter 12 of volume 3, in which Marx states that there are two reasons for the divergence of prices of production from values. 38 However, Sodfio provides no explanation of how Marx himself derived these revised prices of production and the revised rate of profit in this second stage. And the short chapter 12, the last chapter of part 2, says nothing about this kind of second stage, or a change in the meaning of prices of production. And yet Sodfio seems to imply that Marx somewhere and somehow must have completed the second step because Sayad Philistest had having done this, i.e., having completed the second stage. I presume, Marx's revised concept of price of production is the same as Smith's and Ricardo's natural price, i.e., long-run equilibrium prices, and he quotes a passage from chapter 10 of volume 3, p. 300, to that effect. 39 I have quoted this passage above to support my interpretation that Marx's prices of production are long-run center of gravity prices. I think this passage clearly supports my interpretation and contradicts Sodfio's interpretation. Marx says nothing in this passage about two different concepts of prices of production, a disequilibrium concept with inputs equals values and an equilibrium concept with inputs equals prices of production. There is only one concept of prices of production, and it is the same as Smith's and Ricardo's natural prices, i.e. long-run equilibrium prices, as Marx also discussed in the manuscript of 1861-63, as we discussed above. This identification of Marx's prices of production with Smith's and Ricardo's natural prices comes in chapter 10 of volume 3, which is interpreted by Sodfio to be about the first stage only and in which prices of production are not supposed to be long-run equilibrium prices. 3.2 Sodfio's second stage. Furthermore, Sodfio's own explanation of the second stage of the transformation process, i.e., of prices of production as long-run equilibrium prices, is not based on Marx's theory at all, but is instead based on Sraffian theory. 40 The rate of profit is not determined prior to prices of production, by the ratio of the total surplus value, determined by Marx's labor theory of surplus value, to the total capital, but is instead determined simultaneously with the prices of production of inputs and outputs. None of Marx's conclusions from the first stage are carried over to the second stage. Stage 1 is simply dropped and replaced with stage 2. Sodfio's second stage is not a second stage of Marx's theory, but is instead the abandonment of Marx's theory in favor of Sraffian theory. Sodfio's equation for the determination of the rate of profit and prices of production is the same familiar Sraffian system of equations, based on physical quantities of inputs and outputs and simultaneous determination, which does not depend in any way on Marx's labor theory of value and surplus value. 41 FSF argue that the use of the OCC is significant, because the OCC connects the rate of profit with production, where labor creates new value and surplus value, whereas the VCC connects the rate of profit with circulation and the prices of the means of production. However, the rate of profit which the OCC links with production, according to their interpretation, is not the actual general rate of profit, associated with long-run equilibrium prices, but is instead a hypothetical disequilibrium rate of profit, in terms of hypothetical quantities of untransformed constant capital and variable capital. According to FSF, the actual general rate of profit is not determined by Marx's theory of surplus value, utilizing the concept of the OCC, but is instead determined by Sraffian theory. Marx's theory of surplus value and the OCC play no role in their interpretation of the determination of the general rate of profit. In his book, Sodfio states in a parenthetical remark, in referring to the Sraffian system of equations, that this rate, the average rate of profit, is limited by the total surplus value, see section 4.1, Point 42. However, nothing is said in section 4.1, wage labor and exploitation, about the rate of profit, and no logical connection is made in this section nor anywhere else between Marx's theory of surplus value and the rate of profit. No explanation is given as to precisely how the rate of profit is limited by the total surplus value. Perhaps Sodfio means that, in his Sraffian system of equations, he assumes a normalization condition that total profit equals total surplus value, similar to the new interpretation normalization condition that total value added remains the same. However, as discussed in Chapter 8, on the new interpretation, this Marxian normalization condition does not affect the magnitude of the rate of profit, but only affects the absolute level of prices. For labor theory of value still essential? Even though FSF's interpretation of Marx's labor theory of value does not provide a quantitative theory of long-run equilibrium prices and the associated general rate of profit, FSF argue, like many other Marxists, such as Sweezy, Sheik, etc., that the labor theory of value is nonetheless essential for an adequate theory of capitalism, because the labor theory of value provides a qualitative understanding of capitalism, most importantly that price is a form of appearance of labor and that profit is a form of appearance of surplus labor. Point 43. I think this argument is weak and unpersuasive. It is true that Marx's theory provides a superior understanding of these qualitative aspects of capitalism, but surely satisfactory theory of capitalism should also provide an explanatory quantitative theory as well. The most important feature of capitalism is delta M, which is, above all else, a quantity. The main goal of Marx's theory was to explain the actual quantity of delta M in the real capitalist economy, and to use that quantity to determine the magnitude of the actual rate of profit and prices of production. If Marx's qualitative theory of profit is not able to provide the basis for a quantitative theory of profit and the rate of profit, then this failure would seem to cast doubt on the validity of the qualitative theory. Similarly, FSF also argue that Marx's partial explanation of the transformation of values into prices of production, the first stage, substantiates the labor theory of value, because it explains how surplus value is distributed through the deviations of prices of production and profits from values and surplus values. Point 44. But I don't see how a qualitative theory of capitalism can be substantiated without an adequate quantitative theory of delta M and the rate of profit and prices of production. At best, the substantiation is partial and provisional, and depends ultimately on the ability of the labor theory of value to complete the second stage, which FSF's interpretation does not seem able to do. The substantiation of the labor theory of value would seem to require an explanation of the actual rate of profit. FSF's interpretation of Marx's labor theory of value does not provide such an explanation. 5. Critique of the new interpretation. In a paper co-authored by Fine, Sodfio, and Kostas Lipovitsas, which I will abbreviate as FLSF, again with apologies, these authors criticize the new interpretation as a wrong turn in the development of Marxian theory. Point 45. This section will discuss and comment on their main criticisms of the new interpretation. 5.1 Value of labor power. One of FLSF's main criticisms of the new interpretation, NI, is that the value of labor power is determined by dividing the money wage, which is taken as given, by the melt, and they argue that the value of labor power and the money wage are very important variables in Marx's theory that should not be determined in such a simple way, but instead should be explained by their many complex determinants. I agree to some extent with this criticism, but I don't think that this limitation is inevitable in the NI. Instead, I think that, although the NI initially takes the money wage as given, it could be extended to also provide an explanation of the money wage, as I have done in my interpretation, although I emphasize the concept of variable capital rather than the value of labor power. The money wage is initially taken as given, because it cannot yet be fully explained, because it is equal to the prices of production of the means of subsistence, and prices of production cannot yet be explained. But after prices of production have been explained, the money wage can also be explained, as equal to the price of production of the means of subsistence. And this explanation could be further extended to include an analysis of the complex social and historical factors that determine a quantity of means of subsistence that provides the prevailing standard of living, along the lines of Fine's 1998 book. 46 FLSF argue that the two assumptions with respect to wages, the money wage given, in the NI, or the real wage given, in the standard interpretation, are mutually exclusive. But this is not entirely true. These two assumptions are mutually exclusive in the theory of value and surplus value and prices of production. However, at a later stage of the theory, after prices of production have been determined, these two assumptions can be complementary. The given bundle of wage goods can be used to explain the money wage, which is taken as given in the earlier stages of the theory. Therefore, I don't think the failure to explain the money wage and the value of labor power is an inherent weakness of the NI, but one which could be overcome with this type of further development. The fact that the money wage is initially taken as given does not preclude an eventual explanation of this important variable, as FLSF claim. 47. 5.2 Sequential vs. Simultaneous determination. In the next to last section of their paper, FLSF argue that the NI macro equations seem to imply that all exchanges occur simultaneously and all the variables are determined simultaneously. 48 They argue that this assumption is realistic for a single industry, but not for all industries together, since all individual cycles are necessarily sequenced relative to one another, and thus all exchanges do not occur simultaneously. I of course agree very strongly with this critique of simultaneous determination, and have presented a similar critique throughout this book. However, I have two further comments to make on this point. In the first place, I think that this critique of tenantesissue is misplaced. The macroequations do not necessarily imply simultaneous exchange of all commodities and hence do not imply simultaneous determination of all the variables. These macro equations are in terms of aggregate variables over some period of time, example a year. The macro variables in the NI equations, example value added, wages, profit, are the annual sums of these variables for all capitals in the economy as a whole, without requiring any assumption of simultaneous exchange, and allowing for the many sequenced individual circuits emphasized by FLSF. In this respect, the NI macro variables are similar to the variables in mainstream macroeconomics, which also do not imply simultaneous exchange and simultaneous determination. 49 Secondly, FLSF's critique of simultaneous determination should also be directed at themselves to some extent. As discussed above, the theory of the rate of profit and prices of production as interpreted by Sodfio's second stage of the transformation is essentially the same as Sraffian theory, which is based on simultaneous determination and which thus assumes simultaneous exchange of all commodities. 50 Sodfio also discusses the shortcomings of Sraffian theory, namely that it cannot grasp the specific nature of capitalist relations of production and values cannot be determined by their value system of equations, but he does not mention any shortcomings of the Sraffian price system, and in particular does not mention that simultaneous determination in the Sraffian price system is a shortcoming. 51 And Fine and Sodfio in their textbook seem to accept the Sraffian correction of Marx's theory of prices of production as long-run equilibrium prices, which is also based in simultaneous determination, although they call this a secondary matter. 52 But in this paper, FLSF provide a convincing argument against the simultaneous determination of all prices, both inputs and outputs, and the rate of profit, because of the sequencing over time of the individual circuits of capital. In conclusion, FLSF argue that the NI is a wrong turn for Marxian theory. In my view, as discussed in Chapter 8, the NI is not a wrong turn, but rather a partial, incomplete turn in the right direction, because it only goes halfway. The NI makes a correct turn with respect to variable capital, but fails to make a similar correct turn with respect to constant capital, so that the NI remains logically inconsistent. In this same next to last section, FLSF also briefly discuss my criticism of the inconsistency and new interpretation between the determination of variable capital, taken as given, and constant capital, derived from given means of production, which forces an analytical wedge between variable capital and constant capital. Point 53. They seem to agree with this criticism, but they also seem to agree with Foley's reply that there is no plausible interpretation of the labor-time equivalent of constant capital, since it is neither the historical labor time embodied in the means of production, nor the current labor time embodied in the means of production. 54. I have already responded to Foley's criticism in Chapter 8. There is a plausible interpretation of the labor time equivalent of constant capital, the labor time represented by the money constant capital advanced to purchase means of production. It is true that this quantity of labor time is not equal to the labor time embodied in the means of production, either historical or current. But that is not a problem. The means of production have already been purchased and sold, and thus already have a price, their price of production, and the labor time embodied in the means of production has already been represented in the already existing price of production of the means of production. As discussed in previous chapters, this already existing price of production is transferred directly to and becomes the first component of the price of the output. It is true that the labor time embodied in the means of production is somewhat misrepresented by its already existing price of production, because this price is not proportional to the labor time embodied in the means of production due to the equalization of profit rates. But nonetheless, this actual price of production of the means of production objectively represents the labor time embodied in the means of production, and this actual price of production becomes the first component of the price of the current output. This is the way that the price of commodities as products of capital are determined, as the sum of the already existing constant capital, equals to the price of production of the means of production, plus the new value produced by current labor, i.e., P equals C plus N. And this is the way past labor plays a role in the determination of the value of commodities produced by capital, through the transfer of the constant capital advanced to purchase means of production at their prices of production. On a related point, FLSF also argue that my interpretation of past labor disregards the problem of achieving equivalence between dead labor and living labor. 55. But I argue that there is no problem in Marx's theory of achieving equivalence between dead labor and living labor. Dead labor has already been expressed as quantities of money, as the money price of production of means of production, and thus has already achieved equivalence in the form of money, general social labor. The calculation of past labor, equals C/M, is not a logically necessary part of the theory of the price of the output. The actual money constant capital is taken as given, and is transferred directly to the price of the output as such, without having to be translated into past labor. This translation can be made in order to compare and contrast the determination of the prices of simple commodities and the prices of commodities as products of capital, see chapters 2 and 4, and also in order to emphasize that the magnitude of constant capital depends primarily, but not solely, on the labor time required to produce the means of production. Finally, FLSF also argue that defining past labor in this way, equals C/M, leaves out technological change and the devaluation of capital due to crises and disruptions. 56. I don't understand why defining past labor as derived from the money constant capital advanced leaves out technological change and the devaluation of capital. Perhaps they think that I mean the historical cost constant capital, which is not devalued. But this is not my interpretation. As I have discussed in previous chapters, and in Mosel 1996, the constant capital that is taken as given in Marx's theory of value and price of production is the current cost constant capital. If there is technological change that reduces the prices of the means of production and hence reduces current constant capital, then all similar means of production will be devalued correspondingly, with losses and possible disruptions, as in the FLSF interpretation. Similarly, if constant capital is devalued due to crises and bankruptcies, the constant capital that is taken as given is the current constant capital, after the devaluation. Therefore, defining past labor as I do fully accounts for technological change and the devaluation of capital. After technological change or devaluation due to crises, the past labor represented by the smaller constant capital is revalued along with the constant capital and is less than what it was before. Conclusion. Fine and Sodfio have made important contributions to the development of Marxian theory and the interpretation of the transformation problem. Their main contribution is their emphasis that Marx's theory of prices of production is presented in terms of the organic composition of capital, and that variable capital in the denominator of the OCC is an index for the quantity of labor employed, that is different across industries only if the quantities of labor are different, which I think is the key characteristic of the OCC. I argue that variable capital is defined in this way because differences across industries in the amounts of variable capital could be due either unequal quantities of labor employed or unequal wage rates, and these two causes of unequal amounts of variable capital have opposite effects on the quantity of surplus value produced in different industries and hence on the determination of the general rate of profit and prices of production. A greater quantity of labor in some industries compared to other industries results in a greater quantity of surplus value produced in the first industries, whereas relatively higher wage rates in some industries results in a smaller quantity of surplus value produced in those industries. However, constant capital is different in this crucial respect, and Fine and Sodfio misinterpret constant capital in the OCC. Differences across industries in the amounts of constant capital could also be due to either unequal quantities of means of production or to differences in the prices of the means of production, but these two causes of unequal amounts of constant capital have the same effect on the rate of profit in individual industries and in the economy as a whole. In either case, a relatively higher constant capital in some industries results in a lower value rate of profit in those industries. Whether the cause of the higher constant capital is a greater quantity of means of production or higher prices of the means of production. Therefore, constant capital in the numerator of the OCC is not an index of the quantity of means of production, that is different across industries only if the quantities of means of production are different, and Fine and Sodfio's interpretation of constant capital in the OCC as an index of the quantity of means of production is mistaken. Another misinterpretation in my view is that Fine and Sodfio will argue that prices of production in Marx's presentation in Part 2 of Volume 3 are not long-run equilibrium prices. But Marx said many times that his prices of production are center of gravity prices, which equalize the rate of profit, and around which actual market prices fluctuate, similar to Smith's and Ricardo's natural prices. Marx's prices of production are long-run equilibrium prices in the classical tradition. Surely an interpretation of Marx's theory that can also explain long-run center of gravity prices is preferable to an interpretation of Marx's theory that cannot. Another misinterpretation is that Sodfio argues that there is a second stage of Marx's transformation of values into prices of production, beyond what Marx did in Capital, in which prices of production are long-run equilibrium prices with the associated long-run equilibrium rate of profit. However, in this second stage, Marx's theory is abandoned altogether and replaced by the Sraffian theory of prices of production and the rate of profit. This does not seem like a promising path for the future development of Marx's theory. In conclusion, I would say that a general problem with FS interpretation is that they do not pay sufficient attention to the circuit of money capital, M plus delta M, as the logical framework of Marx's theory. The circuit of money capital is hardly mentioned in their writings. The numerator of the OCC is defined as the labor value of the means of production, rather than the money constant capital advanced to purchase means of production. But constant capital and variable capital are the two components of the initial capital M advanced at the beginning of the circuit of money capital, and thus both components of capital are defined in terms of money. I think that this logical framework of the circuit of money capital provides a better understanding of Marx's concept of the organic composition of capital, and of Marx's theory in general. Chapter 12. Replies to criticisms of my macromonetary interpretation. This chapter responds to previous criticisms of my macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory by David Laibman and Riccardo Bellofiore. 1. I appreciate their attention to my interpretation, and I would like to take this opportunity to respond to their criticisms. The first section responds to Liebman and the second section responds to Belofiore. 1. Reply to Liebman, the return to Marx, retreat or advance. David Liebman has defended the Sraffian interpretation of Marx's theory and has criticized my interpretation, as presented in Mosel 1993, my first article on this subject, and the interpretations of others that he calls New Orthodox Marxists, Anomists, mainly the temporal single system interpretation, discussed in Chapter 9.2. This section will discuss Liebman's general interpretation of the transformation problem, his critique of my interpretation, and his concluding remarks. In his introduction, Liebman accuses anomists of asserting that Marx's theory is literally true and completely correct and that Marx made no errors. I myself have not made any such grand and sweeping statements, and I don't think these other authors have either. I am arguing specifically that Marx did not make the error of failing to transform the inputs in his theory of prices of production, and that this in itself is very important for the evaluation of the logical consistency of Marx's theory. 1.1 Liebman's general interpretation of the transformation problem. Liebman's own interpretation of the transformation problem adopts the basic Sraffian input-output framework in terms of physical quantities. 3 All the dependent variables in the theory are defined in units of labor times, both values and prices of production, similar in this respect to Dumenil and to Wolff, Roberts, and Collery. The invariance condition is assumed to be equal rate of exploitation in all industries, defined in terms of the real wage and the surplus product. As a result of these assumptions, neither the gross aggregate price value equality nor the net aggregate price value equality is satisfied. Liebman repeats the long-standing criticisms of Marx's theory of prices of production, that Marx failed to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital. As a result, the conditions of simple reproduction are violated. Marx's mistake was corrected by Bortkiewicz, using the method of simultaneous determinations, but Marx's key quantitative conclusions are no longer valid. In particular, total profit is in general no longer equal to total surplus value, and the price rate of profit is not equal to the value rate of profit. These criticisms are based, as always, on the implicit interpretation that the initial givens in Marx's theory are the physical quantities of the technical conditions of production and real wage, and that constant capital and variable capital are derived from these given bundles of goods, first as their values and then as their prices of production. Behavian seret these criticisms in the preceding chapters. The main point is that Marx did not fail to transform the inputs, and therefore none of the other points follow. The conditions of simple reproduction are not violated in the transformation of values into prices of production, no correction is necessary, and Marx's key quantitative conclusions are valid, including especially total profit equals total surplus value. Liebman, like many traditional Marxists, example Sweezy and Schick, does not consider these criticisms to be serious weaknesses of Marx's theory, but rather to lead to its further development. He argues that the divergence of total profit from total surplus value does not diminish Marx's qualitative argument concerning capitalist exploitation. Indeed, the argument is enhanced by the realization that exploitation, far from taking place in mutually isolated sectors, is systemic and inseparable from the entire web of interconnections in the structure or production and exchange. Marx's pooling and redistribution metaphor is relativized, but its essential truth, the exploitation of labor, remains. 4 In response, I argue that pooling and redistribution is not a metaphor, but is instead an essential aspect of Marx's logical method, which he emphasized over and over again in his manuscripts, as we have seen. As discussed above, it follows from Marx's basic labor theory of value and surplus value that all the different individual forms of surplus value come from surplus labor, and from surplus labor alone, despite superficial appearances to the contrary. Therefore, I think the divergence of total profit from total surplus value would diminish considerably the force of Marx's theory of surplus value and exploitation. According to the Liebman's interpretation, which is the standard interpretation, in order to correct Marx's mistake of failing to transform the inputs, this key aspect of Marx's theory has to be given up. However, If Marx did not make this mistake, then this key aspect of Marx's theory does not have to be given up. Exploitation is indeed systemic, because exploitation is a class relation, between the capitalist class as a whole and the working class as a whole. And that is precisely the reason why the total surplus value of system as a whole is determined prior to its division into individual parts. This total surplus value is determined entirely in production, by surplus labor in production. According to Marx's logic, the production of surplus value, the determination of the total surplus value, is indeed separable from exchange and the distribution of surplus value, in the sense that the total surplus value is determined in production, prior to its distribution through exchange. Leibman also argues that the divergence of total profit from total surplus value is one aspect of the mystification of surplus value, which hides its source in surplus labor. As we saw in Chapter 3, the mystification of surplus value is indeed a very important part of Marx's theory, and is one of the main themes of Volume 3 of Capital, that all the different forms of surplus value, profit, average profit, commercial profit, interest, and rent, mystify and obfuscate in one way or another that the only source of surplus value is surplus labor. With average profit and price of production, each capital receives a share of the total surplus value in proportion to its size, with no distinction between constant capital and variable capital, thereby mystifying the fact that variable capital is the only real source of surplus value. This is the mystification that results from average profit and prices of production. Marx emphasized that, in spite of this mystification, total profit equals total surplus value, as determined by surplus labor. In the divergence of total profit from total surplus value according to the Sraffian interpretation, it does not just appear that there is another determinant of the total profit besides surplus labor, there really is another determinant, the equalization of profit rates across industries, which has nothing to do with exploitation. This is no longer mystification, but in reality another source of surplus value, according to the Sraffian interpretation. Indeed, as we have seen in previous chapters, it follows from the Sraffian reinterpretation of Marx's theory that total profit and the rate of profit could be determined without surplus value and surplus labor at all. They could be determined directly from the physical quantities of inputs, outputs, and real wages, as emphasized by Steedman and others. This alternative direct determination of total profit and the rate of profit, without the labor theory of value, would lead to the same total profit and the same rate of profit as the indirect determination, with the labor theory of value. So the labor theory of value and exploitation in the Sraffian reinterpretation is indeed redundant with respect to these key quantitative conclusions, as Steedman and others have argued. Leibman does not respond to this redundancy critique. Finally, Leibman argues that the Sraffian reinterpretation of Marx's theory of prices of production is in fact a coherent theory of price. This Sraffian reinterpretation, based on simultaneous determination, may be a coherent theory of price, but it is also a very unrealistic theory of price. It shares with Sraffian theory the same important defects discussed in Chapter 6, it is unable to realistically incorporate fixed capital, and it is unable to realistically incorporate unequal turnover periods across industries. Marx's theory, on the other hand, in terms of quantities of money capital, does not have these problems. Marx's theory is also in fact a coherent theory, and it is also a much more realistic one, with no problem incorporating fixed capital and unequal turnover periods. 1.2 Marx's admissions of errors. Leibman also repeats the often made argument that Marx himself acknowledged in several passages that he had made an error in his own explanation of prices of production by failing to convert the inputs of constant capital and variable capital from value terms to price terms. Leibman states, "It should be mentioned that Marx himself repeatedly referred to the possibility of error in disregarding the effect of formation of prices of production upon the valuation of inputs. See, example Marx 1982, 261, 65. Marx is therefore the first 20th century Marxist, despite strenuous, and admirable, Efforts by some of the economists to discount and explain away those passages. 5. Even though Liebman says that Marx repeatedly acknowledged his error, he cites only 2 passages, both from Chapter 9 of Volume 3. I have discussed both of these passages at length in Chapter 4, where I acknowledged that these passages could be interpreted as Liebman does, which is the standard interpretation, but only if one takes a narrow view of these few sentences in isolation and ignores the surrounding paragraphs which provide the context for these sentences. If, on the other hand, one takes into account the surrounding paragraphs, as one should, and even other sentences in the same paragraph, this surrounding text contradicts the standard interpretation. The standard interpretation of these passages is also contradicted by the many statements in Chapter 9 according to which the cost price is the same in the determination of both values and prices of production, including especially the recently discovered missing paragraph discussed in Chapter 4. Behavior that these controversial passages can be interpreted in another way, which is consistent with the surrounding text, and according to which Marx is not admitting his errors, but is instead providing a more complete explanation of the given actual quantities of money, constant capital and variable capital. These given actual quantities of money capital are now understood to be equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence instead of equal to their values. Liebman does not discuss any of the many passages of textual evidence that I have presented in earlier papers to support my monetary interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory, the circuit of money capital, M presupposed, cost price is the same, etc. My interpretation does not explain away these controversial passages, but rather puts them in the proper context of the surrounding paragraphs, and much other textual evidence, which enables us to understand and explain these passages more thoroughly and accurately. 1.3 Liebman's critique of my methodological interpretation. Liebman calls my interpretation a methodological interpretation, which it is. Liebman begins his critique of my methodological interpretation of Marx's theory by stating that this interpretation rests on an invocation of the sanctity of Marx's method. The word sanctity seems to imply that Marx's method is considered to be necessarily true and without fault, holy. However, that is not what I am arguing. I am not arguing that Marx's theory must be correct, rather I am arguing that an evaluation of the logical consistency of Marx's theory should be based on the best possible understanding of Marx's own logical method, not on the basis of an altogether different logical method. The critics of Marx's theory of prices of production, including Liebman, argue that Marx made a logical error, that he failed to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital from values to prices of production. Surely, the validity of this logical criticism depends on whether or not the logic of Marx's theory with respect to the determination of these inputs has been correctly understood. That is, Theoriuson insists that Marx's logical method should be examined in order to more properly evaluate whether or not there is a logical error in Marx's theory, not because I regard Marx's theory to be necessarily true and without error. I hope that others will agree that Marx's logical method on this key issue is worth another look. I have argued that, within the framework of Marx's own logical method, he did not commit this alleged logical error. That is, he did not fail to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital from values to prices of production because, according to Marx's logical method, the same quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in the determination of both values and prices of production, the actual quantities of money capital advanced at the beginning of the circuit of money capital. These quantities of money capital are not derived from given technical conditions of production and the real wage, first as their values and then as their prices of production. Therefore, the correct judgment with regard to the logical consistency of Marx's theory depends on which of these two interpretations of Marx's logical method is correct. One cannot just brush aside this issue of the correct interpretation of Marx's logical method and refuse to consider it. Those who follow the Sraffian interpretation, including Liebman, should not simply continue to presume and reassert dogmatically that the fundamental givens in Marx's theory are the technical conditions and the real wage, and that constant capital and variable capital are derived from these fundamental givens, but should instead present arguments and textual evidence to support this alternative interpretation, and should also discuss the arguments and textual evidence that I and others have presented to support alternative interpretations. Leibman argues further that my methodological interpretation confuses two meanings of the word constant. 6 Specifically, it is argued that constant capital and variable capital are held constant in the transformation of values into prices of production because they must be held constant in order to explain the origin of surplus value. Leibman writes, to isolate the source of the increase, i.e., the source of surplus value, in the purchase and sale of labor power, the original M must be held constant. From this we deduce that the value magnitudes of inputs are not transformed when, direct, values are transformed into prices of production. 7. However, this is not my argument regarding why constant capital and variable capital remain constant in Marx's theory of the determination of prices of production. My argument is that constant capital and variable capital are held constant because Marx's theory takes the sum quantity as constant capital and variable capital as given in both stages of the theory, the actual quantities money capital advanced to purchase the means of production and labor power in the beginning of the circuit of money capital. Marx's theory of surplus value in volume I of capital takes as given the total amounts of constant capital and variable capital, and his theory of prices of production in Volume 3 takes as given the individual amounts of constant capital and variable capital invested and consumed in each industry. The sum of the individual amounts of constant capital and variable capital taken as given in Volume 3 is by definition identically equal to the total amounts of constant capital and variable capital taken as given in Volume I. The actual quantities of constant capital and variable capital do not change in the transition from the macro theory in Volume I to the micro theory in Volume 3. Therefore, my argument for why constant capital and variable capital are held constant in Marx's theory of prices of production does not confuse two meanings of the word constant. Instead, it is based on a different interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory, an interpretation for which I have provided substantial arguments and textual evidence. In my 1993 paper, I presented several arguments to support this interpretation that constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in terms of money. 8. 1. The fact that Marx's general formula for capital M, C, M begins with a sum of money, which suggests that this sum of money is the initial given in Marx's theory. 2. The logical relation between parts 1, 2, and 3 of Volume I. According to the concept of money, I developed the logical presupposition to his theory of capital and surplus value. 3. The numerous passages in which Marx stated that the quantity of money capital that initiates the circulation of capital is given or presupposed in his theory of value and surplus value. Leibman did not respond to any of these arguments. Rather, he continues to assert, without argumentation or justification except the authority of the prevailing interpretation, that the initial givens in Marx's theory are the physical conditions of production and the real wage, and that constant capital and variable capital are derived from these given physical quantities, first in terms of values and then in terms of prices of production. Leibman also argues that, according to my interpretation of the transformation process, constant capital and variable capital are left in terms of value, that is, as the value of the means of production, and wage goods, respectively. 9. I hope it is clear from this book that this criticism is mistaken. According to my interpretation, constant capital and variable capital do not remain in terms of value because constant capital and variable capital are never in value terms to begin with. Constant capital and variable capital are taken as given as actual quantities of money capital advanced and consumed in the beginning of the circuit of money capital, which in general, as a long-run tendency, are equal to the prices of production, not the values, of the means of production and means of subsistence. It is provisionally assumed, as a first approximation, that these actual quantities of money capital are equal to the values of the means of production and means of subsistence. But this provisional assumption about the actual given C and V does not determine their magnitudes in the theory of value and surplus value and prices of production. rather these magnitudes of C and V are instead the actual quantities of money capital, which are taken as given. Therefore, my interpretation does not leave C and V in value terms, because they never are in value terms in the first place. They are in terms of the actual money capital advanced, which are equal to the prices of production of the inputs, but prices of production cannot be explained until Volume 3. In subsequent email correspondence, I tried to clarify this point to Leibman, and his response was that my interpretation is similar to what he called in his paper the retroactive interpretation, which he attributed to Carchedi and Mage. 10. According to Leibman, the retroactive interpretation assumes that the inputs in Marx's tables in Chapter 9 of Volume 3 have already been transformed. That is why he calls this interpretation retroactive, and the only transformation that remains is for the outputs. Therefore, this interpretation, according to Leibman, isolates inputs and outputs into separate categories, so that there are two separate transformations, and the rates of profit are different for the two transformations, which requires that the prices of inputs be transformed again, contrary to the original assumption. My response to this criticism is that Leibman has misunderstood my interpretation, and I think he has also misunderstood Carchedi's and Mage's interpretation. Point 11. There are not two different transformations with two different rates of profit. Rather, constant capital and variable capital are taken as given, as the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power, without reference to any rate of profit. These given amounts of constant capital and variable capital are used to determine the total value and total surplus value and the general rate of profit, and also to determine the individual prices of production. Once prices of production are explained, then the initial given amounts of constant capital and variable capital are explained as equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, which depend in part on the rate of profit. There are not two different rates of profit, but only one rate of profit, which is determined at the aggregate level and then taken as given in the determination of individual prices of production and in the eventual explanation of the given constant capital and variable capital. In an important footnote, Leibman makes the following argument. Moseley argues that the given money sums of constant and variable capital are unrelated to any physical quantities, whether measured, untransformed, in value or in production price terms. This removes the formation of production prices from any concept of reproduction and the labor process, and in effect makes the magnitude of value and surplus value indeterminate. Here, as in many ultra-orthodox efforts to defend Marx, the result is the dismantling of his conceptual edifice. A deeper insight arises from this: a viable system of thought will tend to be destroyed, unless it is continually developed and transformed. Point 12. To clarify, I do not argue C and V have no relation at all to the physical quantities of means of production and means of subsistence. I argue that C and V in volume I and II are not equal to the value of given means of production and means of subsistence, i.e., hypothetical unreal quantities in a hypothetical value system, but are instead taken as given as the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power in the real capitalist economy, which tend to be equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, not equal to their values. Therefore, C and V clearly do have a relation to these physical quantities, and it is the real actual relation, not the hypothetical unreal relation that Leibman and the standard interpretation have in mind. Secondly, Marx's theory does indeed remove price determination from physical reproduction. Prices in each industry are not determined by the requirements of physical reproduction, but are instead determined by actual capital costs in each industry plus the average rate of profit, which is determined for the economy as a whole and is the same for all industries. Marx's theory of price of production in Part 2 of Volume 3 is not in terms of the reproduction schemes. The reproduction schemes are not relevant to the determination of prices of production. And the reproduction schemes themselves are in terms of quantities of money capital, not in terms of physical quantities of inputs and outputs. Thirdly, I do not understand why Leibman says that value and surplus value are indeterminate in my interpretation, except perhaps that he thinks that value and surplus value can only be determined by physical reproduction, so without physical reproduction, value and surplus value are indeterminate. But physical reproduction is not the only way value and surplus value can be determined. Value and surplus value can be determined in other ways. I think I have clearly shown that value and surplus value are fully determined in my macromonetary interpretation, see Chapter 2, without any consideration of physical reproduction. And so also are the rate of profit and prices of production in a logically coherent way. Also, I have shown in previous chapters that Marx's conceptual edifice is not a physical input-output matrix, but is instead the circuit of money capital, M, C, P, C, M plus delta M. My emphasis on the circuit of money capital does not dismantle Marx's conceptual edifice, but rather returns it to its proper place. Finally, I would say that a viable system of thought will tend to be destroyed if it is misinterpreted in terms of an alien logic. Marx's theory is indeed a viable system of thought, but it is misinterpreted and turned into an invalid system of thought, and in that way destroyed. 1.4 Leibman's concluding remarks. In conclusion, Leibman suggests that 3 lessons follow from his critique of New Orthodox Marxism. 1. Simultaneous determination is a necessary feature of a Marxian theory of capitalism, because simultaneous determination reflects the interdependence of economic variables. 2. The method of simultaneous determination is entirely consistent with Marx's theory of value and surplus value. Leibman argues that the simultaneous quantitative determination of the profit rate and prices does not inviolate the ontological priority of the profit rate. And the 20th century Marxist eigenvalue conception of production prices is arguably the closest thing available in all of economics to a coherent theory of price formation. 3. Most importantly, according to Leibman, we should avoid dishonouring Marx by treating him as a holy prophet. There is only one path from the 19th to the 21st century, and it goes through the 20th century. Point 13. With regard to the first 2 points, I have argued extensively that simultaneous determination is not consistent with Marx's theory, for 2 main reasons. 1. Because the total surplus value is determined by the total surplus labor, prior to the division of this total amount into individual parts, and 2. Because the logical framework of Marx's theory is the circuit of money capital, and the advance of capital at the beginning of the circuit is logically and chronologically prior to the recovery of capital at the end of the circuit. The key variables in Marx's theory are indeed interdependent, but the interdependence is of a sequential nature, rather than simultaneous. The main interdependence that is usually invoked by Sraffian critics is between the initial capital advanced, M, and the rate of profit, R. Leibman does not mention any specific examples. I have responded to this criticism in Chapter 6, Section 2.4. I have argued throughout this book that M is taken as given, as a pre-existing known datum, without reference to R. No explanation of M is necessary in order to use the pre-existing M to explain the resulting delta M and R. Marx's theory proceeds from the known M, capital advanced and consumed, to the unknowns M, capital recovered, delta M, surplus capital recovered, the general rate of profit and prices of production. This sequential logic is not circular reasoning. On the other hand, as we saw in Chapter 6, simultaneous determination poses very serious problems for which there are no good solutions. 1. Fixed capital must be treated as a joint product, which requires further unrealistic assumptions. All the different types of fixed capital goods in an industry must be assumed to have the same lifetime, so they can be analyzed together as a plant, with only one price for all the fixed capital goods in the plant, and the age distribution of every type of fixed capital good is assumed to be uniform, i.e., the quantity of all ages of a given fixed capital good must be the same, and the total quantity of each type of capital good must be an integer multiple of its lifetime. And, 2, it must be assumed that all industries have the same turnover period, or all the different turnover periods are assumed to be reduced to a hypothetical unit time period, and the result of production in every unit time period is assumed to include hypothetical partially completed products whose price are determined simultaneously with the price of actual products. Marx's theory, based on the circuit of money, capital and sequential determination, has none of these problems. I am not sure what Liebman means by the ontological priority of the rate of profit, but Marx's theory is clearly based on the logical priority of the rate of profit and the quantitative determination of the rate of profit prior to prices of production. If the ontological priority of the rate of profit plays no role in the quantitative determination of prices of production, what is its significance? Although Husserlian Marxian theory might be logically coherent, it is also very unrealistic, as I argued above, because it cannot incorporate fixed capital and unequal turnover times in reasonable and realistic ways. Marxian theory, on the other hand, is both logically coherent and also much more realistic, and it has no problem incorporating these important characteristics of capitalist economies. Finally, with regard to treating Marx as a holy prophet, I hope it is clear that I do not treat Marx as a holy prophet, but instead I am trying to understand Marx's theory better, and especially his logical method, as a necessary preliminary step toward a more appropriate evaluation of the logical consistency of Marx's theory and the further development of Marx's theory. To re-examine Marx's theory seriously, with special attention to the logical method employed, is not to dishonor Marx as a holy prophet, rather it is to honor him by taking his theory and his logical method seriously enough to study it thoroughly and on its own terms, not from the perspective of some other theory. As a result of this re-examination, I and others have come to the surprising and disappointing conclusion that Marx's theory has been fundamentally misunderstood for most of the 20th century. Paradoxical as it may seem, if we want to develop a theory of capitalism based on Marx's own logical method, then we are forced, at the beginning of the 21st century, to re-examine and restudy Marx's 19th century writings. Fortunately, this is now more possible than ever before, because of the recent publication of all of Marx's economic manuscripts in the Mega. This re-examination of Marx's theory might look like a retreat, but in terms of the development of Marx's theory, it is clearly an advance, which is long overdue. Whether or not a better understanding and the further development of Marx's theory turn out to be an advance in understanding 21st century capitalism remains to be seen. But if the new orthodox Marxists are on the right track, and Marx's theory really is fundamentally different, not only from neoclassical theory but also from Sraffian theory, then the rediscovery of Marx's logical method at least provides us with another alternative theory with which to try to understand capitalism as it evolves into the 21st century. In conclusion, Liebman proposes a distinction between error I, a crucial logical flaw that strikes at the heart of a theoretical system, and error II, an inconsistency, whose removal, through the further development of the theory, leaves the foundation of the theory intact. Point 14. Liebman argues that Marx's mistake in his theory of prices of production, failing to transform the inputs, is only an error II mistake. I argue that Marx did not make this mistake in his theory of prices of production at all, but if Marx had made this mistake, then it would be an error I mistake, because its removal contradicts the prior determination of the total surplus value, which does indeed strike at the heart of Marx's theoretical system. This removal is not the further development of the theory, but rather its abandonment. Liebman criticizes me, and other economists, for being willing to sacrifice the whole Marxian enterprise on our claim that Marx did not make this mistake in his theory of prices of production. I would say that the Marxian enterprise in terms of the labor theory of value and surplus value and the rate of profit has already been largely abandoned by left-wing economists and other social scientists. And the main reason the labor theory of value has been abandoned is precisely because of Marx's alleged mistake in his theory of prices of production, and also because, after the Sraffian correction is made, the labor theory of value is redundant in the Sraffian framework. The same quantitative conclusions concerning prices of production and rate of profit can be derived in Sraffian theory directly from the technical conditions and the real wage, without the labor theory of value. If the Marxian enterprise is to be resurrected, it will have to be on more fundamental grounds. But even if this strong conclusion is not accepted, can we not agree that the simultaneous determination interpretation is not the only possible interpretation of Marx's theory, i.e., that there are other possible interpretations of Marx's theory that have at least as much methodological and textual support in Marx's writings as the Sraffian eigenvector interpretation? I would say much more support. If this minimum a conclusion is accepted, then it should be acknowledged that at least some of these valid interpretations of Marx's theory, including the macro-monetary interpretation presented in this book, come to very different conclusions regarding the logical consistency of Marx's theory of prices of production. That is, 1. Marx did not make a logical mistake in his theory of prices or production, he did not fail to transform the inputs from values to prices. 2. The rate of profit does not change as a result of the determination of prices of production, and 3. Marx's two aggregate equalities are both true simultaneously. At the very least, it should be acknowledged that these conclusions cannot be dismissed out of hand, as having already been proven false, but instead follow from an interpretation of Marx's theory that has at least as much validity as the simultaneous determination interpretation. To reply to Bellofiore, what is macro? What is monetary? Riccardo Bellofiore has also presented a critique of my macro-monetary interpretation of Marx theory. 15 Heel Sokolshi's interpretation of macro-monetary interpretation, but his meaning of these terms is somewhat different from my meaning, and he has criticized my meaning. This section will respond to Bellofiore's criticisms, first with respect to macro, then with respect to monetary, and finally with respect to our most important difference, the determination of variable capital. 2.1 Macro. In the following passage, Bellofiore seems to argue that the theory of surplus value in volume I is a macroeconomic theory about the total surplus value produced by the working class as a whole. The main question addressed by Marx in volume I is thus the following: how can the capitalist class get out of this economic process more than they put into it? From a macroeconomic point of view, it is clear that the valorization of capital cannot have its origin in the internal exchanges within the capitalist class. As a consequence, the source of surplus value must be traced back to the only exchange which is external to the capitalist class, namely the purchase of labor power. 16. And yet Bellofiore argues against my interpretation of individual capitals in volume I as representative of the total social capital and individual workers as representative of the working class as a whole. 17 But if volume I is about the total class relation between capitalists and workers and the determination of the total surplus value, and the theory of surplus value is illustrated in terms of individual capitals, doesn't it make sense that the individual capitals in these illustrations represent the total social capital? Bellofiore also argues that my interpretation of representative capital and representative worker is similar to the mainstream macroeconomic assumption of a representative agent. I argue that the logic of Marx's representative capital is entirely different from mainstream macro's representative agent. To begin with, mainstream macro's analysis of the representative agent is not about capital or surplus value, but is instead usually about the effects of monetary policy and how individuals adjust their spending and investment decisions in response to changes in monetary policy. Furthermore, mainstream macro's analysis of the representative agent is based on the utility theory of value and the representative agent's utility function, which is usually assumed to be the same for all individuals, i.e., there is no distinction between capitalists and workers, nor between creditors and debtors, etc. The most obvious problem with this homogeneity assumption is creditors and debtors who generally have opposite preferences with respect to monetary policy and opposite reactions to changes in monetary policy. This is obviously a very unrealistic theory which has little or no relevance or application to the real capitalist economy. Marx's theory, on the other hand, is based on the labor theory of value, and assumes that all workers produce value and produce more value than they are paid. According to Marx's theory, the determinants of the quantity of surplus value produced are the same for all workers: the quantity of socially necessary labor time performed, the melt, and the money wage, see Chapter 2 above. Therefore, it is valid to analyze the production of surplus value by all workers in terms of a typical worker, and to determine the total surplus value by adding up the surplus value produced by each and every worker, because the same theory applies to all workers. In Bellofiore 2004b, which is a rejoinder to my reply to his 2004 in Mosel 2004b, he seems to present a different interpretation of volume I. Moseley's attempt to define volume I as macro in its entirety is pure reconstruction, not interpretation. Marx's method for more than 2/3 of capital I is very different, and definitely not macro. In most of volume I, individual capitals are the subject of the inquiry, and they are treated not as aliquot parts of the aggregate but as typical. Point 18. But Marx's theory of surplus value is presented in the first 2/3 of volume I, and Bellofiore had argued in 2004a, as we saw above, that Marx's theory of surplus value is about the total class relation between capitalists and workers. Bellofiore seems to forget about classes in this rejoinder and to imply that Marx's theory of surplus value in volume I is only about individual capitals. Furthermore, we saw in Chapter 3 that in the important December 1862 outline of what later became Part 2 of Volume 3, Marx stated explicitly that in Volume I individual capitals are treated as aliquot parts of the total social capital. To quote again an excerpt: "For the total capital, however, what has been explained in Chapter 1, i.e., Volume I, holds good. In capitalist production, each capital is assumed to be a unit, an aliquot part of the total capital." Point 19. In the same volume as Bellofiore's paper, my paper presented a detailed examination of the textual evidence to support my interpretation that Marx's theory of surplus value in volume I is about the total surplus value produced in the economy as a whole. Point 20. A very brief summary review of this textual evidence includes: Chapter 4 presents the general formula for capital, and the meaning of general is that this formula applies to all capitals together, and thus applies to the total social capital and the total surplus value, and this general formula for capital is the logical framework of Marx's theory of surplus value. Chapter 5 clarifies that his theory would not try to explain surplus value by individual capitalists cheating each other. The capitalist class of a given country, taken as a whole, cannot defraud itself. 21 thereby indicating that his theory of surplus value is about the total surplus value appropriated by the capitalist class as a whole, not the surplus value of individual capitalists. Chapter 6 argues that the necessary condition for the appropriation of surplus value by the capitalist class as a whole is the existence of a class of wage laborers, which clearly applies to the capitalist economy as a whole. Chapter 10 is about the conflict over the determination of the working day and clearly applies to the general conflict between the capitalist class as a whole and the working class as a whole. Point 22. Chapter 11 states that the total labor in the economy as a whole may be regarded as the product of the average working day and the total number of workers, and the total surplus value produced is the product of the total number of workers and the average surplus value produced per worker. Chapter 12 is about technological change and relative surplus value, i.e., about the effect of technological change on the price of wage goods and hence on necessary labor and surplus labor, which is a general effect that applies to all workers, not just to an individual worker. Bellofiore referred to my paper in the first sentence of his paper, 2004a, but he did not respond to any of this substantial textual evidence concerning the macro nature of volume I. Bellofiore also argues that I failed to clarify why the total surplus value should have logical priority over the individual parts. Point 23. But I think I have clarified this fundamental point. The total surplus value is determined prior to the individual parts because the surplus value produced by each and every worker is determined by the same factors, and because all the individual parts of surplus value come from the same source, the surplus labor of workers. And the individual parts of surplus value are in turn determined by additional factors which are incorporated subsequently into the theory of the distribution of surplus value. Therefore, the total surplus value must have logical priority, i.e., must be determined prior to its division into the individual parts. Furthermore, in Bellofiore's own interpretation of the transformation problem and prices of production in an earlier paper, he follows the iterative interpretation discussed in Chapter 7 above. On Sheik's interpretation, point 24. In this iterative interpretation, the total surplus value is determined in volume I and is taken as given in the determination of the value rate of profit in the first iteration of prices of production. Therefore, according to this iterative interpretation, volume I does determine the total surplus value in this interpretation. The difference between the iterative interpretation and my interpretation in this respect is that, in the iterative interpretation, the total surplus value that is determined in volume I is a hypothetical total surplus value, which is determined by the difference between the total living labor minus the labor time required to produce the worker's wage goods, rather than the actual total surplus value, which is determined by the difference between the actual money new value produced and the actual variable capital advanced to purchase labor power, as in my interpretation. Thus this difference is ultimately related to our different interpretations of the determination of variable capital, which is our most important difference and is the subject of subsection 2.3. 2.2 Monetary. Bellofiore also made several criticisms of the monetary aspect of my interpretation of Marx's theory. In the first place, he argued that I interpret money as a veil, similar, again, to mainstream macroeconomics, by which he means that surplus value is surplus money, and the latter is the mere, though necessary, appearance of surplus labor determining it. Point 25. To which I reply, what else is surplus value, delta M, besides the necessary appearance of surplus labor determining it? If it is necessary, why is it mere? In Marx's theory, money is indeed a veil, in the sense that money appears to have value as an intrinsic natural property of itself, independent of labor, i.e., the fetishism of money. The mainstream macro notion of money as a veil is very different from this, that a change in the quantity of money has no effect on the real quantities of output and employment, etc. Bellofiore also argued that I interpret volume I to be only about money and that the only form of capital is money capital, excluding commodity capital. Point 26. But this is a misunderstanding of my interpretation. I have argued that the main observable phenomena that volume I is about are quantities of money capital, delta M above all else, but these observable phenomena are explained by unobservable quantities of labor time, as in the basic equation of the labor theory of value that I have emphasized, N equals ML, see equation 4, in Chapter 2. I would never say that volume I is only about quantities of money, that would eliminate the labor theory of value. And I have always emphasized that the circuit of capital consists of three phases and three types of capital: money capital, commodity capital, and productive capital. The only way to explain delta M at the end of the circuit of capital is to analyze the production of commodities in the second phase of the circuit. Thirdly, Bellofiore argued that the general formula for capital does not give any reason to privilege the accounting of values starting from the money shape of capital. Point 27. But I disagree. The general formula for capital does give a reason to start with money capital, because the general formula for capital itself starts with money capital and because the initial M advanced is taken as given in the determination of M and delta M. In Volume 2, Part 1, Marx also discussed the circuits of commodity capital and productive capital, but these circuits are used for other purposes besides theory of surplus value, delta M, as discussed above in Chapter 8, Section 2 on Duminil's new interpretation, the circuit of commodity capital begins with C, the already valorized capital, which includes the surplus value produced in the previous period. Therefore, this circuit obviously cannot be used to explain the production of surplus value. The purpose of the circuit commodity capital is instead to analyze what becomes of the different components of the price of the output, constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value, in the subsequent phases of the exchange of commodities, after production. The purpose of the circuit of productive capital is also not to explain the origin and magnitude of surplus value, but is instead to emphasize that the production of surplus value is a continuously repeated process. Marx emphasized in these chapters that, In order to explain surplus value, delta M, the all-important question, the appropriate theoretical framework is the circuit of money capital. An important aspect of Bellofiore's own interpretation of money in Marx's theory is that he argues that Marx's theory requires that money must be a commodity produced by labor in order to perform the following crucial functions: 1. To express the different kinds of concrete labor as homogeneous abstract labor, either as an ideal exchange or a real exchange, and 2. To determine the value of money before production, which is necessary to determine the value of labor power prior to production. I have argued, to the contrary, that money does not have to be a commodity in Marx's theory and that the above functions can be performed by non-commodity money. Point 28. This issue of commodity money versus non-commodity money in Marx's theory is not directly related to the debate over the transformation problem, which has followed Marx and assumed commodity money, so I will not discuss this issue further here. It should also be recalled, as discussed in Chapter 5, Section 4, that the abandonment of gold as the money commodity eliminates one of the main criticisms of Marx's theory in the traditional debate over the transformation problem, that the equalization of the profit rate together with the non-average composition of capital in the gold industry would cause total prices of production to diverge from total value prices. With non-commodity money, prices are no longer exchange ratios with gold. Therefore, the equalization of the profit rate in the gold industry, due to a non-average composition of capital, does not affect the prices of commodities, and hence could not possibly affect the total price of commodities, which continues to be identically equal to the total value price of commodities. 2.3 The determination of variable capital, money wage and real wage. We come now to the most important disagreement between Bellofiore and myself with respect to the transformation problem, the determination of variable capital. Bellofiore presents a more or less standard interpretation of the determination of variable capital, that variable capital, or the money wage, is derived from a given real wage, first in volumes I and II as the value of the given real wage, and then in volume 3 as the price of production of the given real wage. Thus the magnitude of variable capital changes from volumes I and II to volume 3, from a hypothetical money wage equals value of the given real wage to the actual money wage equals price of production of the given real wage. I have argued in this book that this standard interpretation of the determination of variable capital, and similarly constant capital, is a misinterpretation. Variable capital in volume I is not a hypothetical money wage, variable capital in volume I is the actual money wage, which is taken as given in volume I, because it cannot yet be explained according to Marx's logical method of the macro before the micro. In Marx's theory of surplus value in volume I, the given actual total money wage is subtracted from the actual total new value produced by current labor in order to determine the actual total surplus value. This interpretation has been supported in this book by the following arguments. This interpretation is consistent with Marx's fundamental methodological premise of the determination of the total surplus value prior to its division into individual parts, and the standard interpretation is not consistent with this fundamental premise. The circuit of money capital is the logical framework of Marx's theory of surplus value, and the circuit of money capital starts with M, one component of which is variable capital. All the textual evidence presented in Chapter 4, including Marx's many explicit statements that M is presupposed in his theory of the circuit of money capital and the production of surplus value, and that the cost price is the same in the determination of both values and prices of production. One especially clear passage about the characteristic feature of variable capital was quoted in Chapter 4 from Volume 2 of Capital. An excerpt again. The characteristic feature of variable capital is that a definite, given, i.e. in this sense constant, part of capital, a given sum of value, assumed to be equal to the value of the labor power, although it is immaterial here whether the wage is the same as, or more or less than, the value of the labor power, is exchanged for a force that valorizes itself and creates value, labor power, which not only reproduces the value paid to it by the capitalist, but also produces a surplus value, a value that did not previously exist and is not bought with an equivalent. Point 29. NB. In the determination of surplus value, it is immaterial whether the variable capital is equal to, greater than, or less than, the value of labor power. What matters in the determination of surplus value is the actual magnitude of variable capital paid, in comparison with the new value produced by living labor. Bellofiore acknowledges that there is textual evidence to support my interpretation that the money variable capital is taken as given. 30 But he argues that these monetary passages can be explained by the fact that they are in the first two-thirds of volume I, in which Marx adopts a microeconomic perspective. However, I think I have demonstrated that there is overwhelming textual evidence in the first two-thirds of volume I that Marx's theory of surplus value is a macroeconomic theory of the total surplus value produced by the working class as a whole for the capitalist class as a whole. Therefore, all these monetary passages in the first two-thirds of volume I in which Marx states that the money variable capital is taken as given refer to a macro theory of the total surplus value. On the other hand, Bellofiore argues that there are a number of passages in volume I in which Marx clearly states that the quantity of wage goods, i.e., the real wage, is taken as given and is used to determine the value of labor power, as the labor time required to produce the given wage goods. He quotes two passages from chapter 6 and two from chapter 19.31, and he infers from these passages that variable capital in volume I is equal to the value of labor power and is thus determined by the value of a given real wage. I agree that Marx states in these passages that the real wage is taken as given and that the given real wage determines the value of labor power. And I agree that these passages could be interpreted on that the money wage, or money variable capital, in volume I is determined by the value of the real wage. Thus there seem to be two sets of textual evidence on this key issue, both that the money wage, the money variable capital, is taken as given and that the real wage is taken as given. 32 Bellofiore calls these two sets of evidence contradictory. 33 But I argue that they are not contradictory. The interpretation that I have presented in this book reconciles this apparent contradiction. According to my monetary interpretation, the actual money variable capital, the money wage, is taken as given in volume in order to explain actual total surplus value, and the real wage is also taken as given in order to provide a partial explanation of the given actual variable capital as determined primarily, but not entirely, by the labor time required to produce the given real wage. But the value of the given real wage does not determine the magnitude of variable capital that is subtracted from the new value produced in order to determine the magnitude of surplus value in Marx's theory, see equation 7 in chapter 2. Instead, the magnitude of variable capital that is subtracted from new value in Marx's theory is the actual money capital that is advanced to purchase labor power in the first phase of the circuit of capital, which is taken as given, and which thus determines the actual total surplus value. And the value of the given real wage provides a partial explanation of the given money wage. Therefore, I argue that Marx takes as given in volume I both the money variable capital, the money wage, and the real wage, for different purposes. The actual money variable capital is taken as given in order to determine the actual total surplus value produced, and the real wage is taken as given in order to provide a partial explanation of the given variable capital. Bellofiore's interpretation, on the other hand, is contradicted by one side of the textual evidence, all the textual evidence that the actual money variable capital is presupposed in Marx's theory of surplus value in volume I. Bellofiore also argues that further textual evidence to support his interpretation, real wage given not the money wage, is provided by chapter 23 of volume I, simple reproduction. 34 It is here, according to Bellofiore, that Marx makes the transition from the micro perspective of individual capitals to the macro perspective of the total social capital. Bellofiore argues that the micro perspective is to take the money wage as given and the macro perspective is to take the real wage as given, and that the money wage micro perspective hides the essential class relation, which is the division of the net real output between workers and capitalists. From the macro perspective, the capitalist class as a whole unconsciously decides, somehow, a definite real wage for the working class as a whole, and capitalists appropriate the rest of the net output. Therefore, According to Bellofiore, the main goal of Marx's theory is to explain the class division of the net output, and for that purpose the real wage should be taken as given. I argue, to the contrary, that the main goal of Marx's theory is not to explain the division of the net output, but rather to explain the production of delta M, and more precisely to explain the actual total delta M, more on this point in the conclusion. For that purpose, the appropriate initial given is the actual initial money capital advanced, M, a component of which is variable capital or the actual money wage advanced, not a hypothetical money wage that is proportional to the labor time required to produce a given real wage. Bellofiore argues that the assumption of the money wage hides the essential class relation. I argue, to the contrary, that the assumption of the real wage makes it impossible to explain and demystify the false appearance of money wages, that all labor is paid labor. For that explanation and demystification, one needs to assume a given money wage, which, along with the melt determines necessary labor time, NLT equals V/M, and thereby reveals the existence of unpaid labor, the essential class relation. Marx's theory shows that workers spend only a part of their working day producing an equivalent to the money wage paid by capitalists, and spend the rest of their working day performing unpaid labor and producing surplus value for capitalists. Furthermore, that Marx did not change his perspective from micro to macro in chapter 23. I think he have demonstrated above. I thought Marx's perspective in volume I was macroeconomic from the beginning, at least from chapter 4, which presents the general formula for capital as the logical framework for his theory of the total surplus value. Marx's theory of surplus value in volume I is a macro theory of the actual total surplus value produced by the working class as a whole, and the reason Marx took the actual variable capital, money wage, as given in volume I is that he wanted to explain the actual total money surplus value, delta M, not a hypothetical total surplus value that is proportional to the labor time required to produce the surplus goods. The main point of chapter 23 is not a switch from a micro to a macro perspective, but instead to argue that the many variable capital has advanced by capitalists to workers, which appears to come from capitalists' own savings and funds, actually comes from value produced by the workers themselves in previous periods, and this fact becomes clear if capitalist production is viewed as a continuous repeated process rather than a single isolated circuit. Variable capital loses its character of a value advanced out of the capitalist's funds only when we view the process of capitalist production in the flow of its constant renewal. 35. This main point is repeated and elaborated in chapter 24, the conversion of surplus value into capital. The original capital was formed by the advance of £10,000. Where did its owner get it from? From his own labor and that of his forefathers, is the unanimous answer of the spokesman of political economy. But it is quite otherwise with regard to the additional capital of £2,000. We know perfectly well how that originated. There is no tonesingedom of its value that does not owe its existence to unpaid labor. 36. Conclusion. In the conclusion of his paper, Bellofiore emphasizes again that the main goal of Marx's theory is to explain the class division of the net real output, and for this purpose the real wage should be taken as given. 37. However, I have argued throughout this book that the analytical framework of Marx's theory is the circuit of money capital, and that the main goal of Marx's theory is not to explain the division of the net output, but instead to explain the production of delta M, i.e., to explain how the initial M at the beginning of the circuit of money capital becomes M plus delta M at the end of the circuit. And for this purpose, the appropriate initial given is the quantity of M at the beginning of the circuit, not the real wage. It is true that capitalism is like all other class societies in the sense that the workers' means of subsistence is only a part of the products that they themselves produce, and it is important to recognize this fundamental similarity between capitalism and other class societies. However, it is even more important to understand the historically specific features of capitalism, and especially delta M above all else. As we saw in chapter 4, Marx called the relation between the M which is presupposed to production, including variable capital, and the M and delta M that result from the all-embracing and decisive factor, of capital production. 38 Therefore, I come to the same conclusions as before. 1. Marx's theory of surplus value in volume I is a macro theory about the total surplus value produced by the working class as a whole for the capitalist class as a whole. 2. The total surplus value is determined logically prior to its division into individual parts because all the individual parts of surplus value come from the same source, the surplus labor of workers. 3. The circuit of money capital is the logical framework of Marx's theory of surplus value, and the initial money capital M at the beginning of the circuit is the initial given in the theory of the increment of money delta M that results at the end of the circuit. 4. One component of the initial money capital M that is taken as given is variable capital. The actual money wage advance to purchase labor power at the beginning of the circuit, which is subtracted from the actual new value produced in order to determine the actual total surplus value produced. And 5. Marx also took as given in volume I the real wage, a quantity of wage goods, in order to provide a partial explanation of the given actual variable capital. Part 3 Conclusion. Conclusion. I hope that the main conclusions of this book are sufficiently clear by now. I will briefly summarize, and also offer a radical suggestion for consensus, and close with some comments about the explanatory power of Marx's theory. In the first place, I think it is clear that Marx's theory is constructed in terms of two main levels of abstraction, the production of surplus value and the distribution of surplus value, i.e., capital in general and competition, and the production of surplus value is theorized prior to the distribution of surplus value, which means that the total surplus value in the economy as a whole is determined logically prior to its division into individual parts. This predetermined total amount of surplus value is then a presupposition in the subsequent theory of the distribution of surplus value, which is about how the predetermined total surplus value is divided into individual parts, first the equalization of the rate of profit across industries and then the further division of the total surplus value into industrial profit, commercial profit, interest, and rent. With respect to the transformation problem, in Marx's theory of prices of production in Part 2 of Volume 3, the total annual surplus value produced in the economy as a whole is taken as a predetermined given, as determined in Volumes I and II, and this predetermined total annual surplus value is used to determine the annual rate of profit, R equals S/M, which in turn is a determinant of prices of production, PPI equals, CI plus 6, 1 plus R. As a result, the predetermined total surplus value is distributed to individual industries in such a way that all industries receive the same rate of profit. I think the textual evidence to support this two levels of abstraction interpretation of Marx's logical method and the prior determination of the total surplus value is overwhelming and conclusive. We saw in Chapter 3 that Marx employed this logical structure of the production and distribution of surplus value in all the drafts of Capital. He first developed this logical structure in the Grundrisse, and he credited Hegel for the inspiration for this aspect of his logical method. Marx further developed this logical structure in the remarkable manuscript of 1861-63, in which a fortuitous reading of Rodbertus's book on Ricardo's theory of rent stimulated Marx to develop his own theory of rent, which in turn required that he develop his theory of prices of production and the equalization of the rate of profit, which he did in this manuscript. He also drafted for the first time in this manuscript his theory of interest and commercial profit, as other parts of the total surplus value. Then in the manuscript of 1864-65, he wrote a full draft of his theory of the distribution of surplus value, what we know as Volume 3 of Capital. In all these drafts, the crucial methodological premise of the prior determination of the total surplus value is emphasized and utilized in his theory of the distribution of surplus value and the division of the total surplus value into individual parts. And Marx considered this particular aspect of his logical method one of the 2 or 3 best points of Capital. Another important characteristic of Marx's logical method, which follows from the prior determination of the total surplus value, is that Marx's theory in all 3 volumes of Capital is about a single system, the actual capitalist economy, which is assumed to be in long-run equilibrium, and which is theorized first at the macro level, in order to determine the total amount surplus value, and then is analyzed at the micro level, in order to determine the division of the total surplus value into individual parts. Marx's theory is not about two systems, a hypothetical value economy in volume I and then the actual capitalist economy in volume 3, as in the standard interpretation. Marx's theory is about the actual capitalist economic system from beginning to end. Therefore, the total surplus value that is determined in volumes I and 2 is the actual total surplus value produced in the economy as a whole. It is not a hypothetical total surplus value, which is assumed to be equal to the value of surplus goods, and which later has to be transformed into the actual total profit in volume 3, as in the standard interpretation. Instead, Marx's theory is about the actual total surplus value from the beginning in volume I. This must be true, in order to be consistent with the fundamental premise of Marx's theory of the prior determination of the total surplus value, discussed in the previous section. The prior determination of the total surplus value is logically possible only if volume I is about the actual capitalist economy and the actual total surplus value. And it is. Another important conclusion of this book is that the logical framework for Marx's theory of surplus value is the circuit of money capital, M, C, P, C, M plus delta M, and this logical framework implies that the initial M at the beginning of the circuit is the given data for Marx's theory of M and delta M. The amount of money capital advanced by capitalists is assumed to be known, and the main question of Marx's theory is how this pre-existing known quantity of money capital becomes more money. And for this all-important question, the appropriate given is the initial M advanced at the beginning of the circuit, which must be recovered before any surplus value is produced. And the crucial point with respect to the transformation problem is that, in Marx's theory of prices of production in volume 3, the same quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given as in the volume theory of the total surplus value, the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power in the beginning of the circuit of money capital. The only difference is that in volume 3 the individual quantities of constant capital and variable capital advanced are also taken as given, in addition to the total constant capital and variable capital that are taken as given in volume I, i.e., the Ms in each industry, in addition to the total M for the economy as a whole. For this question, the appropriate initial givens are the initial Ms in each industry, which have to be recovered before any surplus value can be distributed. That is why Marx did not fail to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital from values to prices of production, because no such transformation is necessary or appropriate in Marx's theory. The inputs of constant capital and variable capital in Marx's theory of prices of production in volume 3 are the same actual quantities of money capital advanced in the real capitalist economy that are inputs in Marx's theory of total surplus value in volume I. There are not two systems in Marx's theory, a value system and a price system, with two sets of magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital. Instead, there is only one system in Marx's theory, the actual capitalist economy, with one set of magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital, which is first analyzed at the aggregate level and then at the individual industry level. Therefore, there is no transformation of constant capital and variable capital that is supposed to be made in Marx's theory. Constant capital and variable capital are the same actual quantities of money capital at both levels of abstraction. The textual evidence presented in Chapter 4 to support this monetary interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory is not as clear-cut and unambiguous as the evidence presented in Chapter 3 on the two levels of abstraction and the prior determination of the total surplus value, although I think that the entire body of evidence related to the initial givens clearly favors the monetary interpretation presented here. The circuit of money capital by itself is strong evidence that the initial givens in Marx's theory is the quantity of money capital advanced at the beginning of this circuit. In order to explain the actual total surplus value, delta M, at the end of the circuit, the actual initial M, equals C plus V, at the beginning of the circuit is taken as given, both as a cost of production and also as components of the value and surplus value produced. In addition, there are many passages in all the drafts of Capital in which Marx stated explicitly that the initial M in the circuit of money capital is given or presupposed. For example, the passages in the Grundrisse and the theories of surplus value that the decisive factor of capitalist production is the quantitative relation between the quantity of money capital presupposed to production, M, and the greater quantity of money capital that results from production, M equals M plus delta M, and the passage in the results that a given amount of money as the point of departure for Marx's theory of how this initial M becomes M plus delta M. There are also numerous passages in which Marx stated or assumed that the cost price is the same in the determination of both value and prices of production, example the missing paragraph that Engels left out of chapter 9 of volume 3, and thus no transformation of the cost price is necessary or appropriate in Marx's theory. There is only one cost price in Marx's theory, the actual cost prices, which is taken as given at both levels of abstraction. And in other passages, Marx distinguished between the value of simple commodities and the value of commodities as products of capital, and the main difference, for your purposes, is that the transferred value component of the value of commodities produced by capital is the actual money constant capital advanced to purchase the means of production utilized in the production of these commodities by capital, which is equal to the price of production of the means of production, not their value. I acknowledge that there are also some passages in Capital that could be interpreted, as in the standard interpretation, to provide contrary evidence, i.e., to mean that the magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital in volume I are determined solely by the labor times required to produce the means of production and means of subsistence, i.e., are proportional to these labor times. However, this standard interpretation of these passages is contradicted by all the other textual evidence presented in Chapter 4 and summarized in the preceding paragraph. The standard interpretation of these passages also means that constant capital and variable capital in volume I are hypothetical quantities in a hypothetical value economy, instead of actual quantities of money capital in the actual capitalist economy. Furthermore, the standard interpretation of these passages regarding the determination of constant capital and variable capital also contradicts Marx's method of two levels of abstraction and the prior determination of the total surplus value. If constant capital and variable capital are hypothetical quantities in volume I that must be transformed into actual quantities in volume 3, then the total surplus value and the value rate of profit determined in volume I are also hypothetical quantities, which also must be transformed into the actual total profit and the price rate of profit in volume 3, and thus cannot be taken as given in Marx's theory of the distribution of surplus value and prices of production in volume 3. In general, the standard interpretation of these passages and the determination of constant capital and variable capital makes Marx's theory logically contradictory and implies that Marx made fundamental logical mistakes in his theory of prices of production. However, I have argued that the controversial passages could also be interpreted in another way, and in a way that is consistent with all the other textual evidence presented in Chapter 4, that the actual quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in the theory of surplus value in volume I, and these controversial passages present a provisional, partial explanation of these given actual quantities of money capital, that they depend primarily, but not entirely, on the values of the means of production and means of subsistence. This partial explanation is supplemented in volume 3, in which it is shown that the given actual quantities of constant capital and variable tend to be equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, not their values. However, this more complete explanation of these given actual quantities in volume 3 does not change the quantities themselves. What changes in volume 3 is the explanation of these given actual quantities, from a partial explanation to a more complete one. Thus, the cost price is the same in the determination of both value and prices of production, and Marx did not fail to change the cost price, because no such change is necessary or appropriate in his theory. This monetary interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory is also consistent with the basic premise of Marx's theory of the prior determination of the total surplus value, discussed in Chapter 3. If one assumes the monetary interpretation of the initial givens, then it is possible to determine the total surplus value prior to its division into individual parts. In general, the monetary interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory presented in this book makes it possible to understand Marx's theory as a logically consistent whole. As discussed at the end of Chapter 4, it is a widely accepted principle in the field of hermeneutics that, when the textual evidence for different interpretations of a text is ambiguous and not clear-cut and decisive one way or the other, then the preferred interpretation is the one that makes the text as a whole more internally logically consistent. I suggest again that this principle should be applied to these different interpretations of the initial givens in Marx's theory. The preferred interpretation is the one that makes Marx's theory more of a logically consistent whole, and that interpretation is the monetary interpretation presented here. Why continue to insist on the standard interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory, and the logical contradictions that result, when there is an alternative interpretation, with substantial textual support, that does not have these contradictions? Part 2 of this book examined various alternatives to the standard interpretation of Marx's theory that have been presented in recent decades: Schick's interpretation, the new interpretation, the temporal single system interpretation, the rethinking Marxism interpretation, and the fine and Sodfeo interpretation. All these interpretations have made important contributions to our understanding of Marx's theory. However, they all ultimately make the same misinterpretation. They all, for one reason or another, abandon Marx's theory of the rate of profit and instead determine the rate of profit as it is determined in Sraffian theory, by physical quantities of inputs and outputs, rather than by the surplus labor of workers and the quantities of money capital advanced at the beginning of the circuit of capital. Marx's theory of the total surplus value plays no role in their interpretation of the determination of the rate of profit. I argued in these chapters that it is not necessary to abandon Marx's theory of the rate of profit. Marx's theory can be reasonably interpreted in such a way, and with substantial textual evidence, that Marx's theory of the rate of profit is logically consistent and complete. To those who would still insist that my interpretation is a fundamental misunderstanding of Marx's theory and that there is no way that one could reasonably interpret Marx's theory as I do, I would make the following radical suggestion for consensus: there are at least significant threads of these monetary interpretation of constant capital and variable capital throughout the various drafts of Capital, as discussed at length in this book, even if Marx himself may not have been completely clear about it, or may have thought that constant capital and variable capital should be derived from given physical quantities, and thus that their magnitudes should change from volume I to volume 3, as in the standard interpretation. If this were the case, then I would suggest that we revise Marx's theory, or reconstruct it, along the lines of these significant threads in his drafts and the monetary interpretation presented here, that the actual magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital are initially presupposed in the theory of surplus value and prices of production and then are eventually explained in successive stages by the values and the prices of production of the presupposed quantities of means of production and means of subsistence. As Foley put it in the conclusion to his influential 1982 paper, if the money wage is not what Marx meant by variable capital, then the money wage is what Marx should have meant. I would add that the same argument also applies as well to constant capital, the other component of the initial money capital advanced at the beginning of the circuit of money capital. If the actual money capital advanced to purchase means of production is not what Marx meant by constant capital, then this is what Marx should have meant. With this one revision, which is entirely reasonable and for which there is substantial textual evidence, Marx's theory would be transformed from a logically contradictory mess to a logically coherent whole. I would hope that there would be no objections to such a reconstruction, which would make Marx's theory logically consistent and would make possible its further development. Another important conclusion of this book is that Marx's logical method is very different from the logical method of Sraffian theory. Instead of the circuit of money capital, M, C. P. C. M plus delta M. The Sraffian logical method is in terms of physical inputs and outputs, relative unit prices, and the rate of profit, which I have symbolized as Q. P. C. According to the Sraffian method, money is either missing altogether or plays no essential role. It is as if no money capital is advanced in capitalist economies to purchase means of production and labor power, and as if delta M were not the main goal of capitalist economies. Instead of taking the initial money capital as given in order to determine M and delta M, the Sraffian method takes the physical quantities of inputs and outputs as given in order to determine simultaneously input and output prices and the rate of profit that will reproduce the given physical quantities. As discussed in Chapter 6, because of the Sraffian logical method of physical quantities and simultaneous determination, it is very difficult to incorporate into Sraffian theory two important characteristics of modern capitalist economies: fixed capital and unequal turnover periods across industries. In order to incorporate fixed capital into Sraffian theory, fixed capital is essentially treated as circulating capital by assuming that all machines only last one period and the products of each period include not only regular products, but also partially used machines as joint products, whose prices are determined simultaneously with regular inputs and outputs. Similarly, in order to incorporate unequal turnover periods, it is assumed that the turnover period for all industries are converted into multiples of a hypothetical unit time period, example Steedman's week, and that the products of each period include not only regular products and partially used machines, but also partially completed products, whose prices are determined simultaneously with all the above. Thus, the rate of profit that is determined by Sraffian theory is not the actual annual rate of profit, as it is in Marx's theory, but is instead a hypothetical rate of profit for this hypothetical unit time period, and assumes that profit is paid on partially used machines and partially completed products even though these hypothetical joint products are not actually sold. Marx's theory, on the other hand, because it is not based on given physical quantities and simultaneous determination, has no problem incorporating these important characteristics of capitalist economies. Since the initial givens in Marx's theory are quantities of money capital, fixed constant capital is also taken as given, as the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase long-lasting means of production, and this given quantity of fixed constant capital is used to determine the annual depreciation costs by dividing this given quantity by the expected lifetimes of the means of production. There is no necessity to treat partially used machines as joint products, and determine their prices simultaneously with the prices of regular products. Similarly, since the initial money costs are taken as given and not determined simultaneously with output prices, there is no need to assume that all industries have the same turnover period or that unequal turnover periods can be converted into multiples of a hypothetical unit time period, and there is no necessity to treat partially completed products as joint products, and determine their prices simultaneously along with the prices regular products, and partially used machines. Instead, the actual money costs are taken as given in Marx's theory, and these given money costs are used to sequentially determine the prices of the outputs produced with these inputs. For all these reasons, I think the money capital logical method of Marx's theory is more realistic and more appropriate than the physical quantities method of Sraffian theory for analyzing modern capitalist economies, whose overriding aim is to convert a given pre-existing M into M plus delta M. In conclusion, I would also like to emphasize the impressive explanatory power of Marx's labor theory of surplus value, especially compared to other economic theories, including Sraffian theory. Marx's theory of surplus value is able to explain the following important and wide-ranging phenomena that are characteristic of capitalist economies: the necessity of money as the general equivalent of commodities, conflicts between capitalists and workers over wages, over the length of the working day, and over the intensity of the workers' labor, endogenous technological change, increasing concentration of capital, increasing income inequality, trends and fluctuations in the rate of profit. Over time, endogenous causes of economic crises, etc. For an extensive discussion of the explanatory power of Marx's theory of surplus value, see Mosel 1995b, which is a response to an empirical appraisal of Marx's theory by the late Mark Blagg, a prominent mainstream historian of economic thought and economic methodologist, Blagg 1980. These explanatory power of Marx's theory of surplus value is especially impressive when compared to the marginal productivity theory of interest, or the rental rate of capital, which is the primary mainstream alternative to Marx's theory of surplus value, and which cannot explain any of the important phenomena of capitalist economies listed above, which are explained by Marx's theory, to say nothing about the insoluble logical problems of marginal productivity theory. Point 1. I would also argue that the empirical explanatory power of Marx's theory is also greater than that of Sraffian theory. I have already mentioned the absence of a theory of money in Sraffian theory and the difficulties of incorporating fixed capital and unequal turnover times. In addition, Sraffian theory is also not able to satisfactorily explain the important conflicts between capitalists and workers over the length of the working day and the intensity of labor. Steedman has argued that Sraffian theory can explain these conflicts, but he does so in a way that assumes that the labor input remains the same and that the quantity of output increases for a given quantity of labor input. Point 2. The unit of labor is assumed to be a year, and thus an increase in the working day or in the intensity of labor during a year is still 1 year of labor, and thus there is no increase in the labor input. But surely, if the working day or the intensity of labor is increased, then the quantity of labor input has in fact increased, and that is the reason for the increase of output. The reason Sraffian theory cannot reasonably explain these conflicts is that labor in Sraffian theory is not a producer of value, but is instead considered only as a cost, like all other costs, as discussed in Chapter 6. In such a theory, an increase of labor only increases cost, it does not produce additional value, and thus does not provide an incentive for capitalists to try to increase the working day or the intensity of labor. In Steedman's analysis, paid labor does not increase, and thus the labor input does not increase, since labor is only paid labor in Sraffian theory. But in reality, an increase in the working day or in the intensity of labor does result in an increase of labor input, but this increase of labor input is unpaid labor, which Marx's theory reveals as the source of surplus value and Sraffian theory misses altogether. Finally, Sraffian theory is primarily a static theory of relative prices in a given period, and thus has little to say about the long-run dynamics of capitalist economies. Therefore, again, Marx's theory would seem to be a more appropriate theory for analyzing modern capitalist economies than Sraffian theory. These impressive explanatory power of Marx's theory has been large-linered by economists for over a century, self-proclaimed as justified because of the alleged logical contradiction of the transformation problem. Based on the